Hey, welcome to Partners Live. We are here live at reInvent, talking about the awesome announcements that are happening, the news of reInvent with amazing Amazonians and our partners. My name is Anne-Marie Woodburn. I am a Senior Partner Development Specialist focusing on security, and I get to be one of your co-hosts today for Partners Live. I'm here with Carmen Puccio.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thrilled to be here. First time doing this. So like Anne-Marie said, my name is Carmen Puccio. Senior Manager of Solutions Architecture here at AWS within the partner organization. We were associated for quite some time together working in the security space, but now I run a industry and partner solutions specialist team, but super excited to be here. I think it's, I think it's 8 reInvents for me now. It's been quite a few, so very excited to do this.
8, and what, are we in our 13th reInvent this year?
I believe so.
Well, this is only number 3 for me, so you've got me beat, which maybe for those that are tuning in, if you haven't heard of reInvent or maybe attended, maybe we should talk more about the importance of this conference and why we have it.
Yeah, for sure. I think of it really as a way to give back, right? It's a thank you to our partners. It's a thank you to our customers. It's how do we give back and we enable them to learn. So if you think about the course of the week, whether it's the breakout sessions, the keynotes, the workshops, the builders sessions, it's a way for our partners and customers to go in, interact with AWS experts, learn all the greatest things about new services, industry trends, software trends, and then take that back and take it back to their company and to their workloads internally at their organizations and try and experiment and go through all of the things that they learned, share it amongst their peers that sometimes couldn't come here, but good thing is a lot of this stuff is recorded. And it's a way for them to basically get enabled and try and build new things on top of AWS. So it's a great event. And again, seeing it over a course of 8+ years, going from a very small space in the Venetian to now all the way down the Strip, it's amazing. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, no, it's wild. I was actually jumping in an Uber this morning, and the line was so long. I randomly met a guy, and he's like, "Are you going to reInvent?" I was like, "I am." He's like, "We're going to catch an Uber together." I was like, "Okay, great." I just feel like it was a friend that I made right on the street. So it was
fantastic.
Great. Well.
Yeah, it was quite some time ago. A good friend of mine that's also an SA manager, he said, learn the monorail here. He said, so they do a fantastic job with the buses and obviously the Ubers and the shuttles and all of that. But if you want a really quick one, besides walking, obviously, there's a monorail that you can try out. So,
okay, that's good to know. I'm going to have to give that a try next time.
Insider tip.
So if you aren't here at reInvent, learn that. Come next time. It's a great event. There are tons of people here. You may even hear next to us, we've got the Deep Racer booth where they have, they've trained these cars to race on a racetrack. It's very loud and very exciting, so come check it out as well. Our live stream of all of our keynotes are free, so if anybody is not here, tune in, hear them. Matt Garman was on this morning. He's talking about all the latest launches and all the latest excitement with our customers on stage. Maybe we should dive into some of those cool launches that we just heard about.
And how cool was it that Andy showed up?
That was awesome.
Yeah, wasn't expecting that. And from what I understand, he was around last night for a buffalo wing eating contest.
I saw that as well. He's got a great LinkedIn commentating on it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. No, there was a ton of good announcements, and I was trying to capture them all because we were getting ready for this. But over the course of the last couple of days, and then more importantly, my teams have been working with a lot of the service teams, thinking about the build-up to AWS reInvent and some of the launches. And if you think about the things that were announced last night in Peter's keynote, and thinking about all of the things at the compute layer, to some of the things that you learned about today, like telling the GenAI story. If you think about like a layer of stacks, you have your compute layer, you have your foundational layer, you have your application layer. We were all over the place. And what was really cool today, at least for me personally, were some of the announcements that came out with Amazon Q.
Oh, yeah.
So I was very closely attached to the Q team for quite some time, and seeing the things that were basically announced. So for example, the ability to basically write documentation I thought was amazing. So developers love to write code. Sometimes they're not so great at writing documentation. Q as an agent now is here to accelerate that journey, whether it be writing unit tests, accelerating with the documentation aspect, or even doing code reviews. That takes that extra work from the developer, and it allows them to basically accelerate and spend more time focusing on the app while it takes some of those other things and adds more value on top of it for them. But super cool to see. So
yeah, that's awesome. And then there was a bunch of partner announcements too out there, right? We've got Anthropic that was out there, which is super cool. They're going to be on later today, being interviewed by the GenAI Live show.
Yep. And there was also some announcements a couple of days ago as well. And again, let's go back into the Q space. We had Datadog and Wiz now. So how cool is it that if you think about it, you're basically sitting inside of the AWS console, you're a Wiz user, you're a Datadog user, and you want to have a question about your potential workloads. You can actually use the Q agent to introspect and talk to those SaaS providers to get an understanding of what they see about your environment. So it was a partner story, I think, throughout the week, and you'll continue to see that. So
yeah, no, I agree. I think that was something that Matt Garman weighed on heavily, was working better with our partners, pulling them into everything that we are working on, working across AWS with our service launches. You'll hear some things later on this week as well from a lot of our other keynotes, so do tune into those as well. And tune in here, because we're going to be sharing all the latest news from those keynotes, what our partners would like to share throughout the week over these next 3 days. So we're going to be kicking off every morning for Partners Live, just to give you that overview, speaking to really awesome Amazonians. Up next, we've got Brian Bohan. But after that, we've got a full day of GenAI Live. So that'll be going until 5 p.m. Pacific. So definitely tune in and listen to that. And then tomorrow, after our Partners Live kickoff, we've got Security Live, which, as many of our followers have been around for a while, that will be going live. We've got our CISO coming on, Chris Betts. And then on Thursday, we've got a brand new show as well, Industries Live. They'll be talking about media and entertainment, financial services, and that will be going until 4 p.m. Pacific. So we hope that y'all tune into our YouTube channel for this. Click subscribe. You don't want to miss these cool announcements that we've got coming. Just, check us out.
Yeah. And again, it's super exciting that we're going to be joined by Mr. Bohan, who I can see off in the distance. So
yeah, I know. It should be a great show. So please use the chat. We want to hear from you guys. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your thoughts, your comments. This is a fun, exciting day for us being here. There's a lot of energy going around on the show floor, so we want to hear it from you as well in the chat. And we'll be back in just a little bit with Brian Bohan.
Awesome.
Hey, welcome back to Partners Live. We are here on the show floor at reInvent. We're here to share the news of reInvent with our partners and amazing Amazonians. So I'm your host, Anne-Marie Woodburn. I'm a Senior Partner Development Specialist at AWS focused on security and a co-host for Partners Live. And I'm here with Carmen Puccio, my co-host for the day. Carmen?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name's Carmen Puccio, as Anne-Marie said. Senior Manager of Solutions Architecture here in the partner organization. For a while, Anne-Marie and I were together in the security space, and now I run a specialist team of industry-focused solutions architects. So super excited to be here today.
Yeah, we love it. We've got an amazing special guest with us today, Brian.
Thanks for having me. Really excited to be here. So Brian Bohan, I lead what we call our Consulting Partner Center of Excellence. So we look after 30 some odd global strategic partners and then really looking for the best practices that can help us raise the bar for all of our partners and our customers.
That's awesome. Well, we're excited to have you here, Brian. Carmen and I were just kicking things off, talking about the keynote. Is there anything in particular that maybe stood out to you that you want to chat about?
Well, the obvious thing, seeing Andy back up on the big stage was noteworthy. I think there were a couple themes that stood out for me that I think are also really relevant to what we're seeing with our partners. And the first, actually, Andy said it, and he mentioned this term, practical AI. And so why is that so relevant? So what we've seen over the last 18 months, and this is true with our partners, a lot of POCs, a lot of pilots, but now really seeing as we move into industry, as our partners build platforms on Bedrock, we're moving into enterprise scale, real value applications of GenAI. And then the other thing that Matt said, which is sort of dovetails with that, is that I think we're going to stop talking about standalone GenAI applications and just start talking about applications, process transformation, business transformation powered by GenAI. And so again, themes that we're seeing with our partners as well.
Yeah, Andy made a comment, and to paraphrase, we're not just doing it for fun.
Right.
We're doing it. It was fantastic to hear that, to talk about the business transformation that comes along with it. So well said, well said. It was awesome to see him, though.
No doubt.
Cool. So you and I have chatted before, Brian, about some of the things that you think about in terms of the partner journey. And then if you think about some of the releases and the services that were announced today, there's often pillars, right? And, you know, when I think about the pillars, I think about the layers of the AWS stack, whether it's down at the compute layer, whether it's the data and storage layer, whether it's the application layer. And partners can kind of fit in any one of those layers. So when you think about the pillars and the value that partners bring to the table, maybe you can give your perception on how you see that coming together, especially in light of some of the announcements that you saw today.
Absolutely. And so when I think about what our partners are doing around generative AI, I think I kind of group it into two big categories that interlock. So first of all, our partners bring deep expertise in industry. So they've been doing industry for decades. They deeply understand the challenges, the opportunities, where the value is. And then the second piece is that partners allow us to deliver value at scale for our customers. So if you take the first piece, and a great example of this is I was talking to PwC this morning, and they're doing a lot with Amazon Bedrock and GenAI with AWS, focused on industry. And then also today, related to one of the announcements, going deep with automated reasoning. And the reason is, again, keeping with this theme for practical AI, as we're moving from POCs and pilots into true scale and value, you have to tie it to a real business problem. That's where the industry expertise comes in. And then you have to do it with safeguards and guardrails in place, so it's responsible. And that's where the automated reasoning piece comes in. So PwC is really helping us lead the way there. The other thing on the delivering value at scale, this was good. I was watching and getting really excited, and I think I heard you say it as well, Carmen, is some of the Q announcements, right? So we talk about Q transform. So we think about legacy modernization all the time, whether it be mainframe, VMware, .NET applications. Our partners, our consulting partners, are right in the mix, helping customers move through this. And there's always been this, do we lift and shift, then modernize, or modernize as we lift and shift? And there's always trade-offs. And this is also something Matt talked about, this tyranny of or, right? Yeah. And how do you get to and? And I think now with Q and with GenAI, we're able to do the and. You can migrate and modernize and make the timelines and the business case work. because you can use Q Transform now around those sticky workloads with VMware and .NET and even mainframe. Right?
Yep.
So it changes the calculus around this, and this is what we're seeing with our partners as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think about, and again, it dovetails nicely into programs like we have, like Migration Acceleration Program, where we've always been very prescriptive about the journey. Walk into the data center, talk to the engineers, talk to the various different teams, understand the portfolio. But then once you start to get inside of the environment and start to migrate those actual workloads, there can be a long journey there. And now you have this process acceleration. And for partners, that's an amazing, amazing tool inside of their toolkit. Thinking about how they can basically look at a workload, quickly introspect it, and use a tool like Transform to basically take legacy .NET workloads and move them over to the latest version so they can run on top of Linux and obviously get cost performance for their customers, which is an amazing outcome.
Absolutely, and I think what I'm excited to see is, it's always great to come back from reInvent and then you start meeting with your partners and customers and seeing how all the new announcements make their way into what they're already doing. And so the other big theme and trend around this bigger one around delivering value at scale is our partners for the last year have been building GenAI platforms and applications using Bedrock. So you see this with Accenture with GenWizard. You see it with Infosys and their Cobalt platform. And so these platforms are all around, they do multiple things, but one of the big ones is around legacy transformation. And now we're going to see Q get integrated into these platforms to make them even more powerful, right? And these platforms, again, take a lot of the guesswork out of it for customers by providing an end-to-end capability.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's great. And maybe, do you have any advice for our customers, like hearing these announcements, hearing what our partners are doing, and maybe how to get started with with Q, GenAI?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen is obviously with our consulting partners, with the rise of GenAI, it's been a really busy year. With any new technology, we saw this in the beginning of cloud as well, where our consulting partners really lean in, bring that expertise and that advice. And like anything else, I think, as we say at AWS and Amazon, think big, right? Like, what are the big problems you can solve? But then you can also start small. So thin slice a challenge that you're seeing and go after it. If there's a VMware estate that you want to go after, mainframe, how do you carve out manageable sizes? Work with the right partner to get started and show value to prove that what you're doing is working. And then once you have a pattern that you like, it's much easier then to scale it much more broadly with that partner.
I love that advice. Like, start small, grow bigger from there, right? Pick the right partners that fit for you, right? That's great. That's great advice.
Cool. Curious if you saw some of Peter's keynote yesterday.
I did not see Peter's.
So maybe you can give perspective, though, if I abstract out. So they talked a lot last night about the compute layer, and they were talking about the advancements in our own custom silicon. They were talking about the cost savings and the performance gains that customers can achieve, and that there was a statement in there or a stat in there around Graviton and the advancement of Graviton. And now inside of our data centers, it's up to 50% now of the new instances that go in are Graviton-based. And if you think about that from a partner perspective, think about all the implications. How am I going to basically build cost-effective applications for the customer? Graviton gives you that price performance. Sustainability comes in. And I'm curious about some of the conversations you've had with some of our larger consulting partners, how that type of chipset now enables different outcomes for customers, especially when they're thinking about sustainable workloads.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one little bit of backdrop there. Frequently with some of our bigger consulting partners, they're our partners, but they're also our customers. Yep. And we work with them very closely. So let me just take Accenture as an example. We worked with their CIO to launch what they're calling Project Green Juice. And it was driven really by ESG and sustainability. It wasn't even a cost savings exercise. It was that we need to lower our carbon footprint. Yep. So there was a conscious effort to move to Graviton wherever possible. And they did that. And they took out, one, they did save a lot of money, and they really lowered their carbon footprint. And then what Accenture's pattern is, and we see this with other partners as well, if you really nail that internally and prove it, now we've got a capability that you can then push into your client-facing practice areas, and now they're executing that playbook with clients as well. And I love the fact that you bring up the compute layer, and I know Matt started there today, right? And it's so we could. I love talking about industry. I love talking about business transformation. But again, I think this is keeping with we're now ready for enterprise scale Gen AI and transformation, right? Because that is price performance, that is security, it is guardrails, it is being able to have this selection of the chipset underneath and pick the right chips for the right workloads. So all of this needs to be in place if you're really going to move from those pilots into production. And I get super excited. I'm not a technical guy, but I even get excited when we start talking about that low-level capability and the ability, even like the database stuff Matt was talking about today around Aurora and being able, to achieve consistency, reliability, scale, low latency, all at the same time. It just enables so many different kinds of applications that you never could do before. And again, this is where I love going back with our partners and seeing what can they invent on top of that now that that's possible.
Yeah, for sure. The story today around the Aurora and the Dynamo, the ability to basically replicate globally, right? So if you're thinking about not just reliability of your workloads in a single availability zone, you have a lot of these partners that are now working multi-region. And I'm sure you see this all the time. And here we are making it easier for them. So tremendous, tremendous stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, for some of our bigger partners, not only are they serving clients on the client sites, but they do build large, what they call business process as a service capabilities that could be run in India, the Philippines, but serving clients in Europe and the United States. So again, this ability, and frequently it's a combination of integrating their own backplane with the customers. So being able to do this across regions becomes really powerful.
Yep.
Cool. That is awesome. Well, are there any other things that we should be aware of from the partners this week that everybody, the audience, should be listening in for as kind of the week builds?
Yeah, there's a ton, obviously. I forget the exact number of partner attendees we've got here this year, but it's just fantastic. I think, one thing that I'm really excited about as well, we talk about industry quite a bit. And if you think about industry, really the next evolution is being relevant for the personas in the line of business, right? And so whether that's your chief product officer, your head of R&D in a pharmaceutical company, or your CFO. And so how do we deliver new value to those really important personas who are increasingly influential in technology buying decisions? And so what we're going to see from Deloitte, and we've already seen this, we had an announcement back in the summer where we've stood up an innovation lab with Deloitte all around GenAI, and it's very industry focused and it's persona focused. So they've got AI for C-suite. And so they've, because of their deep expertise, being also an advisory and a tax audit firm, deeply understand the CFO end-to-end workflow. So they've developed a set of GenAI applications and agents that really span across that workflow. And we're seeing that now come out with, for instance, Volkswagen in Latin America with Deloitte, and how they rethink about their end-to-end financial processes across the business. And so I think we're going to see more of that. And we're also seeing it with partners like Publicis Sapient, where they're applying GenAI to the CMO end-to-end workflow. So that gets me really excited because, again, it's moving from general GenAI projects to, all right, you're a persona with real business opportunities, real business challenges. How are we going to solve for those? And then apply whatever technologies we need, including GenAI, to make that happen. And so, again, partners like PwC and Deloitte and Accenture, TCS, a great example at United Airlines, where they've helped, if you're stuck in a travel jam, now using GenAI to have more intuitive ways to figure out what your next best option is. So again, seeing these partners take very industry-focused applications and drive real value.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm shocked if nobody's really starting to adopt generative AI, right? Like every partner conversation, every main stage probably here, I think we used to have a swear jar for how many times somebody would say that word. And I think there's just not enough money in the world. So that is really cool to see it integrated everywhere and see how people are adopting it. There's unique ways that people are looking at it, but it's at every layer, like you said.
It is. And I think we should all, again, if you're in the partner world as we are, should be really excited. I thought how partner-centric the keynote was. If you think about even some of the examples around Sierra, PagerDuty, Adobe was mentioned, Databricks was really featured. So it wasn't, and obviously fantastic to see JP Morgan Chase on stage, cool. Right? Talk about scale, right? Just how impressive that is. But a lot of the examples were about companies adopting and using AWS technology for the benefit of their downstream customers. And so I thought that was really cool. And it's a great example, like you said. They're adopting the technology, putting their own capabilities on top of it, and it becoming a real 1 + 1 = 3 for their end customers. So I love seeing that.
Yeah, it was awesome. Well, we are getting close on time. Brian, any closing remarks?
It's only Tuesday, and we've got 3 more days to go, and it feels like already so much information. Really excited. I can't wait to meet with the dozens of partners I'm going to be meeting with over the next few days to talk about everything we just talked about here.
I love it. Well,
Thanks
that's
for
awesome.
having me.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody, tuning in from home. Hopefully, you'll be at reInvent with us next year. Stay tuned. We're kicking off with GenAI Live for the first time, talking about all things generative AI. So thanks, and see y'all soon.
See you, folks.
Welcome to the inaugural GenAI Live show, and we are super excited to bring you all the latest and greatest of what's happening with generative AI partners and technologies. This keynote, oh my gosh, has been one of the best keynotes that I have ever seen. I've been at AWS about 12 years. I'm the director of go-to-market for Amazon Q Developer, and today we are going to be talking to a number of our partners working in the generative AI space to tell you what is the latest and greatest and what's next in generative AI with AWS. This is my co-host. Brian, you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Brian Terry, and I'm a senior solution architect focusing on generative AI partners. And I am here at reInvent, and I'm super excited. I've been with AWS for a little over 6 years, going into 7, and I've been to reInvent probably 8 years. And I think this one is probably the best yet.
Dude, there's like 60,000 people here.
It is.
For those of you who don't know what reInvent is, and you've been living under a rock, this is our annual conference to talk about all the technology that we're launching at AWS. We get to talk to all of our partner ecosystems. We get to hear from customers about what's working, what's not, and then how we can get better. a lot of folks don't know that's actually part of our shtick. Is it's not just about celebrating success and selling stuff. We actually want to know what's working, what's not, because that's what goes into planning for reInvent launches for next year.
Absolutely. I think that's one of my favorite parts about reInvent, actually going around talking to people that are attending the conference, partners alike, because they always want to tell a story about what they're doing with the latest and greatest technology, and I'm always happy to hear it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So up next, we've got Jason Clinton, the CISO from Anthropic, and we have a special guest, Julia Chen, our AWS Vice President of Partner Core. So sit back, enjoy the show, because we are ready to roll all day long.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just super excited about this. You can probably tell on my face. I just can't stop smiling on how awesome this is going to be.
In the short time that I've known you, this is actually the most excited that I've seen you.
Well, we are in Vegas, you know the time zone. I'm a guy from Georgia, man. I'm missing 3 hours right now. So, yeah.
That's awesome. So, what are you most excited to hear about?
Well, I mean, since we're talking about generative AI, I would like to say generative AI. Anthropic.
I think that should be a drinking game, really.
Really? There's always something new in this space, right? And, even, being a solution architect and working at AWS, you would think that I would hear about everything that launches before, but it's not always true. I'm always shocked to see this new technology, this new blog came out. I mean, it's awesome. Even stuff that's going on with Q. I mean, it's great stuff.
Well, as the Q person, I had to bolt over here, which I don't know if you've ever been to the Venetian, but let me tell you, it's 3 miles away where the keynote is. And as you can tell, this is a packed house. I was bobbing and weaving, trying like a little short person, trying to get through, to get here on time, because the last announcement that Garmin went through was all of the innovations that are coming to Q Developer. And man, it's been a journey to get to where we are for some of these announcements, and it's stuff my team has been working on for almost a year. So
wow.
I know, I feel like I have a third kid now.
Okay, quickly, what's your exciting announcement about Q?
Oh, I am so crazy excited about our partnership with GitLab.
Oh, wow.
We announced that we have GitLab Duo powered by Amazon Q. So we're meeting developers where they are. You're in that development environment, you're going to be able to use Q natively. Awesome. The other thing, I'm going to talk about the other thing, is I can't play favorites. Q transformation.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as a former developer, the idea of not having to work on somebody else's, crappy code with no documentation and you didn't know how it works, to be able to transform it into modern code.
Oh, that's great.
It's not only great for developers, it's great for finance.
That's awesome. All right. Well, I'd love to hear more about that. And yeah.
All right. Awesome. Without further ado, let's get started.
All right.
Welcome back. We are here at Partner Live and for the inaugural Gen AI Live. And our very first guest, our very first partner couldn't be better. We are live with Anthropic. Woohoo! Your host today is myself, Buri Richardson. I run go-to-market for Amazon Q Developer, and I am joined by my co-host, Brian.
Hi, my name is Brian Terry, and I'm a senior solution architect focusing on partners that have generative AI solutions.
And our very special guest host, Julia.
Thank you so much. I'm Julia Chen. I run Partner Core, so that's all of our partner programs, our partner strategic collaboration agreements, enablement, digital interface, and a lot of initiatives that help our partners out. So I'm thrilled to be here.
And we have our honored special guest, Jason from Anthropic. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jason Clinton. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Anthropic. And I've been there for about 20 months. It's been a wild ride. I don't know if you guys have noticed that there's something with this AI
Something's
thing.
happening there, yeah.
No, I've got nothing. All right, so let's kick things off. Julia, you're going to kick us off with the first question.
Absolutely. So AWS just said Anthropic is our best model provider, and you also won Partner of the Year, one of our Partner of the Year awards last night. Yeah, so how are you feeling about all that?
It's pretty amazing. AWS has been an amazing partner. Yesterday we announced confidential computing with Chris Betts on stage, which was a great moment. This is an amazing partnership, and Amazon has been an amazing partner in that we've been able to develop some of the most powerful models and get them to customers on the most secure platform in the cloud. You know, one of the things that makes using AWS so compelling is that AWS is the one environment right now where you can be 100% guaranteed that your prompts and completions never leave the computing environment. So that's a very important thing for customers as they're thinking about adopting AI and what happens to their data, and AWS is providing that guarantee. Anthropic never has access to customer data. AWS is the technology and platform provider, so that works out really well for customers.
So it's like you won the Super Bowl and you're going to Disneyland?
Yeah. I guess so.
Or is this just like, we're Anthropic, so like it's a day that ends in Y, so we're good.
I think, one of the things that's been amazing about, being at the frontier is that every time that we have an opportunity to get in front of a customer and talk about AI, and whether it's with Amazon's partners and their customers or our own customers, they're super excited about what's happening right now, and they just want to make sure that they're on that exponential curve and that adoption curve. And we're happy to be here and happy to provide that service.
That's awesome. What do they worry about? Like, do customers, you're a CISO, right? So,
AKA the Office of No.
Try not to be the Office of No. That is a challenge, but it is a challenge, right? So there's so much that's going on right now in terms of like adoption. I think a lot of folks who are listening to this might be thinking, "Oh, chatbots! I've tried a chatbot. That's what's going on right now." That is not what's going on right now. We've moved past chatbots. We're into agents now. And
what's the difference between a chatbot and an agent?
So a chatbot is that you open a window and you talk to the thing, and it sort of answers your question. There's still some of that going on. So like an enterprise adoption, you might have a customer service use case. So that's obvious. There are also cases where you just want to engage with the enterprise environment and have all of the documents of your company come together and help enable your workforce to be more productive and engaged with the mission of your company. So those chatbot cases still exist.
Yes.
But what's increasingly happening right now, and this is what customers are worried about, I think, is that we are moving to a world where agents are becoming the preeminent and the emerging area where we're adopting. And an agent is a thing where you ask it to do a task, and it reaches into all of those documents. It reaches into databases. It looks into APIs and does the work that the customer is looking for to get achieved.
Yes.
And it comes back, and after some time has spent working on that problem. It's sort of like asking it to do work and then coming back later. And as we move forward into 2025, what we're going to see is you're going to ask an agent to do work for hours or days, and it's going to come back after it's finished doing all of that work and give you the full final finished product, which is an amazing change. You could think of like, an entry-level person at a company now has a team of interns that they can just task to do anything and then get that work coming back to them.
Yes,
yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah,
and so it's a scary thought for some people, right?
It is, yeah. Yep. So the challenges there are if the agent is acting on behalf of the person, who is the actor?
Yes.
Who is the person who's accessing all these docs and these databases and these APIs, right? Is it the agent?
Yes.
Or is it the person?
Yes.
Or is it some combination of the two? Do we need to record in every system that there was an agent and a person involved in all of the work that they're doing? There's so many hypotheticals I could
Right.
walk out here, but you can get the idea. It starts to raise some concerns.
Right. And permissions, right, which is what are they supposed to have access to versus not.
Yeah,
Yes, but I'm
exactly.
glad that we're partnering with you actually to work through some of these and some of our other partners too. So we're at reInvent, and hopefully you're loving it. I love this week every year.
The energy is exciting. It's amazing.
I mean, it's like, it's electric for sure. So what are the big announcements that you guys have this week?
We had two big ones. The confidential computing one I mentioned yesterday is sort of a minor announcement. We have the Haiku 3.5 speed SKU. So this is on the back of the Trainium 2 announcement last night. I checked socials this morning. It's going viral. People are incredibly excited.
Yes.
They're like, whoa, there's more players in this market for chips than we thought. And AWS is at the frontier of that, and Anthropic was very honored to have an opportunity to contribute to the design of the Trainium architecture. And so one of the amazing things that's happening here is we have a Haiku 3.5, which we are putting on Trainium 2, which is 60% faster than any other platform that you can get it available at.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I know, it's awesome.
And if you think about that, it's just like Haiku is typically used in a case where you're doing lots of filtering, lots of reaching out to engage with very, very large amounts of content, and you need low cost, high volume. So like logs parsing is something that I'm always excited about as a CISO, right?
Yeah, of course.
Summarization of documents.
Yes.
The kinds of things that you need to sort of like, achieve high volume classification, also like spam filters or things of that nature, trust and safety filters. Haiku is the exact kind of like class of model, and it's the fastest now available on Amazon.
Well, and 60% makes a huge, like you were saying, some of these things will take days, right?
Yeah.
And so we're saving on the order of days.
Amazing,
of getting the stuff done.
The Trainium 2 architecture is really impressive,
Oh. Without a doubt.
Yeah, and then the second, sorry, you asked me what were the two biggest announcements. Sorry, so Haiku 3.5, and then Project Rainier, which is also the other half of the Trainium announcements last week. So we're moving. We have a new cluster coming online with AWS as a partner, the largest cluster in the world for training AI models, exascale, 5 times larger than any cluster that we've had before.
Wow.
Really impressive achievement from the Amazon teams. It's not just the chips, though. The interconnect, the power distribution, the opera, blah, 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 blah.
Opera. Yeah, opera is super important, I've heard.
Operational
function of the interconnect, connecting all those chips together. All of that's super important, and it's contributing to like one of the most amazing clusters that's ever been built. So we're excited. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Exciting stuff.
That is awesome. So what are you, on the back of that, what are you most excited about going into 2025?
So, I hinted at this earlier, the agents thing that's going to be happening. Agents are the place where reasoning really starts to make sense, where you want to be able to have an intelligence thinking about a problem from first principles and working through the steps A, B, C, and D to get to the solution that is required to achieve the task. And so as we think about going into the future and what's going to happen in 2025, the idea that you're going to have a worker sort of helping you, like I mentioned that team of interns, imagine a world where you just give a model access to a computer and it does what you ask it to do in the context of using a computer interface. I think all of us are aware that there's been, for a long time, robotic process automation, RPA, or enterprise process automation. Where you're like screen scraping and you're doing all these weird like regexes to try and figure out how to like click around and like legacy user interfaces, or think about the terrible user interfaces that airlines are still forced to use because they have to interact with that really old mainframe interface. Those are the kinds of things that are like, in an RPA type situation, incredibly useful. But if you turn Claude 3.5 Sonnet V2 today at that problem and just click on things, enter text in the right place, it can already do that. And when we look to the future, when we look to the next round of models, what's going to happen in 2025, I think this like pulling frontier intelligence into really complicated processes that drive an entire workflow that somebody does as a function of their job and freeing them up to do other work.
Yes.
Those are amazing opportunities for us to see an incredible explosion of productivity boosts across enterprises. And AWS is going to be at the frontier because they have the best chips.
I want to double click on something that you said earlier because it's near and dear to my heart, because it really makes the demarcation between like how our kids are growing up and how we think. And the example I like to use is like when I face a problem with another entity, like, making, I don't know, a doctor's appointment, or in my head, because I'm old, I think, oh, there should be an app for that.
Yeah, yeah.
My son, who's 14, does not. He thinks, so there's an AI agent that's going to call the API, dynamically solve the problem ad hoc, and then it's ephemeral and gone.
Yeah.
Because that's how he's thinking about solving problems now.
Absolutely.
And his interface into all of this is through natural language.
Yeah.
And so, I've been trying to teach this kid to code since he was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, unsuccessfully. But now, his relationship to Python doesn't matter. It's different.
Coding is an amazing change that's happening across enterprises. Everywhere, we're hearing reports that upwards of 25% of all code now is being written by large language models in the tech sector.
Wow.
So these are tech companies, and I've heard from Amazon employees that also similar kinds of adoption.
Yeah.
That level of coding change, and to your point, your son's view on what the future looks like here, I see in 2025 huge advancements in the ability for models to write and make effective code, and also make it impossible for us to ship bugs in the first place. I would love to be out of a job as a CISO if software engineers would just stop writing bugs. We would be in a much better world, but I don't think that's going to happen. So what if instead models are looking at the code before we ship it and looking for those vulnerabilities, looking for those flaws, so we're getting to a world where we don't have vulnerabilities in software? That's an amazing opportunity for customers to adopt.
Yeah. Oh, you're preaching to the choir here. Like one of the things I'm most passionate about is the art of shifting left.
Yeah.
Because it's a heck of a lot cheaper to fix a mistake at code inception than in a code review.
Yeah. The latency from the time you press the character to the time you find out you have a bug should be as short as possible.
Yeah.
And if you have your AI agent running in the text editor with you, you get that signal immediately. And I think that's an amazing opportunity for us to have an amazing shift left moment in 2025.
It's huge. I started my career as an integration and test engineer, actually, and we used to write down all of the test cases, and inevitably you didn't think of all of them, right? Because you ship it and you're like, well, we didn't think of that, right? But can you imagine, if this thing was just running every possibility, right? That would actually, that would change the world.
I did not know you were that boring.
I was super boring.
Test it
it's like the worst, right?
It is the worst.
Pages and pages and pages of
no one
use
wants
cases.
to do tests.
No.
Yes.
No.
I started my life as a software engineer, and I have released a number of bugs. So super excited. It's something that is going to fix my mistakes.
Proud of.
I know. I am extremely proud of it. You learn from your mistakes.
That's right. You do. Absolutely.
So did we get any questions on the chat that we want to cover? I don't want to dominate the conversation here.
No, you're not dominating at all. I think this is all interesting. We haven't had anything come through chat, but doesn't mean that it won't be. That's super interesting. You talked about the agents, and the way you see it working in the future is they're going to kind of be an async job that they're going to do. Can you talk a little bit about how you envision that works? Like someone prompts it to do something. How does the user get notified at the end of the day that this async job is gone away?
Yeah, so this is a good question. I think there's a lot of opportunities for people who are adopting AI to make the answer fit their enterprise. So as you think about adopting agents where you work, I gave the example of the airline agent earlier who has to interact with these terrible legacy systems.
Right.
You can imagine a world where they continue to work with a customer verbally while that agent is spending 10 to 15 minutes rebooking the flight, finding the hotels, and all the things that they have to do very manually right now. You can imagine that. I'm making that up. This is just kind of an example. You can also imagine other alternative environments like, let's say, coding. Let's just use coding because I'm already on that space. Or in my field, security.
Yep.
One of the things that has to happen before something ships is we do a security review. And right now, Anthropic already uses models to do a first pass at the security review. We did a Sonnet 3.5 implementation where we look over the design docs and sort of make a reasoning sort of guess about what's going on there. But what if instead the entire launch review process is automated end to end? Or, well, let me just drill into that, and I'll give you an alternative. So at every point along the way, the best time to have a conversation around security is as early as possible, because that's the easiest and cheapest time to make a design decision change. But there are micro moments throughout that engagement where things change, the design doc gets updated, the code that's checked into the repository might not match the design doc anymore. You can imagine a persistent, ever-present agent that is just shepherding the entire launch of that product all the way from inception to launch, watching the entire process unfold, and catching and providing guidance and letting the security team know if there's something that needs a little help. Those are opportunities for a quote intern level of intelligence to sort of be running in the background, and the notification would probably come through email. And in that example, I would assume, or on Slack, or whatever the chat platform. But another case here is compliance. Compliance is also going under a revolution in GenAI. Everyone who works in technology is familiar with these compliance questionnaires. You have these hundreds of questions. The answers are often quite rote. On the receiving side, after you get the answers back, you need to go through all of the answers and look for anything that violates your company's expectations. All of this is already being fully automated by agents. And the way that those user interfaces are working out, I've heard anecdotally that there's agents talking to agents now.
Oh my goodness.
On both sides of that conversation. The way that workflow is working out is, you get an email notification that the process has started. You get an email notification that it's finished, and here are the things that need additional human review. So this is, something where you could just have an opportunity to check in after the workflow is completed.
Again, you think about like where we started our careers and what we imagined was possible, and where we are now. I'm amazed about like imagining what's next after this.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think is really important for people to keep in mind is we are on a growth moment.
Yes. And
everything that I can see makes it look like the growth is going to continue. The Perceptron 1957 is the first, quote, AI neural network. And if you plot a line up through that all the way to today, we see like a 4x year-over-year increase in the amount of compute. And we just announced the Trainium 2 cluster is 5 times larger than any cluster that we've ever had before. It's hard to predict the future, but I can predict that there are going to be bigger models, and they're going to do amazing and impressive things that they can't do today. And it's important that as people are thinking about the future and customers are thinking about adopting Gen AI on their platforms, they plan for what's coming, not what exists today. If you started your Gen AI program today and you were like, well, let's just start with agents because that's what's going on right now. That's what's today. Your program's not going to launch for 6 months. You need to be planning what's going to be 6 months from now, and that's the challenge that all of us in leadership roles need to be thinking about as we're making decisions in the space.
But to be honest, like those experiments are cheap. Like I have my lived-in experience. Generative AI has disrupted even Amazon. Like how we think about product development, how we think about the future, how we think about roadmap. Like it has disrupted everything. And it's the new normal. And the tangible benefits, the money, the people, the experience, and the democratization of innovation. It's exciting. It's exciting.
Yeah, and on that note, I'll just leave you with a parting thought here. There are so many times when I am thinking about adopting a software platform, and I'm thinking, well, in a year, Claude can just write the whole thing from scratch. So, what's the future of that? We need to be thinking about those things now.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that wraps us up with Anthropic. And Jason, thank you so much for joining us. And Julia, amazing debut.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Is this like your
heavy lifting for me on this side?
Yeah. It was like your debutante ball, except without the cool dress. You don't like my dress? Oh, okay. Sorry. I mean, yes.
It's okay.
I mean, but nobody else can see it.
You will make a better one next year.
God. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. Up next, we have Normal from Rackspace. So stay tuned.
Awesome.
we're back.
Welcome to GenAI. We are live from the expo floor at reInvent 2024. We just had an amazing keynote from our CEO, Garmin, with a special guest. Sorry, Matt Garman,
Yes.
with a special guest, Andy Jassy. It was so great to see Andy on stage again.
Yes.
And now we're going to do a little Q&A with our VP of AI and Engineering, Normal. And I'm here with my co-host, Brian.
Yes, I'm a senior solution architect and been with AWS for a little over 6 years and focusing on partners that deal with generative AI solutions. So.
Oh, fantastic. So let's get the ball rolling.
Yes.
So, Normal, is you just got through the keynote.
Yep.
Was there anything about the keynote that you particularly enjoyed?
I heard a lot about data and AI, which
Oh.
was expected, but that's what I live for, so this is good.
Anything in particular?
No, I think just the overall maturing of capabilities, right? The governance side of AI on the data side, bringing in more, talking about MLOps and FMOps, testing
Yes.
evaluation capabilities into the platform. That is very crucial. Being able to expand and run more models on the platform, optimize those models. So those are all great features to have.
So let's dig into, well, how are you thinking about ML ops or FM ops within your organization, and how are your customers thinking about it?
Absolutely. So I think the first part is being able to differentiate those. There's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MLOps has been around for a long time. When you're building your own model, that's really when MLOps comes into play. You go through the various lifecycle stages,
Yeah.
development, training, and then you're doing some evaluation and fine-tuning, and then getting those models deployed. FMOps, if you are building your own foundational model, it's exactly the same things. But there's additional capabilities that come into play. You're not just building your own models. Now you have aspects of, there's a model provider that does that heavy lifting, and then you tend to do more of the fine-tuning. So which is you're skipping steps 1 and 2 in MLOps. You're starting at step 3.
Got it.
And then you still have to deploy those models. So that's kind of where things start to expand and where more people are focused on. And then if you bring LLM ops, which is a subset, then it's a completely different view where you're focused more on the application side of operations as opposed to the true ML side of operations.
So do you find a lot of folks are favoring FM ops now because you're skipping some steps?
Yes, because it's making it easier for more companies to adopt AI and ML because now they don't have to build a model from scratch.
Right.
Oh, well.
So mature organizations have done that in the past. Now this gives the opportunity for more companies to start to adopt AI within the organization.
What are some of the most interesting models that you've seen people build for themselves, or like what are some of the solutions that you see customers experimenting with?
Absolutely. On the traditional model side, you've got all forms of predictive models, classification models, and just a whole series of things. But where the interesting innovation is happening is, how do I build new foundation models that can potentially transform my business? And we like the very early stages of those. Last 2 years, we've seen a lot of, I've got my LLM model and other foundational models. I'm starting to apply them, but now people are realizing there's more to it than just, say, text translation, text generation, image generation. It's how do I apply that in the business context? And I think the key aspect is a lot of companies out there, the whole business could be based on the foundation of a foundational model.
The whole business?
Yes, there's opportunities there. I'll give you an example. So a company that is, you can think of them as like the Google for experimental research. So meaning when I'm looking for patents, so patent research, I'm doing research on sort of new molecules and things like that. And a lot of that information today gets encoded by people, right? You've got PhDs that are providing that information. So people that are using their service are getting the benefit of those, say, 50, 100 odd PhDs. Now, if I can build a model that encodes that knowledge, then that forms the core of my business. And I can start to expand on that model and continue to grow and improve that much more quickly than I can grow my PhDs.
Wow. Super interesting.
That is, I didn't even, that is a fascinating idea. I mean, because one of the biggest challenges with medical research in general is you only publish success.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so that holds us back because you can't, it's hard to celebrate failure when it's publish or die.
Yeah.
But this allows you to fail faster and less expensively.
Yes.
And the failure scenarios, that is truly valid, and which is where when we talk about operations evaluation, being able to ensure that you're generating the correct outputs becomes much more critical.
Yeah. And as we move into the future, when we were talking about Gen AI ops, right? Back in the day, I will say back in the day, like 3 years ago, there was this push to have these like roles of DevOps and applications developers work together on these things.
Yep.
So as we move into this whole pattern of Gen AI ops, what do those roles look like in the future? What do DevOps and application developers roles look like? And then who else are the key players and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so that landscape is changing pretty rapidly.
Wow.
Every application is going to have some form of AI capability, if not already, in the next year or two. So what that means is I've got my traditional software engineers and developers. You've got your SRE DevOps folks. So those roles don't necessarily change. There's additional capabilities that get added to them. So an SRE is now also responsible not just for like application deployment, but also the performance of inferencing. So inferencing becomes another pillar. I think Matt mentioned about that.
Wow.
So that is a key consideration when we consider core platform.
Right.
For the application developer, you're not building deterministic software now.
Yes.
You're getting into undeterministic, right? Because with the models, it's not 100% predictable. So what are the additional checks and balances I do have to introduce into the platform? And then this also introduces new testing options. So I really can't test for a single truth value now.
Right.
I've got to test for a range of possibilities. So incorporating evaluation frameworks as part of your application becomes key. So it's not just something that an ML engineer or an AI engineer does.
Yeah.
Every application developer's got to do that now, and QA.
You're touching on something that's very near and dear to my heart as well, is the evolution of roles within technology. Like in the past year has been staggering. And I love that you use the word non-deterministic because like the database people have arrived to Gen AI. They just got to the party. And I can't tell you how many times they were like, what do you mean it's non-deterministic? Like, well, no. It's like having a buddy that has suggestions, but your buddy's not always right.
Yeah. Exactly.
They really don't like that.
No, it's going to be hard for a lot of people to kind of fathom it. But at the same time, you've got to be cautious, right? We just can't release non-deterministic code out there for everybody to consume. Then you're going to have a whole lot of problems.
Yeah.
So, I mean, have you found this to be true within Rackspace, or how is Rackspace evolving in light of all of these changes?
So, two parts. One, what we're doing within the business, like as a corporation. So we are incorporating AI into a bunch of our internal services. And part of that, everything we talked about, right? How we're organizing team structures to go build these newer applications, even update existing ones that incorporates AI. So incorporating new roles. So I have what we call an AI steward that takes care of the engineering work, the model building, model fine-tuning aspects. Then I've got a quality steward that focuses more not just on application quality, but also the responsive use of AI and also the responsible generation of the requests, evaluating the outputs of these models.
Yeah.
So those things start to change. And then we take those same concepts, we apply that for customers as well, because, I mean, if I look at myself as a customer, these are the things I need to do to be successful. Our customers need to do the same things.
I love the word steward because, you know, at Amazon, we've got bar raisers. We've got a bar raiser for a lot of different things, not only hiring, but API bar raisers. Yeah. And it does feel like that human in the loop part of governance is where I see a lot of customers and organizations incorporating. But I like the word steward a little bit more than bar raising.
Right. Yes.
Because it's like a cultivator or a curator.
Exactly.
Or I don't know.
But it's the governance aspect as well, right? Because now it's not just about building software and building tools. it's also how do you do that responsibly, which is where the steward sort of infuses that governance aspect into everything that you do.
Wow.
So it's not, governance shouldn't be a separate after the fact or before the fact, right? It should be incorporated day in, day out.
And I think governance is also getting blurrier because 3 years ago, like customers would have their own governance model, and then they would shoehorn our shared security model into their governance model. But now some aspects of governance are a part of managed services, and it gets blurry.
It does.
Like it gets blurry, especially at the speed of innovation. Look, we make a big deal at reInvent. It was like, woo, we're launching a bunch of stuff, but we're launching stuff every week now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you keep your own team like integrated with the latest and greatest, and then incorporating the decision of buy or build or what to do next?
Absolutely. So, I mean, one thing, we work closely with AWS. We work with the partner teams. We work with the product teams. For example, some of the new models that's coming out or came out, we were their early beta testers. So we were evaluating those newer models, newer solutions, and how that could be applied for customers, providing critical feedback to the AWS product teams. That's step one. Then we start to take that and look at where our customers today, who can we take those innovations to? And then we have conversations with those customers and then sort of apply those. The build versus buy decision, that's always a moving target. If you ask me, like last year, I'd say most of it is going to be build, because the buy was not quite there. Whatever you could buy was maybe 50% there. You look at this year, I'm leaning more buy, at least for some of the basic scenarios.
Right.
I don't need to go build a model or a solution to help my developers generate code, right? That's just out of the box. A year and a half back, everybody was building their own generative AI tool or solution. You don't need that. I can just take Amazon Q, connect it to all my data sources. A year back, I couldn't apply or run automation with Q. Now I can run automation. So what we were building a year back, and now I'm going to say, go buy, right? You don't have to build. And then where build comes is build shifts further, right? So now you start to apply build to more innovative ideas, more the business transformative scenarios.
More personalization.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not only for the business, but for people.
For people as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So on that note, we have someone who asked a question. So let's try to pull it up on the screen. All right. So someone asked, as someone who is at a career change, cloud engineer, architect seems an attractive space. How can I learn for 6 months from now? So basically, they want to know what should they be learning now in order to become that cloud architect or that DevOps role that we talked about earlier.
Absolutely. So I'd start with your cloud foundations. So that's going to be critical. So what you need for a cloud architect today, learn those things.
Yes.
A lot of those things are not going away.
Yeah.
So all your best practices, we take just the WAR principles, resiliency, and how do you best architect cloud solutions. So those are important. But now in addition to that, you have to also consider how does AI impact the solutions? How can I go build autonomous solutions as opposed to some more managed solutions? So that's where things are moving. And again, this is where I go with the fact that you don't just need ML developers or AI engineers anymore. Everybody, every form of developer, QA, every form of technical role, and non-technical roles as well, need to be able to understand AI, apply that within their practice. And again, the application is going to be different. So for a cloud architect, it's more considerations on how do I apply the true AI ops, right? The original AI ops, where it's more about detecting anomalies in infrastructure and services. Yeah. So that's critical now. You're going to go to apply that. You have to apply AI in security. As a cloud architect, you need to understand how AI is impacting security, both from an offensive and defensive purpose, because AI is also providing more, enabling more capabilities to do more harm on the security front. So you need to be aware of those aspects.
Yeah. And I find one key thing that, it helps me when I try to decide, what should I be doing? And I think the key thing that I focus on is being okay with change, being okay with learning new things, and not sticking to my thought, this is always right. I think because everything is changing, there's always going to be change. And if you're okay with that and okay with learning, I think you're going to be fine, in my opinion.
I think so. I mean, again, going back 3 years,
Yeah.
you are okay if you're adapting in, say, a year, 2 years time frame.
Yes.
Now you've got to adapt in like 2 months, 3 months.
Exactly. You have to be okay.
That's what it's become.
Yeah.
When I think about like folks that are like studying computer science in college now, a lot of my colleagues, their kids come home from college and say, so I'm not going to do that anymore. I mean, so computer, because coding is dead.
Yeah.
And as a technologist, I'm like, I don't know, it's time yet. I don't know if we're there yet.
Not quite there yet. But that's one of my favorite topics. I've got a 10-year-old, and what I'm coaching him, again, he's got more time before he gets to college. But what I'm having him focus, and this is what I advise folks that are in college as well, is don't worry about the programming languages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Understand, again, 101, computer fundamentals,
Yeah.
understand that.
Yes.
Because only once you understand that, can you apply that in practice.
Yes.
Programming, it's a language after all, and through automation, code generation, that's going to be simplified for you. But it's not going to solve it 100%, right? It'll get you like 80%.
Yes.
So critical thinking, analytical skills, leadership, that is what is important. That is what is going to get you ahead of the pack. Because everybody is going to be able to generate the same quality of code with a model. So what differentiates you?
And creativity and grit.
Creative, yes.
Yes.
Because I mean, if you're able to go from intent of
Yeah.
whatever you want to create, not even from a development side,
Yeah.
but you just want to imagine this thing
Yep.
Yes.
in the world, then we have democratized that so much that I think we're going to see even a shift in education to focus more on creativity because all of the tools are taken
Yes.
care of. So
Yep.
really, what was the intent to begin with? And then when it doesn't work, keep trying.
Agreed. And earlier, you needed people that can program. You don't need that.
Right.
So with that block remote, you can really think about programming becoming more commoditized.
Yeah.
And everybody being able to go build things for themselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm old. I remember when everybody was building an app for iPhone. Do you remember that? Like
Yep.
everybody was
Everybody
like,
was- yeah.
I built my own app over the weekend. I think that's what's going to, I mean, like, it's going to happen again, except it's not going to be apps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be a builder.
It is.
Yes. Yeah. Just a build in a new sense.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
A build in the old sense meant you knew programming.
Laying bricks.
And yes, laying bricks. Now it's less of laying bricks and just imagine something to fruition.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but my kids are super into Minecraft. And they've always been into Minecraft. And even automating Minecraft now is... No, seriously, it's fascinating because...
That's big business now.
I know, because I mean, like Minecraft used to be, well, it was a lot like
Yeah.
virtual Legos, and now, like they program, they imagine, and everything is faster. They trade houses, and like
Yeah.
it's this like Second Life situation where it used to be laying bricks.
Yeah.
All right, so we are just about at time. I just want to. Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. This has been a wonderful
Yeah.
conversation. So thank you.
Absolutely. Your perspective on ops of the future is inspiring. And I really appreciate your perspective on differentiating the build versus buy discussion. I think that's super useful.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Gable from Compass up next. So thank you very much for joining us. We're going to scoop us up and be right back as soon as we switch out folks.
Sounds good. Yeah. Thanks, Rory.
right.
Thanks, Brian.
All right.
Thank you.
Good to have you guys. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back to Generative AI Live. My name is Brian Terry, and we are here at live at reInvent 2024. And I'm here with my good friend Rory. I'll let her introduce herself.
I'm Rory Richardson. I'm the Director of Go-to-Market for Amazon Q Developer. Super excited about all the great announcements that we made this morning, and there's more to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. And today we're going to be talking to Gabriel. He's the head of AWS Business Unit. So I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here, Brian. I am the Global AWS Practice Director and head of the AWS Business Unit for Compass URL. And again, happy to be here.
Oh, super excited.
Can you tell us a little bit what the heck is Compass?
Yeah, sure. So Compass is a system integrator and now becoming an ISV for the AWS Partnership that is based in San Francisco. We started working in Brazil and then moved to the US and now all over Latin America, providing AI transformation to our customers.
Awesome. I mean, that is super cool. So, what has been your most exciting part about reInvent so far? I know it's only been like a day, but...
There's so much happening in one day, right?
Yeah.
So, I believe the things that were presented today by Matt Garman is quite connected to what I'm going to talk more here on how generative AI is transforming the software engineering industry.
Yeah.
And I believe this is something that is quite interesting for us to discuss more.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm interested in just diving deep into that. So let's talk a little bit about generative AI and software engineering. So how is generative AI like revolutionizing like software engineering, and where does that go in the future?
Yeah, let's paint the context a little bit. If you understand that companies that don't have digital modern solutions won't be able to keep up with the pace of the market and adapt to what is coming, they will probably become irrelevant at some point in the market. In that, I believe it will happen in all the industries. I'm not talking about IT in specialty, but as a whole. So it's important for these companies to start providing solutions faster. It is important for them to modernize what they have so they can provide better features for their customers. And I understand that generative AI, as much as it's still starting to provide return of investment, it's helping us to tip the balance on this software delivery lifecycle and in the modernization to provide these features faster and then provide a better experience to their customers.
So when it comes to like your day job,
you know about my night job?
well, how are you guys like augmenting the experience for software development, and then what's your vision of where that's going to go?
Yeah, sure. Let me tell a story that will think will.
I love stories.
Yes.
That will frame what I want to say better. We've been working with a lot of banks and financial sector companies for the past a year and a half on top of their most challenging situation, that is, how do they modernize their mainframes? Because let's go back to that. Companies like these banks that operate with a huge amount of workloads on mainframe, they take so much time to provide new features to their customers that they are having a really hard time coming from digital banks that are so much faster in doing so. So what we're doing here is we created this platform, this product called AI Cockpit, soon to be available in the next couple of weeks on AWS Marketplace, but it's already tested in the field with these banks, with a couple of dozens of companies, where it's providing 50 to 60% on efficiency gain on moving from mainframe to a modern architecture in cloud.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And how does it tackle that problem?
So when you make things easier, faster, and cheaper to move things to the cloud, to modernize your architectures, you actually are turning these projects feasible. Because when you look at mainframe modernization, and I will quote what Matt Garman just said on his keynote, this is quite a challenge, right? And there's no like one magic button that will shift everything to the cloud and have it all done. But if you reduce the amount of effort, the amount of cost, the amount of time that you're taking to do so, then now it's actually possible to do in a much smaller time frame, and you start actually to see the results as your customers experience a better service.
So when you're thinking about planning, how important is your partnership with AWS? Because, I mean, like the last thing you want is a surprise.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's quite important. Everything that we've been doing in the past, I don't know, 7, 8 years, moves around what we do in our partnership with AWS. What AWS is providing to us, like, for example, our whole structure, our whole platform runs on top of AWS services and AWS AI technologies. And the support that we're receiving from AWS teams on R&D technologies, go-to-market, this is what's helping us actually grow in the pace that we need to grow.
So you're the plus one to, well, what AWS builds?
Yeah, definitely. I would say everybody talks about the 1 + 1 = 3, right? But I like to think of that more as 1 + 1 = 100 or 1,000, because we need to be exponential on the value that we're generating. Yeah. And the way that I see how we are positioning ourselves on bringing now not just our services, but our platforms to AWS Marketplace is a way to get even more connected to the AWS ecosystem and to the AWS whole network.
Man, this is super interesting stuff. I mean, it's all moving so fast. I can remember 18 months ago when generative AI was really hot with just chatbots. People were trying to figure out, what do you do with this technology? And here we're like using generative AI to like move mainframes and write code. This is interesting stuff.
Yeah, and when you think about this challenge, this is not something for tomorrow. This is right now. If we don't start getting our services better, and I mean not just Compass or AWS or technology, I mean all industries, we're going to become irrelevant to those that will actually do this, right? So when we created AI Cockpit, what we wanted to do is exactly that, how we provide all this knowledge on top of AI to accelerate this for every company. Not just what I'm talking about, banks and mainframe, but every company. And by the way, if we have a space here, I wanted to show a little bit more of how AI Cockpit actually operates. We have a video that we can provide. We'll show some details because just introducing real quick, it's important at this time that we're still validating the returns of generative AI in the market to have well-validated value generated, right? And this is what we have with AI Cockpit. It's already tested in the field. Like I said, it's not theoretical. Wow. So I want to show more about how it works. So what you're seeing in the screen, this is COBOL code from Car Demo from AWS. What our platform does, it's not translating COBOL code or Clipper code or PHP or whatever legacy code you might have to Java or React. What it actually does is understands the code, writes all the business and technical documentation, and from it, it designs a new application from the scratch.
Wow.
This is what it does.
That's super interesting.
You can see how it operates. AI Cockpit is operating as a plugin to VS Code because we want to be closer to the developer, right? The developer needs to feel like this is a tool that will not disrupt the way they think, but it will actually increase their capability of delivering value faster. So once they are connected, you're seeing how the codes were submitted and we're generating all the documentations. It will create the user stories on Jira or whatever tool you're using. This is fully integrated. So every developer will receive what they need to work on. They will receive the user stories. And on top of that, AI Cockpit will generate the code so they can start their work. So they will be able to curate the Java code and build whatever new functionalities is needed to do so, as you can see.
This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love the idea of it combining or at least having the developer in the loop of the process of this whole migration, right? It doesn't leave them out to say, oh, it's just going to generate the code and everything's going to work, but it actually puts them in a place to make it great.
We don't want to replace developers, right? We want to make them become super developers.
Yeah.
This is much more interesting. You don't want to remove the human from the process because this is quite important. You just want to take out of him everything, or from them, everything that is not like fun to do.
Muck.
Yeah, exactly.
Muck. And there's so much muck in your day-to-day life as a developer that you spend time in JIRA tickets and unnecessary code reviews if you don't have a way to just clean up muck. And honestly, a lot of the muck gets delegated to the lowest man on the totem pole when it comes to like the noobs getting the biggest chunk of the muck. So we're finding like it's kind of a huge leveling agent between folks that are early career, they're new, and some of the master builders that actually have 10, 20 years experience. Is they're able to get closer, because a lot of that low-level baseline muck is now automated and generated by tools.
Exactly, because it's not fun being that person, right?
No.
It's not fun. We all have been that person. Everyone that worked with software development have been that person, and it's not fun.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of getting someone a coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much.
Yeah.
So can you share any like real world impacts or examples where you've helped customers with their transformations?
Yeah, for sure. Again, if we talk about the banks that we're working, and it's important to say it doesn't work only with banks.
Right.
But when you are connected to an industry that you have the know-how of the line of business, it helps a lot on delivering more value. And financial sector is one of our main capabilities. So when we work with some of the banks that we were working in South America, and again, they're experiencing 50 to 60% increase in efficiency on migrating to the cloud, their mainframe applications. We have examples. I don't know really how it works with banks in the US, the example I will give, but I think it's pretty much the same. You log into your account using your bank account number and a PIN or something. Digital banks are moving from this to now you can log in with your social security number because it's way easier. You already know that number.
Right.
For the old bank to move from one
identification system
exactly to another, it took them like months to do so.
Yeah.
Now it's taking them like 1 or 2 weeks.
Really? Identity's
that's
hard.
The difference.
To be honest, I find identity to be the cornerstone of generative AI, like how you're setting up governance or permissions. Identity's tough, and it's not changing as fast as the generative AI. So to be able to ease that pain, that's huge.
And it should, right? Because it's what connects us as human beings. It's our identity.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things you don't want to muck with. I mean, that's a high-stakes game.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what does the future hold for you guys? What, if you were imagining where your organization's going to be, like a year or two from now, paint me a picture of where your North Star is.
Yeah, at this point, we are pretty known as a professional services company in South America and starting to build our credentials in the US. What I see from 1 or 2 years from now is not just being seen as a professional service company, but actually a strong ISV that provides not just the knowledge, but the tools for AI transformation for our customers. This is where I'm seeing Compass heading.
Well, what about when you run out of mainframes?
We're never going to do that.
Oh, come on.
We're quite far from that, but you don't see AI Cockpit just as a mainframe modernization tool. What it does is accelerating the whole process of creating digital products.
Yeah.
So once you have modernized everything you have, or part of it, it also helps you goes from designing your business all the way to the end of having your code in the cloud much faster.
I have a question for you about that,
sure.
the modernization. So when we talk about modernization, or at least code modernization, we're going from one language to another. What are some of the most popular languages companies want to get to when they modernize their current languages?
We've seen pretty much all the modernizations that we're doing are going to always Java, right? Like still Java.
Still Java.
A lot of React. And a couple of companies are trying to go to not so traditional languages like Go or Ruby or Python.
Wait, you've seen financial customers want to Go?
Hey, I'm a Go guy.
Yeah.
I see why.
No offense, you ain't a bank.
I know it's hard to believe.
Sorry, Go guys.
But it happens sometimes. Not too much, but it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very cool.
At least you didn't say Rust.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a Rust guy.
I'm surrounded by Go on one side and Rust on the other. I tell you, I wrote COBOL in college.
Come on.
I like function-based languages.
Hey, that's what Go is.
Sort of.
You know, I have a friend that says that Rust is like C++ if it was done right.
I heard that about Go.
Now we have entered the developer smack talk section of Generative AI Live. And for those of you who aren't hardcore developers, this is every party I've ever gone to with a developer. Ever.
Nice.
Yeah, and this is the danger I talked about. You have to be flexible. Like, I love Go, but I can't say it's the right way to do things for the rest of here time to go. You have to be flexible, right? So,
exactly. Because, and going back to the generative AI part, generative AI is not a silver bullet that will solve all the problems. Like Go, Rust, or whatever programming language you're using, there's not just one right answer. It's important to have options and combine them to provide the best results for each given scenario. And AI Cockpit is just one of them, and it uses several different LLMs that runs on top of Bedrock to provide different combinations that will give you better results generally.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to scoop us up because we got to get ready for our next guest. Gabriel, thank you so much for spending time with us. This has been absolutely fascinating, talking about the application side of how you are practically seeing the results in software engineering and transformation. Wish you the best of luck in spreading the word and the transformation in the U.S. and other markets. Thank you very much for coming to see us. And up next, we have Arvind, the CEO from Glean. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back to GenAI Live here at reInvent. I am one of your hosts, Rory Richardson. I'm a director of go-to-market for Q Developer. Been with AWS about 12 years, and I gotta tell you, this is my favorite technology I've worked on so far. And I'm here with my co-host, Brian. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Brian Terry. I'm a senior solution architect focusing on generative AI partners. And I'm super excited to be here today. And by the way, we are live. So if you have questions, please post them in the chat and we'll answer them live.
I am so glad you remembered that.
Yeah.
Good job. All right, we are here with our very special guest, Arvind, who is the CEO of Glean. And as we're talking about the future of generative AI and its practical application, Glean's one of those partners that is really top of mind, well, especially for me, because I work on Q.
Yeah.
So, Arvind, can you tell us a little bit about what Glean does?
Yeah, so think of Glean like Google or ChatGPT, but inside your company. Glean is a product that employees can go to and ask any questions that they have. And we use all of your internal company's data and knowledge to help you with those questions, provide you instant answers to your questions. So in some sense, you can think of it as that superset of ChatGPT Enterprise, a tool that's connected with all of the world's knowledge, as well as all of his internal private company knowledge, and then help people with that knowledge get answers, do work with AI on this platform.
Oh my gosh, you said some things that are very attractive, and you also said some things that were very, very scary.
I see.
So let's talk about the scary stuff first. Like, how do you maintain the governance and protect certain areas of information but give exposure to others? Because honestly, that's what I hear from customers all the time, that they're most afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's actually one of the core technology elements of Glean, is when we actually connect with all of your enterprise systems, to understand the knowledge inside of those systems. The other thing that we do is also figure out, the permission model and governance architecture of those applications. For any given document or ticket or conversation, who are the people who can actually access that information? And this is, built into our technology at the very core. So when you come and ask questions in Glean, you have to be signed in with your enterprise identity. Glean knows who you are, and then it's only going to use the subset of that company knowledge and data that you have permissions for. And it's going to use that to then make AI work on it to actually produce answers back for you. So that's sort of one thing that we do. It's very important, it's difficult, and you have to sort of do this across hundreds of different enterprise applications, understand their governance model and architecture. But it actually goes even beyond that. Oftentimes, enterprises have a lot of data and knowledge, and they're not adequately protected it. Like in the world.
I'm shocked. You mean people don't set up identity and security properly within their organization?
A lot of content. Think about an enterprise. That's been running for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
A lot of these concepts didn't even exist about identity.
I was being sarcastic, by the way. I don't know if you could tell.
Of course. So you have to you have to actually get the enterprise to become AI ready. So that's actually one of the big things that we do is actually also understand what information is actually not protected, with your access control mechanisms and governance, and make sure that in AI. The problem is that in the world before AI, nobody cared about this stuff. Nobody could find anything anyway. So even if there were these gaps in governance, it didn't matter. But now they become important, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to actually ensure that any AI solutions that you deploy are able to actually understand people and their roles and what information they should really have access to. And so any gaps, you have to sort of actually cover for those in AI. So that's another thing that we do at Glean.
I like to tell people it's a lot like preparing your house for a caffeinated toddler.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
If they're particularly, determined, they're going to climb on stuff. If they're creative and they're determined,
absolutely,
that's what it feels like. Is because generative AI is iterative and it learns. Absolutely. And so if it tries one way, it doesn't make it. It's maybe trying a different way in order to access the information in order to move forward. So the cleanup process, cleaning up your house before the toddler comes in. Yeah. How long does that take customers to think through to make sure that they feel comfortable giving employees all of that access?
Well, just like house cleaning, this is not a process that you do one time. You have to.
I don't know what you're talking about there either.
so you have to, of course, you have to keep doing it. And I think that's actually an interesting thing. We've been working with some of the world's largest enterprises, and some of them have this mindset that, hey, look, I'm not deploying any AI technology right now. First, I'm going to actually clean my house, right? I'm going to actually protect content, secure it. And that approach actually doesn't work. You have to, but it's just too hard. You have, large enterprises have more than 1 billion documents. How are you going to actually go and figure this out? So this has to be all automatic, and it has to be real time. It has to always work. So our approach is that, well, it doesn't matter. You don't have to actually go and clean the house right now. You deploy Glean, and we will actually, do that cleaning in real time. In the sense that, somebody comes and asks a question.
Ooh, it's the Glean clean.
Yeah. Exactly. So you have
That's your new marketing campaign right there.
I love that, actually. I'm getting a lot of good ideas. But that's how it works. Let's say somebody asks a question. And we then we sort of look around your entire all the enterprise systems. So we figure out interesting information that answers that question. But then we say, hey, wait a minute, this person is a software developer, and somehow the information that they're trying to use has employee PII, and they don't have any business knowing that information. So we're going to mask it in real time. And not let the user use that information. So that's sort of one thing. So when you have all these AI solutions, Glean serves as this horizontal AI platform. Yeah. All AI access happens through this platform, and we can implement these controls there and bring safety. So. And while we discover that, hey, look, there was this sensitive document that only HR team should have access to, but somehow this engineer had access to it. Yeah. We will also, do reporting back to our customers and say that, hey, look, we're finding these gaps. Go and clear them, but you can clear them, at your own pace. But while you're doing that, we're already making sure that the AI applications and agents that you're deploying are not exposing or leaking that information.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much of a showstopper that has been in a lot of organizations, because they're paralyzed because their house was messy.
Yeah.
And, you know, and they knew it.
Yeah.
And so they were like, well, we just can't move forward. But being able to offer that path, super important.
Yeah.
And then if you layer on different permission systems within, especially larger or older organizations, because you've got some that were big fans of item level permissions in the database. Then you have some that are like, you know, permissions exist at the API.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe it's a combination of the two, but it's messy. It's messy in real life.
Yes, messy house.
Yeah.
So how do you do that heterogeneous like assessment of where the permissions should live? And then, because you've got to make some recommendations in order to say, all right, this is a first, second, third approach of how you're going to do this.
Yeah. Well, look, you know, your enterprise data and knowledge is sitting across like hundreds or thousands of different systems. They're all in place already. You're not going to be replacing them, right? Each one of them has their own permission models, how they protect information, and you have to just understand that. So like when we provide a secure AI experience, that's the work that we've done over the last 6 years, is building those very deep integrations into each one of these enterprise systems. So just like, you know, as an example, you know, we connect with tools like Salesforce, Slack, ServiceNow, Workday, Confluence, Jira, you know, SharePoint, OneDrive, Google Drive, right? All of these systems have, every one of those have their own unique permission model.
Yeah.
And you have to actually, you know, integrate deeply with these systems to understand that. And that's how we then, you know, make sure that when somebody comes and asks questions, in Glean AI Assistant, we're going to actually enforce those permissions correctly because we understand, like, you know, how permissions work. And so that's the approach that you have to take. So this is not about like fixing anything. This is about just obeying, like, you know, whatever governance rules that you have actually put in place. And then the other stuff that we talked about is above and beyond that, which is that when you see that you didn't protect something, well, AI will still protect it.
Totally. And you mentioned something that is also super important that I think a lot of folks don't necessarily understand, and it's the role of connectors.
Yeah.
In the world that existed 3 years ago, enterprise search. Because building AI on top of enterprise search or in conjunction with enterprise search is highly reliant on the quality of those connectors.
Absolutely, yeah. In fact, actually, if you think about search, the role of search is actually broadened in the enterprise. Like one, of course, like, you know, search as a product on its own is very useful to every employee. Like, you know, people spend a third of their time looking for information. So Glean makes that super easy for people. Like, you know, one place, you know, I don't have to remember anymore, like, where to go and find things. I go to this one system, I ask questions, I get my answers, right? And the hard work is done by the Glean search algorithms and the AI, together. But any other AI application that you're trying to build in the enterprise, like, you know, for example, any, you know, agents that you build on Q or any agents that you build on the Glean platform directly, all of them also rely on search as a core foundation, in that technology stack. Because look, you know, all these language models that we're seeing, like, you know, whether it's Claude or GPT or Gemini, like, these models are all trained on the world's knowledge. They don't know anything about your enterprise knowledge, right? So if you want the magic of these technologies to happen inside your enterprise, you have to bridge that gap. You have to actually connect your enterprise information with these models. And search is actually the core technology that actually serves as that glue. Like, you know, it brings that technology for the models to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're preaching my favorite sermon here, because internet search is not the same as enterprise search, because what's popular on the internet is not the same as what's popular when we do a search on Amazon.
Of course not.
My favorite example of this is IDE. See, at Amazon, that's diversity. That's inclusion, diversity, and equality.
Yeah.
In my head, and in my world, that's where you write code.
Yes.
It's very different.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a context of, are we talking about my personal persona or my work persona?
Yeah. That's a big part of, again, like, you know, the way Glean works inside the enterprise is that, well, we talked a lot about connecting, you know, to all of your enterprise information and data. But that's only step one. You know, understanding governance and permissions for safety, that's step two. But the real meat is in understanding this information, understanding your enterprise jargon, right? You mentioned, you know, we have, you know, in our company, we have something called LBLA. which stands for look back, look ahead. And it's like, I don't know who came up with that name, but that's basically we're referring to, this is basically our all hands or town hall. And you got to understand that. Like, so, if I look for, if I'm a new person, I'm looking for like, the all hands meeting, you have to actually pick up this LBLA, thing, back, right? So understanding enterprise information and context, that's a big part of actually making AI work in the enterprise. And it's not just about information; it's about people. It's about connections between people and knowledge. What knowledge matters to what folks inside the company. All of those things have to be put together. So we build this very deep knowledge graph inside the enterprise. And then, when you come in and ask questions, we know who you are, and we're able to actually surface the right information back to you and make our AI work on it.
Okay, because we've talked so much about search and discovery, and let's talk a little bit about your partnership with AWS, because, obviously we're doing stuff with Q that clearly overlaps with what you're doing.
Yeah.
How are you the plus one to the AWS experience, or what is that relationship like?
Well, so first, look, Glean is actually built on AWS as one of our cloud partners, right? So the entire technology stack, we use all the different AWS technologies underneath, whether it is S3, whether it's, your RDS and other systems. We also use Bedrock heavily. We're not a large language model company, so our job is to actually make these models work for you in an easy way. So we also connect with Bedrock LLMs, like Claude, as the core reasoning and generation engine. And then, the way you can think of, the way Q and Glean can work together is, when you can deploy Glean in your AWS VPC, you can use Glean as the way to connect, your enterprise information into your, overall Bedrock agents and Q agents framework. And so now you can actually have an agent that you're building in Bedrock, use some of that enterprise content that comes through Glean, because we actually, act as a Bedrock knowledge source or an action agent that allows you to sort of both fetch information from those systems as well as you take actions inside those systems, and you can do it all in the developer platform that of your choice. If you want to actually develop on top of Q, or if you want to develop on top of our Glean agent builder, both options are available to you.
What sort of agents do people build?
Well, that list is, quite long. So I think let's talk about persona by persona. In engineering teams, we have our customers building code review agents or this, troubleshooting and debugging, agents. Like one of my favorite ones, is where engineers spend so much time not writing code, and I hate that. I want them to write more technology. And so one of the places where they spend a lot of time is root cause analysis and debugging. You're on call, the system is not working and alerts are firing, and you have to figure out why. And AI does a great job at that. So Glean, people have built these root cause analysis agents that they integrate right into your on-call dashboards. And they most of the times they're able to actually match those issues with other issues and do root cause analysis. And so your work is done spending hours. You can just look at what happened and then move on, to the next alert. Then sales teams, they actually use, Glean quite creatively to build agents. There are agents that people have written to write follow-up emails to customers, to do 360 research on it. Before you're going to have a meeting, can you get a capsule of information, again pulled from all of your enterprise context, so they can run that meeting effectively. So many it's sort of the most amazing thing, which I think is the true unlock, is that you don't have to be a developer anymore. You can be a business owner, and you're trying to actually do a certain task or process, and now you can actually just say that, hey, can I actually build this process? Say it in English, and with our agent builder, it'll actually go and create an AI agent automatically for you based on that simple instruction that you gave in English. Connect to tools, bring data from them, do analysis on it. All that stuff can be done by non-developers.
I think it's a huge game changer for how you work. And I'm not a developer at Amazon, and I tell you, that would be a game changer for me in organizing my team and my day.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We sure appreciate hearing for like what Glean is doing on the cutting edge of how you're helping organizations become more efficient, more productive, and changing the world one agent at a time.
Thank you so much.
I love that.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, we're going to be right back. We're going to be talking with Avi from Isera. Look forward to hearing from you. Please type your questions into the chat. We'd love to incorporate some live action communication. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to this episode of GenAI here at reInvent 2024.
You forgot what year it was.
It's been a long day. My name is Brian Terry, and I'm a Senior Partner Solution Architect here at AWS, and I'm focused on generative AI partners. And I'm here with my good friend, Rory.
Well, we're friends now.
Yes, we are friends now.
So we are on the floor of our Expo Center here at reInvent. I have been sitting next to Brian for several hours because we are giving you the latest and greatest from our partners that are incorporating generative AI to make solutions for customers. So today we have Abhi. Abhi, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, no, sure. Abhi Maheshwari, CEO Isera. We are a company about 300 people based in Palo Alto. And we do agentic AI for enterprise for all domains.
All domains?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to name them domains, see if you do it.
Yeah, so it starts from IT and HR. And, you know, some of our customers have extended from IT and HR to customer side, CX, which we call it. So those are the three main verticals which we have operated.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. And we are really live here, so if you have questions, please type them in. We'll try to get them in and answer them live here on camera, so definitely.
So when you're saying that you help enterprises create agents, what sort of agents do enterprises are they looking for?
Yeah, so look, the company was formed about 5 years ago, and we've been on the similar vision of creating a cognitive layer for enterprise. You think about the current architecture of an enterprise, you know, all SaaS application, many point solutions, you know, sitting on data. But we always believed in that if you can augment intelligence to employee and decision making and actions, that could significantly accelerate innovation and help enterprise execute, serve their customers, their employees better. And we are after that vision. It's a big vision. We started with, an architecture which is now evolving into agentic. We generally sit for IT, HR, and customer, and we try to automate agents, for those functions. Like simple request for IT could be password reset, or access for applications, or onboarding of employees, offboarding of employees, similar things like that.
So when an enterprise is looking and it's like, it'd be great if this could be automated, or it would be great if this was an agent. Walk me through the process or the customer journey of how y'all scope out what projects to take on, for enterprises, or what the enterprise really wants to do. How do they determine like a build versus buy decision, how bespoke it is?
Yeah, no, good question. Look, I think, first of all, the agentic is very early on in the process, right? We've been at it. We started our hyperflows, which are today called as agents, last year. So we have a benefit of, our 3, 4, 5 years of experience, as well as starting agentic last year, early on in the enterprise. The way, after the experience we had, with many companies, we look at it as a digital employee for an enterprise. Like, think about an employee. You would hire an employee, he would have first IT and HR onboarding, understand the data policies and practice. That's how we generally have gone in enterprise, saying, look, if we have access to all the applications, we can do access management, enable people. We have roles and responsibilities from the HR data. If you have automated those two domains, you can automate the whole enterprise. We have generally gone with that approach. We generally advise our customers. We have many Fortune 1000 customers today. We generally advise them for start small in these two domains. If we are able to automate for you your 80, 90% of your mundane task, then you can think about your external facing use cases, and every company is evolving through that process.
Interesting.
Very, very early still.
Wow.
So you said something that I've heard that really resonated with me, which was mundane task.
Yeah.
Because, I can't tell you how many customers I wish, especially this year, they're like, oh, we're going to do this with generative AI. And it was something public facing, something high risk, and something very humanistic.
Yeah.
Whereas starting with the mundane task seems much lower risk, but also better ROI.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, ROI is given in AI. If you are doing it right with the application layer which we offer to enterprise, we start with, based on your data and your case management data or your transactional data, we think your top 20 requests, like 80-20 rule, 80% of the things which your employees are asking or they are fulfilling here is the list. And we can go and automate that, in first couple of months. So we do that analysis. But to me, it's a little bit bigger than ROI. ROI generally, every AI company is leading with, 5 to 7x ROI. If you're spending $1 on AI, you are going to get cost reduction, productivity of, 7 to 8x over a period of 12 months. But to me, the bigger vision is, I call it ROM, which is like return for your mission. If you stand for something as an enterprise, we can help you accelerate towards that mission. I go to CIOs, and when I talk to them today, CIOs' jobs have changed so much significantly. They're no more a cost center. They're really working with enterprise, how we can do better go to market, how we can serve our customers better, how we can serve our employees better. And our employees are focused on, value-added stuff, and they're not worried about mundane tasks. They're not worried about training and enablement and, things like that.
Yeah. How does that help with employee satisfaction? How are employees satisfied with this? Does it make their job easier? Are they feeling like they can innovate better?
Yeah, look, the best way to describe AI, and this word have come from our customers. We learn a lot from, our customers. They say AI is augmented intelligence.
Yeah.
So when you see augmented intelligence, nothing different than internet, 20 years ago, right? So there is a resistance today of privacy, security, accuracy type topics, which we'll cover in a minute. But when you go live with any application with your employees, you see significant excitement. They want to do more of. They want to use more of. That experience is just game changing.
Super interesting. You know, I use AI every day. I try to. And the way I use AI is I kind of think of it as this partner that's helping me get this job done, like this smarter partner that I'm really going hand to hand in order to like innovate or do things better. Do you find that to be the situation with some of your customers?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, look, there are some of the very extreme use cases where customers have pulled us because they can develop, application on our platforms, which is like drug discovery, a very regulated industry, where doctors and nurses are doing things, and we are helping that, taking the first call. To your point, doing it better. With AI and application layer, you can track when things are going wrong. You can audit it. You can reperform it. In a lot of cases, in repeatable processes, it's better than human, that you are able to perform.
Awesome. Super interesting stuff.
So what's next for Isera? Like, what's on the next horizon after helping enterprises with agents? Because if you're not thinking ahead, we're falling behind.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, look, every customer which we have gone live with, that is the very first, year or couple of years. I think this journey is going to continue for a decade. I think it will involve that how we can automate enterprises autonomously and how enterprises can access this cognitive layer across all functions with one reasoning model, call it a brain for the enterprise. Mm-hmm. We used to say, look, if you want to grow, you want to hire great people. I say you want to hire great people, but you also want to enable them with AI. I think that is going to be the new mantra. We are just starting on this journey. Cloud adoption over 20 years was 30%. I think if we did 30% for AI in next decade, that is going to be a game changer for the industry, humankind.
Do you ever have challenges with things like adoption? Old dogs, new tricks. Like, do you ever have the people within these organizations go, no, that's not for me?
Yeah, it is. And look, I mean, it's not for everyone, and we don't want to change everyone. But look, that 30% evolution over 20 years, I was talking to a CIO this morning. I state and local, 7,000 employees. I don't want to name it there this morning. And we were talking about the similar topic. He's like, how do you see that? How do we evolve our people to start using AI? And well, the answer is, look, let's start with few use cases. Let's give people time to adapt it. I think the minute, to your earlier question, when they see the benefit of one or two use cases, we are seeing the people are more receptive to the change. They want to adapt it. They like that there are few intelligence models which are sitting next to them at the tip and can augment intelligence for people. There are some really beautiful use cases. But at the same time, there are people who don't want to, and I think we take the time.
Well, you touched on something that I thought was really interesting as far as the ROI of investing in this AI. It's a question I get all the time of, look, how do I know that investing in this equals a better bottom line?
Yeah, no, good question. Look, I mean, in a good AI platform, you will always get ROI within 12 months. We do a business value assessment in our sales process. Even we move forward in our sales to show them how this ROI is going to come, to confirm the use cases which we believe based on our knowledge on their data. And so we can clearly show, it's like if these use cases, if these doesn't happen and your employees are not spending time on this and your cost reduces, this dollars we're talking about. But again, to me, we are seeing CIOs, it's not about ROI anymore. I think they are really focused on, I get it, that there is going to be ROI. How can you accelerate to my mission? To me, ROM, return on my mission. How can you accelerate my innovation? Wish a pharma company doing innovation on drug discovery in half the time, 5 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about, our customers, like last mile delivery, going through billions of transactions with very less people, but their customer and their CSAT is all-time high, higher than many other competition. Or a fintech bank, in our case, 5% of the cost and support going everything through Isera. In those cases, you make those companies much more competitive. It is a competitive advantage that everybody have to then come to. But at the same time, it is a great thing for humankind. It's great for servicing the customers, which they deserve. Contact center business and support service business, attrition rate for employees, 120%. And that's been going on for last decade. At the same time, employees and customers are not getting served. They're getting used to it because you don't have any other option. Today you have that option. Now we have to embrace it, probably another 5-7 years. But we think that this thing is real. We feel like this is probably accelerating more than we thought it would about a year ago.
Well, I'm greatly encouraged to hear you say that, because sometimes, especially with productivity or measuring the exact ROI and choosing the right KPI, I felt like people were getting lost in and not seeing the forest for the trees. So a return on mission. I love that statement.
ROM is the right metric. Is the right metric. That's the best way to do it.
Fantastic. So when you're thinking about what you're doing within your own organization to accelerate development, has Isera been incorporating generative AI into how you work?
We are significantly, and look, we have a very exciting team, which is excited, and really after this mission, we have a huge team in Palo Alto, we have a huge team in Greece and India. So we are constantly evolving. We were the first one to come up with Hyperflow/Agentic last year. We are integrated into 300 plus applications. We sit on all those applications. Wow. Our customers are asking us to keep building more further. I think there is a lot more to it, but I'll leave it with this thought. If you can get enterprises to 90% plus accuracy level with a latency like humankind, as we are talking, right, and a reliability for AI, with lesser cost than a foundation model, we call it domain-specific model. If you can do that, I think you can accelerate the adoption of AI. We are able to benchmark our application layer to all other foundation models, which we have published in market. We are going to publish it, with independent, universities and labs. And I think to people, the biggest question CIOs have is, can I trust you? How do I see your AI is better? How do I see the accuracy and the latency level is better and I can trust you? Those are the metrics which is easily proven today and can be done, very quickly.
Absolutely.
It also means that data privacy and how you're setting up those permissions is incredibly important. I find some organizations that have moved slow are able to move fast on generative AI.
Yeah, it is. And look, I mean, our mantra, and it goes back to the values and the mission of the company. We really built the company as augmenting intelligence. So for us, our agents are like employees, that everything agents are doing is trackable. We call it as a TRAPS framework, right, which is auditable, which is repeatable. You can go and see it, and you can also undo it. And it goes like an employee is operating, like you have roles and access because of a certain level. Our agents have the same way of operating it. So we did it early on because we thought that is going to be the era. I think we are going to keep building on the privacy side. We do offer a dedicated domain-specific LLM for our customers, which is dedicated for them in their environment, so their data is not leaving their environment. Simple things like that. We have many Fortune 100 companies today. We are operating in 8 industries. We are serving federal, local, state, banking, pharma, some of the most regulated industries, which are in pain for such a long time, and they really want to adopt AI faster.
Yes, but it seems like the ones that are the most highly regulated are the ones that are able to move the quickest.
Yeah, especially this.
I think that it amazed us that why, and there is a reason. I think Gartner and Forrester, the analysts, have done an amazing job of publishing it. I think where the pain is, the innovation is slowing down, and we are not able to keep up to it. I think those are the areas in healthcare, pharma, federal, and the data is also on-prem. The data is not in private cloud. So those are the places where the innovation is happening probably more than high-tech space.
Yeah, I've definitely found that to be true as well. And honestly, they were the laggards to the cloud.
Yeah.
They were, because they didn't have the right governance systems. They didn't have compliance standards on specific industries, and they didn't have a vetting process. So they were a little bit slower because they wanted to make sure that they were mitigating risk. But now it feels like they have those evaluation systems in place, and so they're able to move a little bit faster than organizations that didn't.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, we are a great partner to AWS. I mean, the company was built on AWS from day one. Most of our customers are there. We're part of your competency program. We appreciate all the support, and partnership early on for AI. AI is going to accelerate move to cloud. Is going to significantly accelerate in the next decade. All these companies are now talking about, I need to move data to a central place so I can access it.
Wow. Impressive.
All right, I'm going to scoop us up. We have a very packed day.
Yes.
After we got all of the announcements in our keynotes, I think a lot of us are super going to be busy changing our presentations now that we can talk about all the releases that we've been working on for the past year.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you very much for joining us for the inaugural GenAI Live at reInvent session.
Yep.
Super appreciate your participation, and I hope you have a fantastic reInvent. I know Brian and I are going to, because, well, we're super excited about the future and what it holds incorporating these technologies.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us for Partner Live, GenAI Live. We hope you have a fantastic week, and we are definitely going to be busy for the rest of this week, incorporating like this new mental model for the technologies that are coming our way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And stay tuned for more GenAI.
Welcome to GenAI Live with Sia Partners from Las Vegas on the showroom floor of reInvent. We're really excited to have you here. My name is Wayne Sachs. I am a Senior Solutions Architecture Manager focused on our consulting partners here at AWS. Sitting next to me is JP.
Hey, I'm JP. I lead SAs working with large partners in Europe. And this is David from Sia. So David, we'll start with you if you would like to introduce Sia. I know you are one of our launch partners on generative AI, so congratulations. And I know you do a lot of things on GenAI across multiple countries. So maybe can you give us an overview of who is Sia, who are you, who is Sia, and what do you do?
So a couple of words about Sia. Yes, at the beginning we are a consulting firm, but we have been investing in AI since a couple of years, more than 10 years. I'm personally leading the AI and data science practice at Sia Partners. So as you can hear it with my terrible accent, I'm French, but the team is worldwide. Half of the team is in North America. So that's what we do. So we have been, combining since a couple of years what we do as a management consulting firm. That means having experts in different kind of sectors, and we are well known for our business expertise. And we have built a real data science team with engineering people, and also a lot of people are doing models. And now we are combining both of them, I will say, discussing with business of our customers, getting from this discussion the use cases, and then being able to build and run them through the different techniques of AI we can leverage. And there are things about GenAI, and there is a buzz about GenAI, but it's all kind of AI techniques, and we are also having the AI and competency.
Congratulations. And so one pain point we hear from partners and customers is the conversion rates from GenAI POCs to production is fairly low in the industry. But I think you have a much higher rate, a much higher percentage of conversions. And how do you do that?
For sure, this is coming from just what I said, because in fact, for sure, everyone wants to do POC to be a first step towards industrialization. No, we are not no one, our customer or AWS, us. We are not just looking for a POC for doing a POC. And after I would say the buzzword of ChatGPT 2022, everyone has been testing, trying, investigating, and that was good because everyone has to be familiar with those kind of new techniques, but it doesn't give any real use case, any real problem to solve. Mm-hmm. The good point with the fact that we are a hybrid company between consulting and the technical people, data scientists and so much, is that we are starting to discuss with the business people, and we are always starting by a problem to solve. And the problem to solve is a use case, is a ROI. And so finally, it means that the proof of concept is more a proof of feasibility. And if it's feasible, we already know from the beginning that it's covering a use case and that we can deploy it.
Yeah, so the secret is starting from the business.
Yeah, this is definitely, I think this is a good, this is solving one of the points how to transform from proof of concept to industrialization. Yeah.
So do you see any commonalities or patterns about the use cases that tend to do well in your proof of validity validation versus ones that struggle?
In fact, on the proof of feasibility, the point is very technical, I would say. And sometimes, so the first thing is this one. Do we have a model, techniques that could solve the problem? And which kind of ratio, performance of the model, of the system we are expecting to be able to go to production? The second one is definitely the one of the do we reach ROI, which is enough compared to what the performance of the model, because maybe it's working, not so bad, but maybe the ROI is not enough so that we deploy it at scale in the company. So I will not say there is a typical kind of things we can solve. It's definitely depending on this combination of the performance and the thing, and it's coming from a lot of things. It could be coming from the internal data of the company. It could be coming from the relevance of the process. It could be coming from a lot of things, but definitely there is no real rule. The things we know is that there are a couple of things on which we have already killed the problem several times, and from the beginning, from the day one, like I said to my customer, we have already done that. So we know that unless your data quality is very, very poor, we will be able to do that, and we can sometimes go to the MVP rather than going through the step of proof of concept.
Great. And so I know you work across many verticals, many different technologies, but I hear you had a great success with a large French bank in the field of ESG, or environmental, social, and governance. So can you tell us more about this success and how GenAI can help your customers solve sustainability reporting and compliance?
Yeah, so as I was mentioning before, we have deep expertise in several sectors or several kind of things, and one of those is compliance. So we are doing things about reporting and compliance, and we do have customers for which we are building their reporting and helping them to build their compliance framework and so on. And for sure, when you are building a report, could be ESG, could be in Europe, CSRD now, a couple of other things like that are LCBFT, or things that are legal reporting or regulatory reporting. The report itself is not just about a couple of figures and KPI, it's a lot of narrative data points. And as soon as you understand how GenAI is working, the first thing you say, oh, I have a lot of narrative data points to do, let's do it with GenAI. If I take the CSRD regulation, which is an European thing, but which is looking like what the things about ESG, going a little bit more far than ESG reporting, you have something like 1,200 data points. 2 out of 3 are narrative. So you need to build a text, which is coming from the information which is inside the documentation of the company, and to build that, and this is the framework you are going to deliver to the regulator. So for sure you are at the first, just at the very beginning saying, okay, oh, let's use GenAI for that. Where it's coming to be difficult, if I compare the different things, in ESG, we have different kind of frameworks. This framework have been used for a couple of years. So you can use the reports from the previous years and the documents used for the reports of the previous years to build something which is I would say, a new iteration of the things, new KPIs, new narrative, but definitely when you compare the report from year 1 and year 2, it is the same kind of thing. With CSRD, and this is here where we have the point, it's a new reporting. Nobody has been.
And by the way, for our listeners not from Europe, CSRD is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. So it's about it's a mandatory requirements for large companies in Europe.
And you have different pillars of like the ESG, things about climate things about regulation, about governance, and so on, social things. So you're collecting that are coming from a different kind of sector. What is difficult is that it's a new one. So you do not have any comparison basis. And most of the time, the information which is required by the report may not exist in the company because it has never been built. So where it's come a big challenge for GenAI is to make sure that there is no hallucination. So you put a set of documents from the company, and you want to see each time there is not a single information from the question which is asked, you have to say, okay, I do not have any information about that. And this is normal, and there will be a gap analysis between what is required and what is done. So we cannot have any information from that. We cannot say, okay, I have found something which is closely linked to that, but in fact it's not the right answer. We need to say, oh no, nothing is existing about that. So it was one of the big points when you analyze the performance of a model, maybe you will say, okay, I have 80% right answers, but this 80% is made of 40% where you say no answer because it doesn't exist, and 40% which is relevant answer. And could be disappointing when you look at with the business guy, say, oh, you have 40% in which he say no, but he's right, it's no, but in fact it has not done anything.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So this is we have with several banks work on that today because it's a huge thing for them, and it was a challenge to say, okay, are we able to do something about CSRD reporting? And it's working.
Okay.
It's working.
So if you're in Europe and you need to do a CSRD and you're struggling, call David at Sia and he will help you out.
Thank you.
So have you found success taking that approach and bringing it to other industries or other regulatory or compliance frameworks?
Yeah, but first of all, I would say we just talk about reporting. CSRD reporting is just a very small part about compliance. For sure, with GenAI, we can do a lot of other things. For example, there are a lot of control framework around these things. So you set a policy, you want to control that the fact that you have, the fact that the policies will apply and so on. So you have a lot of control to build, way of testing the control to build, and when the control is in place, there are answers coming from to the compliance officers, and you have to decode all the things that are coming from the field with that. And GenAI is a very, very efficient tool, and we have great things with a couple of companies in different kind of sectors, not only FSI, but also tech things and so on which you have this automation, augmentation of the people that are doing that, and we are capable, like we said, to make it more productive and have a couple of things that are fully managed by AI, and the rest which is going to the compliance officer, because there is something to be understood about the way you're doing the control. So the coverage about the compliance is very wide. But of course, we are doing things that have nothing to do with that. We are covering all kinds of industries today. So if we look at the GenAI things, we are going to do things as well for contract management, maintenance, of technical parts of an aircraft or things like that. There are a lot of things to be done, and especially we as I would say quite global company with a lot of sector to be defined, to be checked. We have our people and the business side that you have use cases, and we have my technical team, I would say, is trying to get the best from the tools that we have built to get a solution to that. So the tool that we have built, maybe it will be your next question, but definitely we rely on what is proposed by AWS globally, and depending on the complexity of what we have to build, there are things on which we can use Amazon Q very quickly, and the business consultants themselves can use it. It's very simple, I would say, quite low code or no code. As soon as it's coming to something which is more implementing a model, doing agents to be able to make some more complex things and so on, we can use Bedrock, and we have been having a Bedrock use case in production very, very early after the launch of Bedrock. And for sure, if you need to tune a model, and we are not building model, but you are tuning some of them, we go to SageMaker, and in this case, so we have the full set and the full portfolio of tools we need in the AWS stack.
Cool. And maybe I have a question on the talent side, because a lot of our customers struggle with having enough talent to address GenAI, and of course, working with partners like you is one solution. But you were telling me before the show that more than 10% of your company are data scientists. Yeah. So where do you find them? Do you train them yourself? How do you do that?
I will not answer to the question where, for sure. The two things. First of all, yeah, we have been thinking that AI will change our job, the one of being a consultant, plus the way our customer work since a long time. I think we are doing a couple of things around data mining, I will say, since 15 years. But 7 years ago, we have started to invest in AI, saying, okay, we need to build a real data science team, and we have reached from 0% to 10% in 5 years globally, which is a big challenge in a growing company as well. The war for talent is here, and it's a little bit changing also with GenAI. Globally, before GenAI, we were doing a lot of things in AI ML, where you need a lot of data scientists and a few data engineers or ML engineers to work with. With GenAI, you are more in the engineering, a little bit less in the data science, because we tune less and less models. So it doesn't answer your question, but one of the points is that since we are global and we are having teams everywhere in the world, there are some countries where it's more easy to recruit those kind of competencies, and we are making a blend from people being in Canada, in the US, in France, in India, and so on. And this is where we work all together on building the solution for our customers, and we try to have the best talent in the country where we can have them.
And maybe to help on the same topic, to help our customers, do you also do upskilling, or is it mostly hiring?
No, the principle, for sure, we are quite recruiting only people, very junior staff, just out from the engineering school. So it's very simple. They are getting out from school. They are just having some master in data science or something like that. And then we upskill them completely with the internal framework. Right. So we are doing it through training and so on, but we have also a couple of centers of excellence for each kind of AI technique. So we have one in computer vision, one in natural language processing, one in GenAI, one in operational research and so on. So we have experts over there. We are building things with these with the experts here, and we are putting the junior staff in these labs so that they are trained on the R&D job. Cool. So that's the best way to train them. So and to train them to also our way of doing data science.
Fantastic, fantastic. And maybe one last question. So if our viewers are looking at this and they would like maybe to work with you, what is for you when should they contact you? Like our customers who want some help implementing GenAI. What is your sweet spot? How do what is the ideal use case for you?
There is no ideal use case. The point is, as I was mentioning before, and even if the customer doesn't ask for it, we will always try to go to the use case. A use case which is sometimes not exactly the request of the customer. Mm-hmm. It has to be done, and this is the job of the consultant. This is your request, this is your need, and we are going to implement your need and not your request. But there is no real bad or very good use case. It all depending on finally the value you are getting from that. Sometimes it's something which is very simple, but you will be able to replace tasks that are quite, I would say, done with very low value and done by human people. So you can do it even if it's a very small implementation of a very normal model. And sometimes it's the opposite. It's something which is very complex, on which you are going to help and to augment the people you are working with. And maybe the ROI is not completely indirect because you are not capable to measure it because you are creating new value. So I can tell something we have done with a customer in insurance and this is a stack Isera AI as well on AWS. We are working with an insurance company and we have built a model which is doing actuarial calculation. So the model in live with a chat is capable to replace an actuary. So people from the business are asking, okay, I want to calculate my exposure to this kind of risk, parsing all the contracts I have with all my customers. Can you do it? And before it was just impossible. It would have taken months to actuaries to open all the contracts to try to do that. And here, with this one, which is a specifically trained model, we are capable to do that in a minute. So we are not replacing anyone. Nobody was doing it, but the value of this kind of thing is very, very high for the business people that can finally make simulation, understand the things, and so on and so on.
Right. And so, going back to our customers, where do they find you? I think you're in 20 different countries?
Yeah, we are in 20 countries. So basically covering from North America, Europe, Middle East, and Asia. Personally, I'm based in Paris, but we have team everywhere in the world. The CEO is in New York. And so it's definitely very simple, sia.partners.com, and you have the contact over there. And we are covering, one more time, quite all industries, all sectors. Here in the US, we have 14 offices, so that's nice. We can be very close from the customers.
Great. We only have like less than a minute. Favorite AWS service?
Oh, it's difficult to say. Personally, I think we have done so much with SageMaker that I think we have been growing thanks to SageMaker and things like that. But I would say globally, for the value I'm delivering to my customer, what is important to me is that since we are going with use cases that are in real production, we need security, reliability for 24/7 operation, critical processes, and this is what is delivered, and this is the basics. All the rest can work, but if we do not have that, we are not capable to deliver the service. We are not doing studies. We are doing real-time production use case, and sometimes very critical.
So reliability and scale is your answer, right?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, David. I hope thank you for coming to reInvent.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome to GenAI Live from Las Vegas at the reInvent Expo Hall. We are so excited to have our partner Weights and Biases with us, where we're going to be talking about generative AI and how we help our customers, enter and master this brave new world of generative AI. Sitting right next to me, I've got Adrian San Miguel.
Hi, folks. Thank you, Wayne. You may have forgotten to introduce yourself, though.
And that's right. My name is Wayne Sachs, and I'm a Principal Partner Solutions Architecture Manager with AWS.
Yeah, I know. It's been a bit of a day. So, hey, folks, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a Principal Partner Enterprise Architect here at AWS. Much like Wayne, I dabble in a lot of different technologies, working with partners such as Robin over at Weights and Biases in helping figure out what that brave new world looks like. It's anything from identification of problems to go solve for, use cases, which model to use when, how do you go out, where do you make that breakoff point on building versus training. But we're not here to talk about that. What we are here to talk about is what Robin and Weights and Biases have been getting up to in this space. Robin, would you mind please introducing yourself and letting us know what we're here to talk about?
Of course. Adrian, Wayne, pleasure. Thank you. So Weights and Biases is relied on by over 1,300 organizations worldwide, organizations like AstraZeneca, Canva, Toyota, Snowflake, NVIDIA, many of whom are here today at reInvent. And they rely on us to be a system of record for their AI, whether they're training and fine-tuning models, or whether they're developing GenAI applications and trying to move those into production with confidence.
It's interesting that you mentioned with confidence, because any of us, myself included, I love building, I love tinkering. I try to fail fast, but I'm not ever the best at doing that. But being able to have that vote of confidence and working with the trusted partner, that's what really makes this so important, because it's one thing to tinker, but to actually put yourself out there and provide something as a service to customers, you want to have that vote of confidence and the level of assurance that you would have in somebody like a Weights and Biases to help get you from concept to production in a relatively fast amount of time.
Yeah, and I think that, confidence is a big word for us, both in terms of working with large global organizations and helping them move models into production, but also in this new world of GenAI applications, right? Because I think what everyone is struggling with is GenAI is easy to demo, but it's hard to productionize. And so, we are 2 years on from ChatGPT shocking the world and shocking executives into thinking about what's possible. And we've seen this plethora of demos, but a lot of organizations are struggling to move those applications into production with confidence, or they've done it and they've got a little burnt as well, and now they're gun shine. So that's the big problem we're focused on solving for companies large and small.
So I'm curious, when you talk about customers having difficulties moving to production with confidence, that's a big subject, because is it the confidence that's holding them back? Like they don't know that they're going to get the outcomes that they're looking for, that they can't control their costs, or that there might be other responsible AI type considerations? Like where's the roadblock between getting from demo, from concept, all the way through to scale out production?
I think the first thing you have to do is you have to start with a deep understanding of the nature of the technology that we're now wrestling with. Large language models, foundation models, they are a different type of technology than we've been used to. And the fundamental characteristic is that they're non-deterministic, they're probabilistic, right? So for example, if you go use ChatGPT and you ask the same question, same person 5 days in a row, you'll get 5 different answers, right? So both what makes them powerful is also what makes them difficult to harness for a business who wants consistency, reliability, robustness. And so that's the fundamental nature of the challenge. And because the nature of the technology is different, you actually need a different developer workflow
to address that challenge. And so I think that's where a lot of companies get tripped up, is they're thinking like this is traditional software, and it's not traditional software, and they're following traditional software techniques, and that's where you run into problems.
You know, I think you may have hit the nail on the head, and I've mentioned this to Wayne earlier. Immediately after the Peter DeSantis keynote yesterday, I had a partner come up to me and said, hey, this sounds like a challenge. Let's go build a trillion size model. Are you really sure you want to go do that? Because this can not only be extremely expensive, but if you're approaching it as exactly as you mentioned, just traditional software development, it's a bear that's never going to be unraveled. And it's very interesting the path that Weights and Biases took here to help customers solve this problem, because otherwise, exactly as you mentioned it, 5 different questions, 5 different answers, 5 different potentials for you to go through. And I think the larger the set of variables and the token windows, etc., that start getting thrown together to make these larger size and more complex apps, it's never really getting to the end of the rainbow, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I think that being in that level of confidence and having that level of credibility is huge here, because it's fundamentally, it's almost like a new software evolution where the developer workflow has to change, the organizational culture has to change, even level of comfort of saying, hey, this may not be the full solution, but can help you do things better, faster, smarter, cheaper. That can be culture shock for a lot of folks.
I think you're right, and I think the big difference is, traditional software has been a very linear process. I develop it, I do my unit tests, I pass, fail, right? And you sort of do your testing at the end. You actually have to have a different approach for GenAI workflows, and you have to put evaluations in the core of your workflow. And by evaluations, we mean, for a given input, how does that output perform? And are you systematically tracking that, right? So in order to have evaluations, you've got to have 2 core components. You've got to be able to trace every input, every output, and all the metadata associated with it. So for example, if you're dealing with agentic applications, what are the tasks? What are the applications it's interacting with? And then you've got to be able to score that output, whether that's being scored by a human, an expert, or whether that's being scored by an LLM judge. Once you've got those 2 pieces, then you've got the beginnings of an evaluation framework, and you can start to answer questions like, should I be fine-tuning? Should I be changing my RAG application? Should I be changing my underlying model? Does my application get better or worse when I do that? Rather than just developing with vibes and just sticking my finger in the air and go, I think so. Right? Or an exec's done a couple of tests and yeah, let's do it.
So you mean you're not supposed to jump and go put the new model in that dropped today?
And that's an interesting problem, right? Because it's not an obvious and easy question to answer. Is like, do I need a new model?
Right.
Or really, what model should I start with?
Right.
And that, for many customers and many practitioners, it's just like a finger in the wind. Where do I start?
And that's normally when I hear that question, or someone goes, should I do RAG? Should I do fine tuning? Which model should I start with? That's a flag to me that you haven't yet built an evaluation framework. Because if you have that, you've got a systematic of, we'll go try it and then see whether your application has got better or worse. And when we say better or worse, and you're evaluating it across the accuracy of the response, the latency, the cost, right? These models don't come free, right? So how many tokens are you using? The user experience, so you might care about, the brand experience that experience is giving off as well. So, you can start with a very simple evaluation framework and then evolve it over time, but you need an evaluation framework as a starting point.
So vibes are not good enough is what I'm taking away from this.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. It's a good segue, Wayne. I think would love to hear, Robin, about the solution that you've created. Would love to understand, how you arrived at this point and destination and what you've seen as far as impact to your customers. Would be very curious to hear about that.
Yeah. So yesterday we announced here at reInvent the general availability of our new product called Weave.
Congrats.
And Weave is focused on this problem of evaluations for GenAI applications, and it's available both in multi-tenant as well as in single tenant in the AWS cloud as well. So for enterprises that have more sort of stringent data residency needs as well. And so the core of Weave, as I say, it starts with evaluations, right? We help customers build evaluation framework, and we come with some pre-built out of the box. So if you want to understand toxicity or relevance, or if you want to build some custom ones yourself,
Okay.
And then we actually have the ability to trace, as I say, every input, every output, and all the metadata. So you're systematically building this system of record, and you can understand, is your application getting better or worse over time as you're trying different techniques? And so we're excited. We've spent the last year building this with our customers.
Okay.
We're using the 1,300 customers that we have. We've gone out and sort of co-designed this with them. So we haven't built this in a vacuum. And one of the big learnings is this workflow, which is an iterative sort of experimental workflow, is very similar to the workflow of building a model from scratch, which is just what we've been doing, helping customers do for the last sort of 5-6 years, whether it's the foundation model builders or the leaders in each of their industries. So we've sort of taken that knowledge and then applied it to this new adjacent problem of GenAI workflows, and how do you actually put evaluations at the heart of this, and don't just develop with vibes.
Well, for me personally, I'm sure you feel the same way in your patch in Renit. I work with a significant number of partners that feel like the velocity that they have in their edge technologically may be sacrificed if they have to stop and evaluate repeatedly. So it's very interesting to hear you say that you've deliberately gone out of your way and worked with your customers to make sure that you're iteratively validating improvement, potential worsening, and making it a little more easy and consumable for the customer to say, hey, I can have significantly better performance throughput latency. It's going to cost me more. Or I can save money and be a little less accurate, but still have fantastic latency. Or make that decision, the inflection point that we have talked about many times of, I want to be as accurate as possible, and I don't care how much it costs.
Right.
So that is truly opening the door for transformation and really evolution as far as a business and consumer goes, because giving that to you in the power of your hands without having to stop production, stop iteration, do your evaluations, and be able to make an objective decision, that's huge. Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a critical part to it, right? To your point, you often hear the question, everyone goes, what's the best model? Yeah. To which the answer is, depends what you want. Right? To your point is, it might be worth the trade-off on latency if the accuracy improves, and that's right for my business, right? Or it might be, I'm developing this at scale, and my number one priority is to control cost, right? And so understanding those trade-offs between user experience, accuracy, latency, and cost, that's what you've got to evaluate, and that's what the business needs help evaluating. And so we've built it as a developer-first tool, but the ability then to actually inform the business and help them make the right decisions as they're moving these applications into production and then getting them to scale.
Wow, that is fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. It reminds me a lot of the early days of the cloud when we were trying to get our heads around what it meant to not need to order servers anymore and wait weeks, and then it's like
weeks. Weeks. You were fast.
we were pretty quick. But all of a sudden you had infinite power at your fingertips.
Yeah.
But it was tough to be correct or mostly right most of the time in how to apply it until collectively we built our frameworks and our and our models that helped us make good decisions for ourselves. It sounds like you've really made an incredible path forward in that same respect.
Well, we're excited. As I say, we've spent a year sort of working with customers to build this, and we just launched it yesterday. So we're seeing a wide range of applications. We're seeing it across every industry. We're seeing it both in terms of sort of the user experience. Everyone dismisses chatbots now. There's still a long way to go in making chatbots, accurate and robust and scalable. We're seeing it across different techniques, whether they're agentic or RAG-based. We're seeing multimodal, right? So a lot of text-based initially. We're seeing a lot of image and audio now being involved. We're starting to see applications which are not just standalone applications, but are embedded in larger experiences as well. So we're just really at the beginning of this. That's what's exciting to us, is the democratization of AI in this context. We've been serving deep learning teams with deep expertise, and now it's possible for a software engineer who all they're doing is looking at an LLM and the inputs and outputs. How do I actually now harness the power of that to build a business application that works for their organization?
Wow. I'm gonna borrow a question out of your playbook, your interview playbook. So, Robin, if you mind my asking, we're getting ready to the end of the session, but I think it could be very important for anybody out there debating whether to go down this path. What is your single biggest learning in going through and building Weave? And if anything, what would you do differently as you continue to learn and grow?
It's a great question. I think the single biggest learning is this is a change in workflow for software engineers, and don't underestimate how much behavioral change takes time, right? So that's probably the big one. If you're a machine learning engineer, you come from the world of deep learning, you're used to this iterative experimental workflow. But if you don't come from that world, this is quite a shock to to your mental model of how things get built. So that's probably the biggest insight. I think the second is we just should have started sooner. I'm glad that we're out. I'm glad we got the product out. But we probably should have started sooner. But we're glad to be here, and we're excited to show Weave to as many AI engineers and software developers, anyone that wants to build a GenAI application.
So I have to ask one like slight variation of the question that Adrian asked, because he got it wrong.
Fine.
What I'm always most curious about when I hear these kinds of stories is, you're going along, and the path as you tell it at the end of the day is always like, I have this problem and I got to this solution, and it's a smooth path to success. But usually somewhere in the middle, you're shocked by something that you found. And it's not like something blew up and or you messed something up, but it's like, oh, I would have never imagined that we would have arrived at this point because we were on a journey and you didn't have a map. So as you were building this out, or even really when you're working with your customers, is there something that you found or they find that's just like, oh, wow, we would never have known that if we hadn't walked this path?
Interesting.
It's a great question. I'm not sure we've got enough time to answer it right now. I would probably say the thing that has surprised us the most is the breadth and depth of the application sort of problem space that's being applied to. Like, everyone starts with chatbots, and that's an easy one to think about. But what we're seeing inside of pretty traditional organizations and what they're trying to think, and as they think about agentic workflows, how do they take workflows that have existed for 10, 15 years, and now they've got this natural language interface, what it's being applied to? So that's probably been the single biggest, wow, we thought this was probably a smaller opportunity set. Just the breadth of the opportunity and the breadth of the problems and the applications that are being built. Every day we're surprised. So it's not at one point in time, but how much people are trying to build and how they're thinking about business value. I think we're just at the beginning of this. We're not. I'm British originally, but to use a baseball analogy, we're probably still at the top of the first, not even like bottom of the third or something.
I'll say in my maybe estimation, when this is all said and done, I think for this iteration of generative AI, I think it's mostly going to be bound within applications, less than exposed to end users. I think it does so much sort of incredible connection between within the decision-making workflow of these applications.
And there's some things that can feel very mundane and very boring, right? Which is, I've got a repository that I've built up over the last 10, 15, 20 years, and it's sort of trapped away and a few people know about it. But how do I suddenly unleash the knowledge that's inside of that repository and apply it to somewhat boring and mundane processes like compliance, right? Or research, right? So I think the world of application building inside of enterprises for employees, we're just at the beginning of that transformation.
And that's pretty fantastic.
That is.
Robin, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming on and talking shop with us. Folks, you'll want to stay tuned. Wayne and I are about to get into a little bit of a game that was kind of thrust on us at the absolute last minute, but I'm game for any bit of plot deviation. So stay tuned. We're going to play a game called It Isn't Sassy when it comes from Andy Jassy. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Wayne Sachs. I'm a solutions architecture leader here at AWS. And welcome to Game Time. It's not sassy when it comes from Andy Jassy. I think I'm the sassy one.
You are
the sassy one.
You are the sassier of the two. And as lots of folks like to say, it's bad cop, worse cop. My name is Adrian. I'm a partner architect here at AWS. So fun fact, Wayne was one of my first mentors when I came up. He was a senior manager in the partner org when I first came on and became a partner SA. So there's a little bit of a good buddy cop routine going on here.
It's a good history, I'd say. We've known each other for a shockingly long time.
It has, and they do say we've aged in dog years, and these dogs have gone to heaven a couple times, I think, at this point. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about a little game that we put together called It Ain't Sassy if it comes from Andy Jassy. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go very much and ask for audience participation here. And of course, I get to grill Wayne on stage and revisit some of those pretty grueling interviewing questions and Awesome Builder torture that you put me through way back in the day in like September 2017. But hey, who's counting and who remembers?
I guess you do.
A little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out a quote that production has put together at random and give you a minute to munch on it, think about it, contextualize. I'm going to give you three. And of the three, you're going to find the one that is not an Andy Jassy quote.
Okay. I can do this.
Your prize is not being ridiculed on the live stream. I'm sure we'll put something else together. Maybe we'll let you eat today. Who knows?
That's actually really quite terrifying when I think about it. But it's okay. I've been terrified before.
Well, let's get right into it then. Okay, so first one I've got for you. I used to not believe my parents didn't have color TV when they were growing up. So, does that sound Jassy-ish?
Does that sound Jassy-ish? I used to believe my parents didn't have color TV when... Well, I don't think I had a color TV when I was growing up. Maybe I did. I'd have to... It was very large. It was huge. It was a very large wooden box.
I was going to say it had to be wood paneled because those things were.
Yeah, and I'm
massive.
old, so we also had telephones with rotary dials.
Back in my day.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's real. I'm going to say that's real.
Okay, that's a good answer. Good answer. Okay, next one. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work.
See, that feels real to me too. But now I'm second guessing myself because could they all be real?
They could all be real.
They could all be real.
They could also all be fake.
They could also all be fake.
Therein lays the mystery.
We like at AWS. We like to think that we will, experiment and move forward. Like the whole one of the big premises is failing fast and experimentation and moving quickly.
Yep.
I'm going to go that's real. I'm going real.
Okay, and the last one. I've been at Amazon for 20 years at this point, so obviously I've drunk the Kool-Aid.
I'm going to say that's false. That just doesn't feel like...
just jumped right into
that doesn't feel like the way that Andy Jassy would approach that question.
Wow, and you've been around longer than I have.
I have, since 2013. I don't think we had VPCs when I started.
We did
I could be wrong.
They were not.
They were not yet.
I remember tinkering back in the day, and it was just a random cloud server that you'd SSH into, and then wonder why immediately audit logs started filling up with all the false and brute force SSH attacks.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, so end of round one. You are incorrect.
All around?
The second one was actually attributed to Thomas Edison.
Oh, well.
So there we go. Chat has not chimed in yet, and that's okay. We do have...
So, clarification on the rules here.
Okay.
Of the three questions that you're asking, only one of them is correct?
Only one of them is incorrect.
Only one of them is incorrect?
Only one is incorrect.
Okay. See, I feel like I need all three questions at once, but we'll go this way.
I'll go all three at once. Fine, whatever.
Okay.
We will cater. Okay, so, number one, and it's kind of like a softball, but I feel like I owe it to you.
Okay.
There is no compression algorithm for experience.
That is real. I know that. I've said that many times.
Okay.
It is real. But yes, go on.
Okay, next one. The only source of knowledge is experience.
Okay. Skeptical.
We had to reinvent.
We had to. That definitely feels quite real to me. So I'm going to say number two is not real and bookends with real.
Okay, you did get that one correct. So for that one, I owe you one soda or one drink of your choice.
I'm allowed to eat dinner tonight. Thank you.
Keep it up, you won't be.
Okay, well.
Okay, here we go. I got some great ones here. The truth is, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Okay.
Life is a crazy ride and nothing is guaranteed.
Okay.
Next one. This team is cooking, but we're not close to being done adding capabilities for our customers' interface.
That feels off to me, but go on.
And then the next one. You have to challenge people. Often people who know a lot more than a subject than you do have to be challenged the most.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Read the first one again for me, if you would.
First one again. The truth is, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Life is a crazy ride, and nothing is guaranteed.
I'm gonna go with the last one is false. I was leaning middle, but I'm going last. Last is false.
Well, you're incorrect. It was the first one.
Wow, man.
First one. Yep. I mean,
really?
You've been around. Yeah.
Gosh.
That is just a random chat GPT insightful quote about life.
So you know what's funny? If this was baseball,
okay,
I'd be batting 300. It's a pretty solid career right there.
It is a pretty solid career, but like I'd like to tell my son who's watching, hey bud, that means he struck out or lined out 70% of the time. But it is also known as a standard of excellence in baseball. You have to be at least
300 hitter.
300 hitter is a great year. That's a Hall of Fame resume. In a lot
That's
of
right.
instances.
So if we stopped right now, I'd be a Hall of Famer.
Let's not push it. Let's not push it.
I'm just saying.
All right, so last round, and this is going to result, you get it right, I'm going to treat you out to dinner.
Okay.
How expensive the dinner is remains to be seen. But,
the finest of
what? we could do hot dogs on the strip. We could do a slice of pizza. We could do dim sum.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll figure it out. Let's see how right I am.
All right, let's see. Cloud computing always has to start with long odds before people see the light.
Okay.
The Preakness is no different. That's the first quote.
Cloud computing starts with long odds.
Before people see the light.
Before people see the light. The Preakness is no different.
The Preakness is no different.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think that the pandemic, what a crazy period. I don't think any of us have ever lived through something like that, and I hope we never live through something like that again.
Okay.
I don't know the right answer, but I do know that I don't know the wrong one.
I don't know the right answer, but I do know
that I don't
know
the wrong
one.
Yes.
That's
a good one for you.
This is tough.
Told you I'd say the best for last.
So the first one, I mean, the Preakness, I don't like the Preakness.
Man, I know nothing about horse racing.
I only know about it because, anyways, I know about it because it's kind of in my neck of the woods.
Oh, there we go.
The second one being the pandemic. I don't recall him saying that, but
the pandemic was crazy times.
It was crazy times. And then the final, give me the last one more time.
I don't know. I don't know the right answer, but I do know that I don't know the wrong answer.
Don't know the right answer, but I do know I don't know
the wrong
answer. Gosh, it's the double triple negative.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, for what it's worth, one time, and if she's watching this, Thomas, I'm sorry for bringing this up again, but I once gave her a quintuple negative in a sentence, and I think it may have made her seize.
I can imagine that because I'm feeling seasy. I think that I was downgraded from like dim sum to a single hot dog from the Las Vegas Strip.
No bun.
No bun. Just relish. That's all you get.
You should relish the position that you're in.
I should relish that position. I'm going to go with the first one is the wrong answer.
You're not even going to get that now because it was the last one, and I just made that up on the spot. But hey, it is what it is.
Now I'm batting 250.
Now you're batting 250.
It's not bad.
We're going to send you down to back down to AAA. You're going to go up to Quad A. It's okay. It's a great time playing. Folks, thank you so much for entertaining us. Up next, we've got Matt Connor from AnyScale. We're going to talk about some cool things that they're building. Hang tight. We'll be right back. Hey, folks, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us here on GenAI Live. My name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a principal partner enterprise architect here at AWS. Been here shade under 9 years, and I'm joined today by co-host, partner in crime, mentor, and all-around good guy, Wayne Sachs. Say hey, Wayne.
Thanks, Adrian. I appreciate the kind introduction. I hope I've earned it in the long time that we've known each other.
Don't make me take it back.
We'll see. My name is Wayne Sachs. I am a solutions architecture leader here at AWS. I've been with the company for 8.5 years, I think, going on to that number times-ish. It's been a ride, and it's been amazing to watch where we were and where we are, and just to imagine where we're going.
Yeah.
We're here today, not to talk about me, but to talk about generative AI and our partners, and the amazing things that our partners are doing to make generative AI a real, capable, thing for our mutual customers. And it's not me, but it's actually going to be Matt Connor who tells us these things. He's the director of product management with AnyScale, and we're just really excited to have you here. So thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. We're really excited to be here and have the opportunity to join you all and chat about the work that we're doing at AnyScale. So thanks for having us on.
So, first question that comes to mind, Matt. When we talk about things like generative AI and net new or emerging technologies, the very first thing that, in speaking with customers and partners, is just a level of uncertainty. Many are just, they know they got to do something. They must embrace the technology, leverage it, or their competition may, or they just may fall behind altogether. What are you hearing from customers as they approach AnyScale with a wish list, or kind of that corporate edict that says you got to use this, or potentially we could fall behind?
Yeah, it's interesting. At AnyScale, we got our start really from academic research done at UC Berkeley.
Okay.
Our co-founders were really trying to do some research into reinforcement learning algorithms, and found the tools they had at the time really couldn't scale to meet the challenge. They created our open source technology, Ray, which serves as a key foundational piece of AI platforms and has become really widely adopted for AI and generative AI workloads.
Okay.
As a case in point, just to give you a little bit of backstory, OpenAI actually trained ChatGPT and started sort of the genesis of all of this using Ray and our technology.
Okay.
And so when customers come to us, they're really struggling with, how do I scale? How can I go about fine-tuning these models to make them available for specific tasks that we're working on? How can I do inference with these and have control over these models? And ultimately, what sort of use cases can I unlock? And so when they're coming to us, it's looking to scale, it's looking to make use of the latest models, the latest hardware, Trainium, Inferentia, and more. And so we're really operating at sort of that infrastructure layer.
Wow. That's really interesting. So I'm curious, it's relatively early days for most customers in this space. And I think my impression, my interaction with customers is that they are in a variety of places, in the maturity model, in the maturity curve.
Yep.
They're everywhere from, very early to they've been doing this for a while. And yet, almost all of them sort of hit this point where they're like, this is really complex. And it just like grinds some of these things to a halt, whether it's a POC to production or it's a production workload that they want to scale to, the whole enterprise or whatever, right, wherever they are on that curve. And it sounds like you've been thinking about that type of problem for a while, and I'm really curious to hear about, your perspective on that sort of sprawling complexity.
Yeah, we call it the AI complexity wall. And there's really a number of components that make up this wall where people sort of run headlong into it and need help. First and foremost is there's a new model almost every week, it feels like.
Yeah.
And so being able to keep up with the pace of innovation and get to production is challenging. But just as often as we hear about new models, if we were on this show 2 years ago and we mentioned a GPU, that'd probably be, maybe 3 years ago now, that would probably be the end of the conversation. Now it's which GPU is right for my model. Can I use a different accelerator, one of the ones from AWS, Inferentia, and able to use that in my applications. And ultimately, on top of that, there are a number of different frameworks that people might want to use, VLM, LangChain, et cetera, to actually build these applications. And so what ends up happening is these teams are sitting there trying to optimize for all of these different pieces to deliver business value, to do it right in terms of actually making the most efficient use of all the resources they have, making sure it's reliable and scalable. So a couple stats we're always sort of stunned by. The average utilization of resources is less than 66%. So imagine sitting there paying imagine if you had a data scientist who only worked 50% of the time, that's no good. So that when they turn to us, it's how do I get more out of what I have? How do I simplify and have confidence that I'm choosing a partner that future-proofs me and can deliver what I need to deliver?
Wow. I mean, even just that stat of 66%.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's kind of stunning.
It is pretty stunning. You just think about it in terms of raw infrastructure and machinery. It's like, hey, I've got a giant hypervisor that I'm only using a third of, or a third is sitting idle. It's the exact same thing. The question is, how do I turn it off? How do I eke it out? How do I leverage whatever capacity is left? Or the alternative is, what are you going to do to make up for that loss? And yeah, I really like and appreciate the way that you're approaching that. You mentioned Ray. So as an AI compute engine, how does it help your customers and these organizations overcome the aforementioned AI complexity wall? Because you mention everybody eventually hits the wall in some way. I've done it personally in POCs and experimentations, and it can be daunting enough that you can't really see over or around the side. We'd be very curious to see what you've observed and understand how you're helping organizations get over that.
Yeah, it's a great question. So when we think of Ray as an AI compute engine, there's a few dimensions to that. First is being able to make use of what we can call heterogeneous hardware. So being able to use CPUs, GPUs, and neuron-based accelerators in a single cluster. And why that matters, and hopefully we'll talk about it in a second, is think about some of the GenAI applications with multimodal data. Actually being able to make use of different resources in a single cluster can really improve that utilization problem we talked about. So the first fundamental capability of an AI compute engine is an ability to abstract and really use any infrastructure, any chip that's available. The next is being able to actually use any framework on top of that and scale it. So, for traditional AI, that might be frameworks like PyTorch or TensorFlow. For Gen AI, we might be talking frameworks like VLM. And so being able to use the frameworks you like and scale those and run those on any hardware is super important. Observability, and then making it very easy and abstracting it for developers. So Ray has a number of high-level libraries that, if you're processing data, fine-tuning models, deploying models, there's higher-level abstractions for developers that make it very, very easy for them to not worry about all the underlying systems and how they're set up and how they're scaling and how they're working. So we really abstract away all of that complexity from the end user so that they can really focus ultimately on an actual application.
Oh, look, I'm just thinking aloud and remembering the things that were mentioned in the keynote last night by Peter DeSantis about how you want to being able to scale to the level of complexity that you required is one thing, but then being able to empower a developer or an end user of this and say, hey, go throw your problem at it, and we're going to help you select the appropriate library, the appropriate methodology, make sure we're using the right resources, and you don't have to go manage, okay, here's your GPU cluster, here's your raw compute, here's your storage engine, here's your CUDA driver, here's your XYZ, and oh, by the way, here's a stack of Trainium and Inferentia Ultra cluster. If I'm a back-end developer, I'm like, I don't know what this is, and that's the wall. But being able to give somebody the path forward or provide almost like the choose your own adventure path, that's huge.
It really is. So most organizations have at least dipped their toe into generative AI, and they probably not all have used Ray. So so where do they get started in order to make use of the work that you've done?
Yeah, there's a couple ways that people get started. First, Ray is an open source project, so we'll see a lot of people go and download it and install and start playing around with it. But what we've done at AnyScale is we've built a managed Ray platform, and we've focused on sort of 5 areas around that platform that make it really the ideal place to get started. First is the most performant Ray that you can get. We call it Ray Turbo. Maybe not the most creative naming, but it's a hyper-optimized version that really is faster, more cost-efficient, and more scalable and reliable. We've then added a whole set of developer tooling. So to your question on how to get started, when you come to AnyScale and start using AnyScale's version of Ray, we've built a whole set of developer tooling, better observability, seamless path to go to production, to really make it the best place to actually develop your application and then ultimately deploy it and run it with the very best price and performance you can get.
So, love it. And I guess that takes me to the next thing, which is, you've talked a little bit about like the impact that it brings, but I know you've worked with some really great customers. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about like what where your customers saw challenges and where you guys came in and helped them.
Yeah, there's a number of customers would love to mention here. Canva, they bring pretty magical design experiences to I think over 200 million people. And so when we think generative AI, it's more than just LLMs. There's also video generation models, stable diffusion models as they're called. And so Canva came to work with AnyScale to help scale their training and use billions of images to help make it a more powerful Magic Studio. So when you go into Canva and build those experiences. When we think about a lot of the other customers that we work with, I think there's an element of reaching a certain complexity where they really want to self-manage and have the flexibility and control over exactly how their applications are deployed. If you think about agentic applications and where we're going, there might be certain pieces of that broader AI application that you might not need an H200 and the most expensive hardware to do it. You might be able to use less expensive options that meet the requirements. So we typically see customers, if we're talking about the maturity curve, once they validate a concept, maybe they use OpenAI or something like that, they then realize, actually, I now want to optimize it and actually run it in production, and there's additional complexities coming into play here, and that's when they turn to Ray and they really start saying, hey, we really need to self-manage this, and we need to do it at the very best price performance we can get, and start taking control over the entire stack and what that looks like.
Wow, I mean, it's refreshing, and I mean this very sincerely. It's refreshing to create the open source library, provide a managed option for it, and allowing the customer to retain level of control, interoperability, even, dare I say, a level of risk where they want to be the ones to continue tuning and optimizing to better serve the use case, or they can choose to leverage you and your team to continue to go through and manage it. I have an ethos in managed services. I ran the AWS MSP program on the tech side for quite a number of years, and this is exactly what we've been kind of banging our heads against the wall for many years of providing 3 different models and paths effectively to customers to help meet them wherever they are. Do it for me, do it with me, or do it alongside me. And it sounds like you've found that perfect, nice little nexus for everybody to be able to provide that level of interoperability. That's commendable.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate that. And I think that's, we focus a lot of our energies on, what problems do our customers have and what makes the most sense for them. So, as they reach a certain stage, we're right there with them to work with them.
So I love that you sort of centered on the customer problem, because that's sort of how Amazon thinks about the world too. We work back from what our customers are saying is their challenge. And so one thing that I think helps customers sort of get their heads around these problem statements is the challenge that you saw, either with a customer or even yourself when you were constructing this thing that says, oh, like, this is why we ended up with Ray. So I'm curious, like, what was the origin challenge that led us to Ray?
Wow,
that's a great interview question.
It is. It is.
Sorry.
I'll talk about the academic background, but then I want to talk about a kind of a customer origin story on how they got there. With the academic background, I alluded to it, was research being done. So our 2 founders, Robert and Philip, were doing research into reinforcement learning algorithms. And the real problem that they ran into is that they weren't really doing any research. They were spending all of their time setting up infrastructure and trying to manage distributed systems and not actually getting a chance to see, hey, is this algorithm really compelling for what I'm trying to do? And so from that, they realized, we're not alone in this problem. There's a whole bunch of people who have this problem, and many more are going to have this problem. And so, the insight at the time was a very flexible Python-first framework that handled all of that would become the standard. And that's turned out to be a great bet. We just had our annual conference where we had some 2,000 people there. Companies like Uber, OpenAI, Spotify, Netflix, Amazon actually put out a post on using Ray and being able to save $120 million a year by switching to Ray for their data processing workloads. So it very brilliant work that they did. When we talk about a customer origin story, we typically hear customers come in and there's a very specific pain point that they're just really struggling to overcome. Maybe a legacy system that they're using just isn't well suited for what they're trying to do. And a great case in point is around multimodal data. Runway ML is making some of the most breathtaking video models that you can imagine. Gen 3 Alpha, the work that they're doing where you can type in, show me someone walking through a city, and it gives you an unbelievable movie out of that. But the challenge that they run into is very specifically, how do I process videos to train these sorts of models? And that's where their origin story starts is, well, hey, Ray is flexible enough to do this. It can make use of the right underlying infrastructure. And from there, they sort of start and realize, hey, there's something here for anything we really want to do and expand from there.
Wow, that's an answer, all right.
It sure is. No, I like it.
So before we get ready to wrap here, general question, and not down the way of an interview question, which, by the way, was fantastic. If I'm a customer, and I speak with customers of all shapes, sizes, with all sorts of different ideas of what they want to do with themselves, what would be your point of advice, given your purview and having created this fantastic solution? What would your advice be to a customer getting started in this space? Is it identify the problem and work back from it, or just start training, start doing something? What would you?
I think it's always a good idea to start with the problem you're trying to solve. So regardless of where you are in your journey, being relentlessly focused on what pain, what problem am I solving, and what model might I be able to use is sort of a secondary consideration from, hey, let's really focus on building the very best solution to this specific pain point. So Canva, how do we make experiences more magical? What is the number one thing we can do? Well, scaling laws tell us we can train better models that people will like more. So regardless of where you are in the Gen AI journey, I think starting with the customer problem and then saying, what can we do to make this problem better? Is there anything annoying about this process? And if there is, let's fix it. And if turns out that LLMs and Gen AI can help, we're right there to help you.
And it definitely sounds like I'm sensing a theme here where it's focusing on the actual business problem, not the tech, not the, hey, how do I manage this heap of GPUs? I'm memory constrained. It is always identify the problems material to the business that matters to potentially the end customer to go out and tackle first, because the rest is, you can figure that out. So.
And leave the rest to us. Yeah, that's where we really focus. And we work with people who are building amazing platforms and applications, and we focus all of our attention on making sure that when they do that, they get the very best performance and efficiency imaginable, and we handle how all those clusters are managed and what happens there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today, Matt. Wayne, any
No, I would say thank you. This has been enlightening, and I've been in with AWS for a long time, working with many partners for a long time, and I think almost a universal truth is it's really tough to be expert at everything, and almost always, like, we all get better outcomes when we lean on the expertise of the experts.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you guys, are experts.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and work with AWS, and look forward to many more great years ahead. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. It's just yet another example of the better together story, because when we do put our heads together, we tend to have significantly better outcomes. Yeah. So absolutely hang tight. We'll be back shortly after a quick break. We'll be chatting with Pete McAvoy of DXE. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to GenAI Live. We're here from the showroom floor of reInvent, and here talking about all things generative AI with our partners. My name is Wayne Sachs. I'm a Solutions Architecture Manager here at AWS, and it's just exciting to have everybody here to see the activity behind us, and to have two great colleagues right next to me. So right here, Adrian San Miguel, introduce yourself.
Hey folks, my name is Adrian San Miguel. I'm a partner enterprise architect here at AWS. Much like Wayne, we're, I want to say, very scholared or tenured individuals. Been around for just about 9 years, give or take a month or whatever. But we've seen a lot, and we have seen it effectively set at the precipice of watching technology evolve and watching what great things partners are doing with this technology. Today we're joined by Pete McAvoy, head of data and AI for the Americas with DXE. Please introduce yourself, Pete, and let us know what we'll be talking about today.
Thank you. Pete McAvoy, I'm the head of data and AI for the Americas at DXE. And effectively, what that job means is I'm responsible at DXE for defining the capabilities we need to help our customers out. And further to that, looking at how do we build, buy, or partner to deliver those.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. It sounds very simple, but no, it's daunting. Yeah. Almost when you hear data and analytics, and especially now with everybody wanting to take mountains of data. That we were talking before we came on screen, the 30-year, 50-year, 100-year project. It gets very important. Darn near crucial to make sure that you have an appropriate and strong data foundation before you even get going. Would love to hear your opinion and thought on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the number one mistake is, rush into a, sort of poor quality data, right? Start to build models on that. Classic, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
But I think the opposite of that, as you just alluded to, is, I'm going to launch a 100-year project. I'm going to get all my data structured, quality. Yeah. So what we look at is somewhere in between. Like, do you have the core data you need? Is it of a quality that supports what you're trying to do? And then do you have the flexibility to add, augment, and expand that infrastructure, right? And do so seamlessly. So, piping more data in should be, days, weeks, not months, years, right?
So to me, that sounds like an art form, not a science.
Yeah, absolutely.
And my experience with customers of varying sort of stages of the maturity curve is it's like a paralysis by analysis.
Yep.
Because they know that getting to a production outcome is going to be work.
Yeah.
And they don't want to undertake that work unless they feel like there's a chance of success. And we've all told them 100 times, hey, you got to have good data to get to your chances of success. So what do you do to help a customer like get the confidence that their data is going to be in shape, when it's time to get rolling?
Yeah, I think there's a whole bag of tricks, right? So you can start with, simplistic proof of concepts. You can grow those, right? So you can start with, we're going to taxonomize and ingest some of your unstructured data. So I'm a financial services guy. We're going to read your reg filings, and we're going to tell you, where you have risk, right? That's an easy one to do. Then you start to progress into, what structured data do I need to bring into that? How do I need to blend this? What does my ecosystem need to look like? How do I control and manage it? So you can go into this sort of stepwise view, or you can come top down and you can say, what is important to this organization, right? Is risk data important? It has to be highly precise. There are, you guys know better than I do, there's reference architectures to do this, right? That let's apply those, let's do that. Or you can do something in between, right? Let's go bottom up on things that are low risk. Let's go top down on those things that are high risk, right?
So I guess kind of a variation on that question. Does it vary across the industry, or are you seeing any level of specificity as you go?
It varies across industry, like dramatically, right? So highly regulated industries, they need very, very tight, stringent data control. It varies by domicile, right?
Oh.
You have privacy concerns, you have security concerns that are different, in-country, out-of-country data. And it varies by data type, payment data, health data, right? So all these things kind of go into a mixing bowl, and you could be subject to enormous regulations or none at all.
That actually kind of reminds me, and it may have been when you briefly left Amazon that it happened, but I remember working with a partner in the Middle East on oil and gas and mineral data sets they wanted to do something with, and began running it through their first iteration of a large language model. But because of the nature of the data and the industry of the data and the country within the data, it was just death by 1,000 paper cuts for them to actually get started. Once they finally did, how specific and which specific set of regulations or privacy guidelines, et cetera, data classification, it just made it exactly what you mentioned, the analysis paralysis. So ultimately, they had to abandon it because they could not trust the integrity of the data as they were getting ready to go. So with that in mind, you happen to have any examples of how these different industries are leveraging things to avoid that type of situation where you have something you might be able to do, but you don't know where to best get started?
Yeah. So financial services has a huge issue with customer data. So what many of them are doing is one of two things. They're either anonymizing the data, right, which can lead to anomalous results, but better than nothing, right? Or they're like IDing the data. So there's no Pete McAvoy TIN number X. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So, they're doing things like that. They're keeping, private data locally in a RAG. So they're addressing this with, one, the data's not shared publicly that they think is private, or it's anonymized in some capacity, right? And then there's all, as you kind of indicate, there's all kinds of other things. Like there are, contracts between like an OEM and a finance arm. There's all kinds of things that make it legally okay and absorb the risk in some capacity, right? There's opt-in, opt-outs to customers as well.
So I guess a follow-up to that.
Yeah, so what I was going to ask is, I think different industries will have sort of best use cases, right? Like, your first use case for FinServ, maybe banking might even be a little different than insurance, right? You're going to have some different ways to get started. Do you have any advice for pick an industry or two of like what's a good one that's not going to get you bogged down in regulatory compliance, but also is going to show some meaningful business outcome?
So first off, the canonical one that everyone's doing is code assist, right, on development, and there's clear. There's clear productivity lift, there's clear soft savings, right? The next one that in cross-industry everyone's doing is knowledge assistant call center, right? So let's put those aside because they're unexciting. what most industries are starting with is like data or document interrogation, right? And that's a simple one. I gave the example in financial services on reg. In insurance, they're looking at policy renewals, so they can do interrogate the document there. They're augmenting the OCR stack to do sort of better recognition and interrogation. The next one everyone's doing is some kind of assist product, right? So we see Risk Assist, where it's helping walk risk professionals through sort of shocking their portfolio. There's at least 15 commercial products out in manufacturing to do assist, and we see all of these in call center as well, right?
So it kind of actually made me forget the previous question, and really had me wondering, this is a lot for the average organization. So a lot for the average partner, even just the end consumer, to see the art of possible and have a wealth of opportunity to explore these different products, solutions, services. How is DXE helping these organizations navigate these changes? Because I remember just a couple years ago, hey, here's a goofy thing, you can go ask ChatGPT to give you song lyrics or a random movie quote, and now it's revolutionizing the way that businesses are operating for the most part. So would love to hear how you're helping these customers navigate these waters.
Yeah, I'll just take three very specific things. One is, back to the first question, is building a strong data foundation. So we're doing a lot of work around data plumbing. We're doing a lot of work around data strategy, like how much is enough, how fast can you move, and how will you be ready for generative AI, right? The next thing we're doing is a series of use cases. So, we have, a series of agentic use cases like vision rec, defect management in manufacturing. We have, regulatory compliance in financial services. So we're bringing use cases. These aren't pre-baked use cases. These are, let's put your framework into this, and we know the value it will deliver, right? So there's easy to sell business cases. And then we're helping scale the productionalization of these. As you both know very well, this is, it's a far cry from, typing in ChatGPT to productionalizing the model, delivering SLAs, backing it up and secure and making it secure.
Yeah, something that you mentioned that kind of resonates with me. In a couple of years ago, I was working with a partner in South America that was approached to it by a manufacturing company that said, hey, we need better help with defect detection, because anytime that we have a quality issue and that line shuts down, that's millions of dollars an hour that's being lost. But being able to even recapture a portion of that by automating or leveraging the data sets, the vision recognition tools that are there, that's huge, that's transformational.
Yeah, it's massive. So we have manufacturing clients we've done that for. We've also done vision rec inside of manufacturing, not only for defect, but to basically to show the customer the assembly. So we even have a case study at our booth where, we're looking at the car, we're pulling it out, we're putting it on a background, and the buyer can see effectively their car moving through the line,
That's pretty cool. So
yeah, in the mountains.
As a customer experience. Benefit. That's cool. I like that idea.
No more showing up and the quarter panels on your car don't line up and the door doesn't open the right way. I have a friend that this actually happened to, and he didn't have a choice in this specific, because by the time he got it, it was already delivered, and it's like, hey, what the heck?
It's like watching your house be built, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. It's one thing to see the time lapse or get pictures as you're going, but to be very deliberately walked through from start to finish, and that's huge. That's an experience that up until present, never really thought that could actually be a thing that you could give a customer.
One of the things that I like so much about where we are in the generative AI curve is we are just now realizing we can ask big, crazy questions of technology, and sometimes the answer is sure, we can do that. Whereas before it was like, no. Right? So what are some of the things that you've seen customers ask for, that you were like, oh, I guess we can do that. That's pretty cool.
That is a great question.
Yeah, it's a great question, and what we're seeing more and more is customers want to reduce like the toil factor in their job, so they want to eliminate those things that they don't want to do. Right. The best example that everyone can relate to is look at the agentic editors in coding now. Like I tell it, create me an AI model, and it's there, all the scaffolding, everything. That's starting to happen in customer service. That's starting to happen in IT ops, right? There's auto or like zero interaction fixes. So we're starting to see this is what customers want is they want the AI to action on their behalf. They want just to kind of control, like they want to refine what it's doing, not do it anymore, right? So those are things we're seeing. And those are creating big changes. They're creating a lot of capacity in the workforce, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we've talked about plenty in past years, and speaking with DXE when I ran the AWS MSP program back in the day, was leveraging AI, leveraging technology, leveraging automation to do the thing, to put higher emphasis on silicon over carbon, to let the machine do the thing so you don't have to. I like how you alluded to ops, where you can allow the AI agent or allow the system to go through and auto heal or make a decision and say, hey, if CPU is 97% or higher over X number of period, add in additional capacity. That allows the human in the loop here to focus on higher value tasks, higher desirable tasks. Yeah. And I really like the way that you put it, the toil factor. If I'm an operator leveraging a system like this with intelligence baked in that I leverage a partner like DXE to help me build, that means I don't dread going into the NOC every day or into the operations center and just sit there and wait for the next thing to break and turn red and go jump, do thing. You don't have to worry about that. That frees you up to deliver better outcomes to the customer, to your end consumer, and actually kind of change the narrative there. Even just in something simple and mundane as ops, you're no longer a cost center. You're adding value. You're helping the end consumer of your services have a better outcome and not get paged at 2 in the morning because CPU is high, or you open a ticket to them that says, I restarted a lamp for you and I guess I'll go back to sleep. And you start extrapolating that. You made mention of walking through customers seeing the car get built, delivered against the background. That's huge. That's not something I could have ever envisioned in my lifetime. Yeah. And I think as we're really at the beginning of this journey, the art of possible is getting really, really exciting in this space again. And I'm curious, Pete, what do you think is next? Where do you see your customers starting to pull you? And just wondering if you could leave us with any nuggets on what you think is just veering right around the corner.
Yeah, I think I'll say a couple things. One is, first off, I think all our customers need to become aware that the retail expectations are changing. Right. Okay. So I have on my computer, half a dozen sort of AI LLM products that I interact with. I have Grammarly, I have Notion AI. That is the world that is starting to interact with companies. So they're expecting, people are not expecting to write long narratives. They're not expecting to wait days for customer service responses. So the expectations are changing. So we expect to see, a surge in, AI deployments. Now with that, you can kind of look at the movie of what's happened in code, what's happened in knowledge assist. They've gotten better. They've put the agentic capability. So we're going to see whole swaths of work just disappear, right? Or automate. We're going to see expertise, up level dramatically. If you're a mid-level engineer, with a very, very good editor, you can behave like a senior engineer, right? Now, we can argue the risks that come with that, but the productivity and the output will be very similar. So I think we're going to see that. We're going to see huge organizational changes around that. And then we expect to see a lot of work redesigned, right? A lot of document-intensive work. We do consultative services. We expect to see that dramatically different. We do custom dev. We expect to see that dramatically different at different price points, right? And then, from there, it will get more and more sophisticated, complex, and it probably will move at increasing velocity.
I would say it's pretty impressive. I mean, I can remember in my own lifetime, as a kid, growing up, building homes, a step at a time, and you can never really see the big picture until the big picture is actually done. And now I like the way that you phrase it, take a mid-level engineer and give them the tools to be able to succeed and operate at the output of a senior engineer. Just imagine somebody building a home. You don't have to be that sophisticated master architect.
Yeah.
You can still see the picture and get guided very prescriptively, almost like guiding an orchestra to get to the end of the sheet of music. And I really do think that partners such as yourself are really instrumental to helping our customers succeed there. And I am waiting very anxiously to see in the future what you guys do, Pete. This is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Pete, thanks for joining us. That was just a really cool way of summing up the tantalizing possibilities of what this new technology is going to bring us. It's just really a matter of when.
Yeah.
So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Up next, we've got AJ Nair with Elastic. So stick around through a short break, and it's going to be a good conversation coming up next.
Undoubtedly. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us. We are really excited to be here today at reInvent 2024, and we're hosting here at GenAI Live. My name is Danielle Greshok. I am the worldwide leader of Tech Partners, and I run the Partner Solution Architecture team. And I'm joined here with my esteemed guests.
Thanks
Marie?
so much, Danielle.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marie Carlton. I lead our worldwide partner core tech team. And I'm excited to be here for GenAI Live. We are going to hear from, I know you've already heard from some amazing partners, and you're going to hear from a few more with us today. And we're here on the floor. So if you're watching this and you want to join us, obviously walking by, but you can watch and see. And then also we have a chat. So if you have any questions while we're on here, I will be checking the chat, and we'll make sure to get to those as soon as we can. But today we are here with Elastic. We have Ajay Nair here. So he is going to tell us a little bit about himself and a little bit about Elastic.
All right, thank you. Hi folks, I'm Ajay. I am the GVP of platforms at Elastic. I've been with them slightly less than a year, and before that, I've actually been on your side, folks, running the serverless business for AWS for the last 10 years. I'm very excited here to talk about all the new stuff Elastic is doing and how we partner with AWS on GenAI Colders.
Awesome. Why don't you tell us just a little bit about more about Elastic and why they are important to your customers and why they use that, why they love using you as a product.
Of course. I think for many folks in the audience, when they think of Elastic, one word pops to mind: search. Right? Yep. The venerable ELK stack has been around for more than a decade right now. It's been a big part of the open source and data stack for many customers. And where we really see it is devs, SREs, security analysts really putting Elastic skills to work for making the best of messy, fast-evolving data, be it logs, enterprise data, security data, et cetera, that goes over there. I think it's been built into a pretty wide portfolio, 19,000 plus customers, 75% of the Fortune 500 companies, startups, all alike, from companies like HSE, who are using it for e-commerce search, to Comcast, who are using it for observability for their DevOps stack.
Awesome.
It's petabytes and petabytes of data sort of being ingested and pulled through Elastic and just being put to use in various ways. And I think the push towards GenAI has been a really nice symbiosis between the precision of search and the intelligence of AI and putting that data to work.
That's awesome. And yeah, so you told us a little bit about Elastic, but we want to hear more about your partnership with AWS. So how has that been? What have you been up to this year in partnering with us on AWS?
Oh, for sure. If you think about the Elastic stack overall, ultimately there's ways for us to bring data in, what we call integrations. We integrate really deeply with Elastic as one of the premier providers of both infrastructure and service for customers. The operational data that is generated over there through CloudWatch and Firehose, we have over tens of hundreds of integrations with all the services that are available over there, pulling into AWS. Elastic overall really sees generative AI both as a tool for customers that we can enable, as well as a tool that we put to use with our observability and security solutions. And in both those forums, integration with tools like Bedrock for looking at the models that are being trained over there and pulled in, as well as for us, we are like Bedrock customers for going and doing so. And we'll talk a little bit about this later. With our new serverless offering, we are now becoming reasonable customers of your Kubernetes and S3 services as well. So altogether, I think we work very closely with AWS as a partner and as a customer to serve our customers. In fact, we were just declared the AWS Generative AI and Data Partner of the Year.
Awesome. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
So before we get into the serverless discussion, should we talk a little bit more about how Elastic is working with RAG applications and AI, and maybe a little bit of a use case to put it to?
No, it's a great one. I think when you look at vector DBs, and if you look at sort of the broader generative AI application, going back to what I was saying earlier, I think for Elastic, search has always been at the forefront, and generative AI felt like a very natural progression to the kind of applications people were building in. Because when you look at generative AI applications, be it chat-driven interfaces or agentic implications, precision of data that you're using is really relevant, right? If you don't have the relevant data, your action is going to look poorly over there. And Elastic's done this in a few ways. I think one being a great vector database. We are one of the most downloaded vector databases in the world. Second, putting AI into work in our own relevance capabilities so that we can do things like hybrid search and otherwise. And then third, in our own applications and experiences or observability and security, putting AI to work both in terms of assistance and otherwise. And we can get into each one a little bit as we go along. I'm happy to geek into this. There's some cool stuff Elastic does on that one.
Yeah, so you did mention it. You teased us a little bit. So tell us a little bit about the serverless GA launch.
Well, and first and foremost, Ajay is one of the pioneers of serverless here at AWS during his 10 years here running the Lambda team. And so I think it's really important. It's great that you guys are doing this now. So please, yes.
No, for sure. Actually, before we get into the serverless stuff, can we talk a little bit more about the vector thing?
Please,
because
of course.
There were a couple of topics that were really interesting for us to do. So one is, I think I'm curious how you all see this as well, because for us, vector has always been much more of a feature than a product. In fact, even before the current generative AI boom, Elastic was being used for storing vector embeddings from sort of 2018, 2019. We had a big release back in our 7.0 release for kind of doing it natively within Lucene. And a big focus for us, just given the deep open source ethos that Elastic has been baking it directly into the Lucene foundation itself. Apache Lucene is the open source project based on what Elastic runs over there. So performance gains from anywhere between 7 to 300% based on core Lucene behaviors that are over there. As well as and what really differentiates Elastic as a vector DB over there is the ecosystem of search that surrounds it, right? So when if you look at vector just as an individual feature, you also have things like filtering and integrations and enterprise security and all those things that come over there. So if you take a customer like Cisco, what they're doing with Elastic is they've been storing all customer conversations and others powered to improve their customer service experience and then using it in a conventional interface both for their internal employees and external over there, right?
Okay. And is that helping like with next best action or something like that with their...
Exactly, right? So, obviously pushing up their customer satisfaction, improving response times, support drop, close to 90% drop in support cases or rather, improvement in 90% of their support case engagement as it goes along for them has been a big shift for them at that particular point.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Good. And I mean, also just with, the RAG capabilities, like, search has been around for eons, right? And I mean, gosh, back in like the 90s, I feel like I worked with search companies like Verity and whatnot. But like, obviously having that context and, just searching for something without that context, like, you want to speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Elastic thinks about this essentially as hybrid search, right? So I think what happens in today's world is it's such a fast-growing environment. People say, RAG applications, vector DB, regular database, life's good, right? And vectors are great. It's an easy way for you to contextualize your text data, improve your relevance matching and all those things that goes over there. But more often than not, you need that additional context, which is just conventional text search, right? So you want to say, I have now updated all my customer response messages that have been coming in for what is serverless, for example, which is 1,000 opinions on that. And finding out the right relevant answer from that requires you not to just even contextually match the word serverless, what we will call sort of lexical search, but also do sort of semantic searching and saying, no, serverless could actually mean cloud native, or it could mean containers and others, and finding that broader ecosystem in words and pulling that in. So some of the innovation that Elastic has done on that front, specifically for RAG applications, is making that semantic capability sort of just native to the system, right? So we offer, for example, capabilities that allows you to run text search and vector search side by side and then re-rank on the data that's coming in, right? So re-ranking is a big technique that is baked in natively into Elasticsearch for you to be able to pull in the most relevant results from that initial sort, which can be KNN or ANN or whatever the conventional ranking models that are there. And that's actually another place where we plug into AWS Bedrock. So one of our re-ranking, we have an inference API that allows us to plug in LLMs, not just from AWS, but from the broader community as well, Cohere and others, that allows us to plug in LLM models for doing things like re-ranking or conversational matches and otherwise. So you can do things like set a inference binding for a conversation, type in a question, and then have the response come back from a Claude model in Bedrock that says, here's the specific answer that you're looking for.
Yeah, and for the customer, obviously the time savings, which you shared, is incredible there.
Exactly.
Like that used to take so much more time and so many more people.
Exactly. So if you take that entire contextual thing where you're talking about ingestion, tagging the entire data with the context that you have for vector and otherwise, then you're talking about ranking for stacking the data that's kind of coming in there. Then you got storage of efficient storage for vectors and otherwise that's going. Then you got retrieval and otherwise. All of them wrapped in a single semantic text setting is a extreme time saver, not to mention sort of the performance and gains that you get from it as well. Again, it's a great opportunity for the broader models that are available to be used as well. Yeah.
Definitely. Well, do you think we're ready for
serverless?
I'm always ready. Yes.
So when did you have the GA launch? When did this launch?
Well, the GA launch was actually yesterday.
Oh,
so,
okay,
great.
This day yesterday.
You know,
coming in hot here.
Someone asked me 10 years ago, you were doing the same thing. You were launching going serverless GA at reInvent.
Yeah,
Here you are again.
10 years.
As it comes along. But no, it's actually a pretty major rebuild of how Elastic has been thinking about its capabilities, right? So Elastic grew up in its roots of being something that customers deployed on their own infrastructure, and we offer a host capability. But a few years ago, the team really took a hard look and said, what does it mean to build this in the current era of distributed systems in the cloud? And this is a ground-up reimagining that says, how do you kind of achieve the low latency of search along with the boundless scale of storage that people expect today?
So essentially what you're saying is people will get what they expect from Elastic, but in a really truly cloud-native experience that they can use with all of their
all the glory, as
their tooling.
As my team likes to say, no shards, no operations, no mess, right? So
no shards, no operations, no mess. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's actually another place we've been leveraging AWS quite heavily. So one of the big bets that we made, Elastic tries to meet customers where they are, as AWS does, but our customers tend to also be in multiple cloud providers. So adopting Kubernetes as a standardized story across the board was one of the ways that we simplified that for my engineering team. But at the same time, we wanted to use the expertise that the cloud providers have as well. So leveraging EKS for the way we manage our Kubernetes deployment, using it for patching the control plane and everything for powering our serverless service was one of the key bets that we made. And it's paid off quite wonderfully for us in terms of the operational gains that we made in going live.
Great.
Yeah.
So what was kind of the feedback? So it launched yesterday, so very new.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, do we have any exciting custom?
It's a great question. So we have actually been in a preview for about 6 odd months. So customers have been having
customers using it.
We've had about thousands of projects already live against it. One of the unique things that's been put out is thinking about it as a Elastic Search Observability and Security solution. So customers are getting a very tailored experience for using each of those products, custom pricing for it. In the true serverless sense, for observability and security, when you're not using it, you're not paying for it.
That's
right?
That.
And it's at 15 cents a gig for ingest, 2 cents for storage. It's a quite a cost-effective model. And the big push really has been, so early on, obviously the simple stuff that you get from serverless, easy to set up, etc., has been a very strong element of feedback. One of the big demands was having customers enforce saying, how do you think about the scale dimension? How should I think about it? Can it really scale? The common question that we often used to get from serverless. We have benchmarked it at hundreds of terabytes a day. 3,000 clients looking at it with sub-millisecond query latencies, looking at 5 terabyte data sets. So it's ready. It's running at the numbers that we expect it to be. And again, this is the delight that we have all talked about for serverless for a long time, which is you come in, you click a button, and you're production on day one, right? That's the big one.
Yes.
That's the big push we're going over there.
No undifferentiated heavy lifting. We take care of that.
Heavy lifting. And this actually ties really well with a lot of the generative AI flows we've been talking about as well, right? Like, I fully expect that the primitives that we have here will be part of the bedrock workflows that customers are designing, right? When you show Elastic as a workflow over there. And actually, that's one innovation I'm really interested to see is the low-code flows and others that sort of show up now that these primitives are available as services and kind of customers putting it together. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Should we talk a little bit about your vector search optimization features as well, or is there anything else you want to talk about on the serverless GA?
No, I do want to talk a little bit more about the vector because it all ties together, right? I think when you look at it, if you take Elastic as a great vector story as it's coming along, all the history of search that's been codified in there, and now our new innovation that's coming to cloud, you now have this truly cloud-native system with the expertise of search baked in, available for sort of doing vector databases over there. And I think this is one thing, when Elastic rebranded itself as a search AI company a month when I joined in, I was actually a little skeptical because I'm like, hey, here we are, yet another company that's doing so. But one unique thing that Elastic does really well is putting that power of search in service of the AI applications and leveraging AI internally as well, right?
Right. So as soon as like any kind of AI application needs to retrieve that data, they're able to just do it faster, better.
Yes.
More relevant.
Correct. And we're putting AI to use for making that relevance better. So one of the unique things that Elastic does is offer this inference API, which I was talking about earlier. And it has different modes like what they call task mode. So conversation, you can use it for generating vector embeddings, text embeddings, etc. And all you do is point a model to the index that you want to. Index is our unit of sort of storing in documents. And at that point, Elastic will automatically generate the mappings that you need in response to that API call as it's coming over there. So in day one, without any of that expertise of you understanding how do I generate vectors, Elastic is actually putting generative AI to use to solve that problem for customers as it goes over there. Right?
And with all of this like optimization that you're doing, do you find that other people, like other personas, are able to adopt Elastic more easily? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. I think what we're seeing is a lot more. It's not just the developer persona that's sort of picking up. SRE and security analysts have been really big uptakes of our use over there. In fact, the other dimension of putting generative AI to work for those customers has been our generative AI assistants, right? Where we've been using the models that are using this broader system that we call the Elastic search relevance engine, like all of these pieces put together in building our generative AI assistants. And that's actually another place where we really heavily relied on Bedrock to help us both figure out what the best model is, Claude 1, at that particular case, and sort of hosting and deploying those models in service of our AI assistants. And that's a place where threat detection capabilities and security, for example.
So Elastic, not just for developers anymore, also for security, SRE.
Exactly, right. Not just for developers. All your data belongs to us, right? So what I'll say is, I think that's exactly what you said, Danielle. When you look at a persona of a security analyst, they're not experts in setting up shards, figuring out how to do ingestion.
No, sharding even makes developers like, yes, very much so.
And what they're looking for is pull my data in from all the contextual sources that I have, be it my business data, operational data, signals from security experts, and then saying, what does my threat look like? And Elastic actually is just used generative AI to ship that. We have a threat detection capability that says, for example, hey, we have looked at all the threat signals of the alerts that are coming across your different desktops, and we believe there is a signal of a malicious code being deployed through a document that we're seeing right now. That's what these errors are showing there. So
take a look at this.
Take a look at this. So it'll actually collapse all those threads together to kind of go and push that element over there.
Yeah, so it looks like we have about a minute left. Maybe we should, final thoughts?
I was going to say, what do you want to make sure that everyone that's watching hears and knows about launches, everything?
Well, Daniel stole my line from me, right?
I'm sorry.
I think that's the big thing. I think, Elastic's much more than search. There's a very strong observability and security play where that power of search and the intelligence of AI is being put to use. The simplification that comes with serverless and all the innovations that are done on the experience make it far more approachable for you to put it into play. And I think the partnership with AWS, both in terms of the integrations we have on pulling data in, as well as all the generative AI tooling, just makes it a natural auxiliary service to use alongside with all the stuff you all have. So go team.
Yeah, this is amazing, and we're so happy to have you, and a huge congratulations. It sounds like yesterday between the Partner of the Year for Generative AI, the launch, it's really great to hear, and we just thank you for your partnership, and we're excited to see what is in store for Elastic in the future. So
thanks for the partnership as well.
So thanks for joining. Again, check the chat. Up next, we'll have Shane McAllister from MongoDB. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We are here at GenAI Live at reInvent 2024. My name is Danielle Greshak. I am the Partner Solution Architecture Director that works with ISVs, our worldwide tech partners, and I'm joined here today with Marie.
Hey all, so long time no see for those folks who are still here, and welcome to those folks that are just joining. My name's Marie Carlton. I lead our worldwide Partner Core Tech team, so I get to work on a bunch of fun technical initiatives within the partner network. But today, or right now, we're going to hear from Shane, who is with MongoDB. So Shane, why don't you introduce yourself?
I will indeed. Excellent. Thank you, Danielle Marie. I'm Shane McAllister. I'm on the developer relations team at MongoDB. I'm one of the leads on that team. MongoDB is a document database, a NoSQL database. Our core product is Atlas. Atlas is deployable across the cloud and particularly with AWS. And my role essentially in developer relations is to do drive enablement, to create demos, to do talks, to come on shows like this and just spread the word of what Atlas does and what Atlas enables for the developer community that we embrace.
Great. So maybe, first and foremost, when we think about partnerships, we always talk about a good, better together story. And so why don't we talk a little bit, Atlas has been a core part of the AWS platform in many ways. So why don't you talk a little bit about our better together story with AWS and MongoDB?
Sure. Like for us, it's really key to I suppose make developers' lives easier, number one, to make them scale faster, build easier, build simpler. So for us, it's about, yes, the database is at the core, but how do we enable developers to do things better? And that really is looking into the developer ecosystem, seeing what products other developers are using, and working with partners such as AWS to have seamless integrations where possible with their products and their tech stack. So at this point in time, obviously, as I said in the introduction, MongoDB is available. You can choose AWS and deploy it on AWS. We're available through the marketplace, so you don't even have to, go and get MongoDB cleared from your finance and invoicing side of things. You just go to the marketplace and choose it there. And once in there and once up and running with MongoDB, depending on what you're doing, if it's GenAI, we've got integrations with SageMaker, with Bedrock, and Q Developer as well too. We can talk about those. But across the stack, Amplify, Glue, Lambda, into S3, anything that is being leveraged by the developer community in AWS, and if your data resides back on MongoDB, you can access and work with that there. So for us, it's really about being able to reach a broad developer community at scale. And the other key thing about it is have that resiliency that AWS brings in terms of being able to deploy locally, geographically as well too. So I think it's probably 100-odd regions that we're available with yourselves, pretty much everywhere. And that's really important for us, for developers to deploy their apps local and have that speed, have that scalability, have that resiliency. So I work mostly with developers. My role in DevRel is by looking after our partners and essentially, working with the team at AWS to see, as that expression goes, skate where the puck is going, see what's coming down the track, see what developers are trying to build, and how we can leverage each other's resources to make that easier for the developers on that journey.
Yeah, and I love that. And I think that developer focus is so important, and obviously putting all those building blocks in place so that they can innovate and be more productive. And so I was curious, are there any specific examples that come to mind where you've been able to help developers kind of accelerate or improve their innovation?
Well, one of the newest things, well, relatively new, because we announced it at this show last year, was Code Whisperer, now Amazon Q. And for us, we knew and we understand that developers are using tools and platforms to help them every day do their job quicker and better. And as we've seen, these code assistants are very prevalent, and they help developers of all levels and all ranges. So from the junior developer trying to get started, trying to understand the syntax, trying to get, how do I connect that basic piece of information first in a correct manner, all the way up to senior developers who are looking to remove some of the boilerplate mundane tasks that they would usually be confronted with. So we were delighted this time last year to be asked to fine-tune and train what was Code Whisperer then, that's now Amazon Q, because that allowed us to really deep dive and make sure that anybody invoking a MongoDB command or trying to work with MongoDB using Q would have the best possible experience. So we got to train it, which was a new thing for us to do as a company, was to try and understand the use cases that developers were doing, you know, from basic CRUD operations right the way up through aggregations and everything else beyond that, and understand how a developer would invoke that. So they often say that the new programming language is English. Your ability to write a good prompt in a code assistant will give you back better code. So we needed to understand, well, how many ways are developers going to write, you know, a basic write function to MongoDB Atlas? How are they going to invoke that? So we had to leverage a lot of tools at our resources, including leveraging LLMs to get variations of that prompt, you know, trying to use the tools to help themselves. And we were delighted when it launched with Code Whisper. We've seen great traction with it. And now with the advances in Q and also Q chat, developers can ask direct questions in their IDE. So they're asking questions how to work with MongoDB, and they're getting the answers directly in Q chat, which is brilliant because they're not context switching, they're not being pulled out of what they're doing at the moment. So that's one of the core ways, Marie, that we've been helping core developers, make it easier for them to get started. And as I said, we're helping developers across the board by making all of the integrations that we have very easy.
Yeah, and I think that that's really important, especially for the folks listening here. It doesn't matter if you're just starting your career or you're at later in your career. You have, like, this will really help you, whether it's the infancy stages or to help you get more into that strategic prompting and how to be more productive and innovative as a developer.
Yeah, and it's brilliant because it doesn't break the flow. And you know, empirically, we understand that developers, you know, they're trying to solve a problem. There's plenty of tools at their disposal to do that. And if we make it easier for them to access the information that they need, that works much better for them. We've seen, consequently, almost a downturn in our direct docs traffic because the developers are asking in the tools they use themselves the sort of questions that they would have come to our docs site. So we're able to help the developer at the point of you know, friction, at the point of frustration, going, they're stuck, it's not working.
Not having to context switch between everything.
Yeah, so that has been, you know, very, very beneficial, and was probably one of our first kind of understanding, you know, from a developer's perspective, you know, how they would interact with MongoDB. And that meant that we had to dive back into our docs, look at our FAQs, look at the sort of tech support questions we're getting to understand, well, we really need to make this information and bundle it up inside of Q.
So we talked a fair amount about, like, the coding companion part of it, but do you want to talk a little bit about how, you know, Mongo is working together with Bedrock perhaps to build AI-powered applications at all? Is there any switch on that?
Well, obviously, you know, AI and GenAI in particular been on everyone's lips for about 2 years now, right? So, and the developer community have really embraced this. They're trying to build, you know, from small proof of concepts right the way through to production. And the key thing there is all of these GenAI applications rely on data and its access to that data. So our integration with Bedrock allows MongoDB to be a vector store for Bedrock. So in essence, you can upload your documents, etc., to S3, choose MongoDB as your vector store, and then create your, and typical use case is a retrieval augmented generation, a RAG application. And, you know, if we try to, I work in the DevRel team, we're creating the content, we're creating the developer tutorials and articles. The Bedrock one is incredibly short and simple. It's that easy to use. And so you go in, you set up your S3 bucket, you upload your source content, your source data to there, choose MongoDB as the vector store. So we launched MongoDB Vector Search about 1.5 years ago, and it allows us to partake in what is the GenAI revolution now. And, you know, we have a vector store inside an Atlas. We're very agnostic. We don't have the embedding models. We don't have the LLMs. We're just part of the vector store. But it allows us, being part of Bedrock, that you can leverage the LLMs, the Claudes, the Anthropics, the Titans, everything that's in there in your models, and vectorize that and store that back in MongoDB. So for us, it's been an eye-opener to see how swiftly somebody can spin up a simple GenAI application using that connection that we have inside in Bedrock. And we hope to do a lot more in future in that space as well too. You know, obviously prior to that there was SageMaker, and yes, you could do similar stuff. There was a lot more steps. You know, you needed to be a little bit more focused,
that's
right?
really like, you know, the nirvana of what we really try to make sure that the integrations that we drive together can actually produce, which is like ease of use, right?
Yes.
Like that is probably one, maybe number two most important thing. So that's really great to hear. You know, you mentioned about working with Claude and Anthropic. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Well, for us, I suppose we see how that works through our customers and how they're using it. You know, so obviously we're providing the framework through having a vector search there, and it's really interesting to see companies such as in healthcare, Novo Nordisk, customer of ours, are using Bedrock and Claude and they've created essentially, they use clinical trials. So these clinical trials are essentially gathering a lot of data from tests. And in the past, that data needed to be analyzed. Statisticians, needed to get through that. They needed technical analysis, etc. And that was a piece of work that took about 12 weeks on average for Novo Nordisk to go through. By leveraging GenAI and MongoDB Vector Search and AWS and Bedrock, they've actually created some tooling in and around that, created a product in that can take the 12-week span of that down to 10 minutes.
That is amazing.
And it's incredibly powerful. And what it means, obviously, look, it's a lot less resources required. And above all, it's highly functional. Like, it's a nearly better type of clinical research report than they were getting before. But more importantly, what it allows them to do is be swifter. These are medical drug trials to try and get the drugs out to the public. And so something that used to take forever, now quite quickly, means that they can run more of these trials with the anticipation that the speed that they can do them at allows those drugs maybe to get out into the public realm.
I mean, this is actually like an amazing story, because you can think about bringing those drugs to market. You can actually, you know, save people's lives who maybe might not be able to get that medicine in time.
Totally. And look, there's a lot of stories across the board. Another company, Base 39, in financial institutions, everybody's used to applying for a loan. Yeah. And, you know, the paperwork goes somewhere, somebody takes time to review it, you're waiting days, you're waiting for an answer. Well, they can leverage the power of GenAI to do that analysis of that loan. They can pool all the information that they have from various applicants and various loan applications to come back with not an instantaneous response, but a very quick response to something that used to be a very manual process. And similarly, we have another company called ScaleStack, again, leveraging Bedrock, leveraging MongoDB, who are doing something similar to speed up the sales process. Typically, anyone involved in sales knows there's a lot of manual data gathering and there's a lot of information searching and generating, and you're putting that together and it's in different formats and it's not readily available. Well, ScaleStack have created an application on their platform that allows all of this to be curated and be presented back to the sales team in a structured way that allows them to investigate, well, is that a good opportunity or not? A much more kind of regimented way to look at sales opportunities as well, too. So we see, back to your question, I suppose, Danielle, is we see how our customers are leveraging GenAI through the conversations that we have, and we see that, you know, our partnership, our Better Together with AWS, is enabling that to happen at scale.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And I think for a lot of people potentially watching or will watch this later, what are some of the things that they can look forward to? So I think like one of the key themes that I've been hearing throughout our conversation, obviously, is like, how do we continue to move faster? How do we continue that ease of use and help people, whether they're a developer, a company, et cetera? So what are some of those things with that Better Together story that folks should be looking out for coming up?
Well, I think the key thing for us too, as we see, you know, the focus obviously and naturally the last couple of years is GenAI applications, but there's a whole host of applications that have been around for a long time. And what we're seeing a lot of customers do is look towards application modernization. You know, these applications are coming to the end of their life, or they're not able to do functions and features or the speed that they needed to be or the scale that they needed to be. So we're spending quite a lot of time working with customers to see how best to enable that application modernization path. And by having, AWS at the table in some of those conversations, it becomes much clearer, much easier.
Yeah, and so when you talk about that, I mean, obviously, everyone loves to have purpose-built databases, but really, like, document databases, I don't know, weren't around. I mean, I don't remember. When did MongoDB come in on the scene? Like 12, 14 years ago? Something like that?
Yeah, and MongoDB was open source, on-prem database, and then Atlas is 2017 when we put it to the cloud.
2017, okay. So, basically a lot of software has existed much longer than that, right? It's, as someone who's spent a long time as a software engineer, I know like systems can be around for way longer than you expect them to be. So it sounds like what you're doing is now you're working with companies that maybe they leverage relational databases, maybe they used enterprise data warehouses, and now really the best place for them to put their data is actually really a document store like MongoDB.
Yes, and I suppose particularly with, the stats might change, but 80% of the data out in the world is unstructured, right? Yeah. So that's not going to live nicely in a relational database in any easy way to put it together.
Look, I don't want to share my age or anything, but I mean, we used to put non-structured data in a relational database.
You can do it.
You had no choice. You had no choice at the time, so that was what you used.
Yeah. So. I think the document database model certainly is allowing us to be more prevalent in the type of modern workloads that we see today. Obviously, they're the GenAI workloads, but any of those legacy applications moving forward, they're seeing the benefits of having a document database.
Yeah, we'll help them set the table for all of these generative AI, innovations that you can enable.
We're using some of that AI ourselves and allowing us to figure out how to do these migrations. We have a relational migrator tool that's getting great leverage. So we're able to introspect a relational database and see how that would map across.
Oh, that's really
We're able
fantastic.
to see where the redundancies might be and kind of where the performance benefits might be. And that's something that has landed very well with our customers as well too, is to make that pathway. And as AI gets better and as we learn to do more with it, those tools will come better and more performant. So that emphasis of you need to update your application and people go, I don't want to do it, it's been around for a long time.
I don't want to touch it.
That barrier is going to become less and less as we go forward, I hope.
Yeah, and once we remove that barrier, then it's the perfect marriage, like with leveraging GenAI and being able to move a lot faster there.
Well, it goes full circle, making developers' lives easier. A lot of developers do not want to maintain these old monolithic applications, right? So if we can do all of this and promise, to make things easier for them, developers as a whole are going to get more productive as well too, and be able to do better things within the companies that they work with the data that they have.
Definitely. Well, we're coming up on the end of our time here, so I want to make sure that you get to share whatever you need with the audience of things that people should dive into. I mean, I'm going to dive into stuff after this conversation, so things folks should dive into, things folks should know about MongoDB going off this.
Well, I mean, if you want to see the output that the developer relations team and others in MongoDB create, you go to developer.mongodb.com. You can look there, you can filter by AWS, you can see all of the content tutorials and articles that we've created. A lot of them is created together. Igor, for example, creates a lot of content with us. And kind of being kind of that closely partnered has been very beneficial. And again, I'm on your live stream. We live stream as well too. I have a show every Tuesday, pretty much, called Cloud Connect. So tune in for that. I'd be remiss to not get plug in for my own live stream as well too. But above all, we love coming to reInvent to see just the ecosystem that's here and to see everything that's going on. It's amazing to see how many companies are building amazing things on the backbone of AWS.
Well, and I love we started this conversation about what you guys launched last year and just even the growth in 1 year and what you guys have done in your partnership with AWS is incredible.
It's been busy. It's been busy.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we're very happy to have you here. Please stay tuned. We have Liam Morrison coming up next from Pinecone. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. We're happy to answer them. Talk to you soon.
welcome back. Thanks for joining us here at GenAI Live at reInvent 2024. We are super excited to have Pinecone here today. Just to kick it off, though, my name is Danielle Greshok. I am the Partner Solution Architecture Director for Worldwide Technology Partners.
Awesome. Thanks, Danielle. And I am still Marie Carlton for those who are still watching. And for those just joining, I lead our Worldwide Partner Core Tech team, and I'm really excited to have Pinecone here. Just a reminder, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. We can definitely answer them live. But yeah, Liam, tell us a little about yourself and Pinecone.
Yeah, so my name is Liam Morrison. I'm the Director of Solutions Engineering for Pinecone, so I lead all technical pre-sales, including partner engineering. I've been with Pinecone since May. And Pinecone is a company whose goal it is to make AI knowledgeable. So we're kind of centered by a vector database, which has evolved over the years. We launched our serverless version earlier this year in AWS. We've since added a bunch of additional capabilities, including kind of bringing the inference and embedding closer to the database with integrated inference, and a host of different features, including our assistant as well. So.
Awesome. Well, so why don't you just talk to us a little bit about, the evolution of embedding models and how really Pinecone is different from other players in the market?
Absolutely. So yeah, first, just the kind of importance of embedding models and inference. Like that's an area I've been very passionate about. Is actually kind of what caused our company to come to being well before the wave of generative AI, which actually put us kind of in the right position when generative AI hit. When we launched the database, RAG wasn't a concept. It was not even a thing yet. So we were focused on a lot of these bread and butter use cases around candidate generation, classification, semantic search, which has been kind of our core bread and butter. And then RAG hit, retrieval augmented generation hit, and we were just kind of perfectly poised to be in the right place at the right time, and our kind of the aspects of the database that made it important, like fast retrieval, freshness, which is how do you get relevant data without re-indexing, all were in the right place at the right time. So it made it easy to kind of seamlessly integrate into what became known as GenAI.
No, that's amazing. And yeah, and with that, obviously, we, as a partner using Amazon Bedrock and all of that, how has your partnership been with AWS, and what does that look like through this evolution and growth?
So that's been fantastic. I mean, honestly, the integration to Bedrock knowledge base was something that happened before I joined, but it made it very easy. And even prior to joining, when I was a little history of me prior to joining Pinecone, I spent 9 years at AWS doing a variety of different things in the AI space. So when I was working in AWS, Pinecone was an easy way to test RAG pipelines, because you can actually, especially with the serverless, you can get started very easily, get an index up and running. It's integrated directly into knowledge bases, and it gets going very quickly. And also, knowledge bases helped with what I find to be one of the most challenging things, which is how do you generate embeddings? Like lots of companies, and I had been talking to Pinecone over the years, and one of the things my feedback pre-GenAI was, many customers don't know how to generate embeddings. It's not easy, and it's not trivial to do. And what's happened in the last months, that's kind of the evolution, is it's getting smarter and harder at the same time. So text embeddings have been very well defined, but now we're heading into what's called multimodal, but it's really just the Wild West of like anything that can be.
Yeah.
And not only that, text embeddings have gotten very complex in a great way. Like text embeddings started with sentence transformers, Word2Vec, things like that. Now it's really deep in that the text embedding benchmark has 480 models in it as of today. But interestingly, in October it had 430. So it's 50 new models just since October have been added to the benchmark, and that's just ones that make it into benchmarking. So.
Wow.
So why don't you help us translate for the audience, help translate that into real use cases with outcomes, what with the evolution of these embeddings, what does that look like for a customer?
So I think everyone's pretty familiar with retrieval augmented generation, but I'll give a quick overview of that. And obviously that's evolved a lot in that what you retrieve could be from a semantic search or a lexical search. And that's one of the recent features we launched, which is people don't care about necessarily semantic search or a lexical search or a graph search. They want the right answer.
Yeah.
Right.
So a lot of what you're doing is just get me the right answer. And that's where that's not so easy, in that if you give it a model number or a keyword, something that has no semantic value, then a semantic search will be less performant than a sparse search or a lexical search, as it could be known. So how do you get the right answer? And then oftentimes you might be dealing with data that's in kind of structured format, so the graph answer might be the right answer. So our goal is to make it less important about what your embedding is and just what is the right answer to feed to the foundation, the frontier model to get the right answer. So what are you feeding to Claude or Bedrock?
Right, and how does multimodal make that more complex then?
So yeah, so
more challenge. You were talking about, you know, how it's like always been around, but then also these new, it's easier, but now it's actually more complicated.
Yeah, so how I describe it is like with word transformers or sentence transformers, like you can get a book that has all of the words in the world. They exist. Yep. And then you can also get tons of documents that have semantic value. So collecting all the words and training a model is actually how a lot of the original wave of generative AI models were. Moving out beyond that, now you're talking about everything that could exist everywhere and every angle. So we now have like Titan, for instance, multimodal embeddings was one of the first ones. We have partners like 12 Labs creating amazing models that take this content. And modalities could be, it's hard to describe modalities, but it could be audio, could be video, right. but video could have text in it. So now you've got this like matrix form of modalities, and how to make sense of that is challenging. So you have to take all of that data and provide it in a way that can be embedded. And that's where right now the text embedding world is rich, active, and very deep, 480 models. There is no MTEB or the massive text embedding benchmark. There's not a correlation in these multimodal environments. There's no video embedding benchmark yet. I feel like there will be very soon. And there's only a handful of video embedding models. I think that's going to skyrocket, and even just text models and embedding models go by dimensions, which is kind of think of it as a proxy for the complexity of the model. And up until recently, like a lot of the models are in the 1,000, 1536 small numbers of dimensions. The top 10 in the text embedding benchmark right now are 4,000 dimensions or higher. So that means your vector database, which is, I guess, one of the reasons I'm here to talk, is going to be needs to be very able to handle large amounts of dimensions, large amounts of vectors. And that's the other thing, is as you process documents or videos, documents, they call it chunking, is you're taking the document and cutting it up into small things that can be embedded. Videos have very similar things, but the concepts are mathematically harder. Like you have to find the scenes or the shots, and how do you embed that? We're in the early days of that space, and it's coming out of the media world. It's an area I'm very
I was going to say, you spent years at AWS working with media companies, so you can see the potential in the future direction.
Absolutely, and there's so much interesting work being done there, but it means the amount of information in your database is going to be insane. And Pinecone's, one of the strengths they have is the ability to handle massively large scale, like billion vector workloads are interesting to us. Multi-billion vector workloads are what we find interesting. So.
No, and that was, I mean, you started answering my question as like, where is Pinecone at in this journey? Obviously, like you said earlier, that you were able to plug in very quickly when the boom came. And so it sounds like you guys are doing some really incredible work trying to simplify all of that back end and making it simpler for the customer.
Both making it simpler and handling the workloads for the people who want it complex, because that's the hardest part about any type of a SaaS platform, is finding the right level of abstraction, and we've got multiple options for your level of abstraction. So the recent announcement was integrated inference, which is taking the concept of a dense model, potentially a sparse model, and handling the embedding. Just give us the text and we will give you the response. And we take care of the embedding, we take care of the generation of results and the re-ranking of results. That's good, but also you might just want the vector database as well. So we are laser focused on improving the vector database, adding features that are relevant to vector workloads.
Yeah, so why don't you, I know you've been talking about it, or we've been talking around it, but why are vector databases so crucial? And what are you guys doing? I know you touched on it a bit, but I would love to hear, what are some examples of the work that you guys have done to drive that?
And also, I think Pinecone has some really interesting customers. If you can name them, great. If you can't, that's okay too. But if you can talk about some of the places where you have customers who are really, pushing the needle on scale.
So yeah, I'd say I can go into some of the customers, like the interesting ones.
Or use cases.
Yeah, use cases. And that's what we found is very quickly we had all the use cases that brought us into being, such as semantic search and understanding like what types of classification you might want to do. Those were there, and then RAG hit, and 90% of our workloads became RAG for a period of time. What we're seeing now is this return to some of the bread and butter use cases, while RAG still continues to be very important. And we're seeing people build this into agentic workflows, like all of the things you would expect from where retrieval augmented generation has evolved. But now we're seeing, because of our serverless database, because of our capability to handle massively large scale, also massively multi-tenant. That's the other part so our server, we've always had this concept of namespaces. And namespaces are essentially a hard partition where you cannot query beyond it. So it's very well suited to multi-tenant workloads. And when we say multi-tenant workloads, it's millions of tenants, not thousands or tens or hundreds. It could be up to 4, 6, 10 million tenants.
Casually.
Well, think of the B2C RAG scenarios where you need to chat with your documents, and every company becomes, or every user becomes their own RAG world. That is where these massively multi-tenant workloads come in, where you actually can very quickly spin up additional, without adding a complexity of an index and worrying about scale. Can it handle the queries per second? All of that is like you just add a namespace, add a namespace, add a namespace. It's very programmatic. One thing that really attracted me to Pinecone was their kind of focus on the developer experience, and that's where Bedrock Knowledge Base also handles namespaces in Pinecone quite well as well. So it's very easy to get going very quickly, but the ability to kind of add this very quickly was what made it successful, I think, for these large-scale multi-customer use cases. The other one that I think is interesting, which is another twist on namespaces, is we've had customers in the news space that needed to choose how much of their data got the semantic treatment, we'll say, because some organizations have news archives going back decades.
Well, and going back to, I'm sure they have videos, they have print, there's all those,
And without something that's serverless and kind of scales with customer demand, you actually run out of this. You have to make choices, like whether to do keyword, whether to do dense, whether to do semantic. And now we're seeing the ability to really quickly and in a cost-effective manner search across the entirety of an archive. Media is a very interesting use case. Obviously, all of the different use cases that are derivative of chatbots, we've seen very interesting ones. But the one that I also find interesting is seeing customers use it in ways that we didn't initially expect. So
I love that. I mean, that was a thing with AWS for so many years, but it seems like you're going through that as well.
I actually love that AWS as well, like where you're like, we built the service to do this, but if you build it with the right level of abstraction, you build it with the right kind of limits, and people come to you and like, here's how I'm using it, and you're like,
really?
And then it takes us down a path of like understanding what we can do with it. So one that we're starting to see more is it started in the kind of image labeling space. But if you think about, and this is another, as you know, near and dear to my heart when I was at AWS, which is like image object detection and image detection, like labeling an image.
Like that Silicon Valley episode, right? Like, is this the hot dog?
Very much. And so Amazon Recognition has the capability to label images, but training a custom model becomes very hard because it's actually, the Silicon Valley is a great example. Because,
I just love that.
Because they're like, we got hot dogs, and like, but there's 10 million types of food. I need you to bring me 100 examples of each type of food to train a model. That makes classification very hard. But in a vector database, you can actually do kind of a variation of zero-shot classification where you're turning the image into embeddings and processing it, and then you get a new image, you run it as embeddings, and what ones it's semantically closest to is the classification cluster, so to speak. So we're seeing people use it for kind of generative labeling and providing a step in the image labeling, image classification process.
So image labeling was always felt like a pretty heavy lift, and so it sounds like that's hopefully a thing of the past then, yes?
It is. It's a different
Getting
way
there.
to look at it, but it's been interesting to see customers bring that use case to us, and then we're like, wow, we can really do something with that. So now we're seeing customers that are like, we need to label, 50 million images. Like that's not something that's easy to do.
No.
But if you have a multimodal embedding model, again, that's where Amazon's come very helpful with the Titan embedding models. And also, we now have Cohere has launched a multimodal embedding model, 12 Labs, so there's a ton of options when it comes to multimodal embeddings. And ton being 3, as I said out loud,
Well.
but check with me this time next year. I feel like you'll see a lot more in that space, and that's where we're also laser focused on making the embeddings easier as well.
Great.
Yeah, and I think like one of the things, and this is more of a curiosity, like with your customers, you gave them the media example, right, and going through their archives. But I'm guessing they're not just using it to archive, right? Like what are they then taking all of that data that they're collecting, and how is it helping them move faster?
So yeah, that's the search capability.
Yeah.
So that's where like semantic search has always been, and this is where like Kendra's original focus was semantic search, like the ability to search beyond keywords. Like keywords are very
It's limiting.
rigid. Yeah, they're very rigid. But at the same time, like what we learned and why we launched what's now known as the sparse model is, and sparse retrieval is keywords are limiting, but very good at the thing they do.
Yeah.
And that's where you can't just kind of focus on semantic or sparse or lexical. So I would say from a semantic perspective, if you're searching for a concept, like for instance, if you're looking for a political story, say you're researching a political story, you want to find all instances where there was a certain situation, you might just look up that concept, and you'll find every variation of that concept, including other, like it might be used other terminology to describe it. So.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It really in that use case, I'm sure it just helps tell a better story. It helps them do their job better when they can go back and see that so quickly of like, this is how we covered it 20 years ago or 50 years ago or whatever that looks like, and making sure that they're bringing that context in, but also the relevance of today.
Yeah, and exactly the needle in the haystack concept. There's a lot of footage that in an archive standpoint, again, putting my media hat on for just a second, finding that video, like a lot of these news stories that have come out about, like, we found this picture of 2 historical people that, like, met. It's literally someone be like, I think I remember that image, and then they're scanning their archives for like weeks.
Days, weeks, months, maybe.
And now you can find that image in like 200 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds.
Yeah, incredible.
The other one that we've seen is substitution use cases, like content archives. So ad tech and martech is another area that we see a lot of potential interest, which is like, say you have a piece of content that you have, and for many reasons, copyright or appropriateness or whatever, you can no longer use that piece of content. Finding the next most relevant piece of content, it usually involves a creative being like, well, what else can we put here? If you can semantically find out of the library you have what is the next best thing,
that's pretty powerful.
It narrows that down very quickly.
Yeah, so. That's amazing. We're just about to wrap up, so I just want to make sure to give you the last bit of time if there's anything you want to make sure people take away, that what they heard, and kind of summarize things in what's next, right? Where they can go, where they can learn more, all of that.
So yeah, one thing I've always loved about Pinecone is it's very developer friendly. So we have easy to get started. We have tons of examples, tons of notebooks. Getting an index up and running is very easy. There's no infrastructure running. It's serverless, so definitely get started. Try our newer launches with the integrated inference, the assistant, which is kind of an all-in-one RAG as a service. So happy to help anyone who wants to get started. Reach out to me.
And we're super grateful for your partnership, so thank you. And obviously, always fun having an ex-AWS person here. But no, thank you to you and to Pinecone for everything that you do with us here at AWS. And then please stay tuned. We have Ryan from Mission coming up next here on GenAI Live.
Thank you.
everybody. Welcome back. We are here at reInvent 2024 at GenAI Live, and we are really happy to have you back with us today. My name is Danielle Greshak. I am the Worldwide Partner Solution Architecture Director for Technology Partners.
Awesome. And my name is Marie Carlton, still the same Marie Carlton for the last hour here or so. I lead our Worldwide Partner Core Tech team, and I'm happy to be joined by Ryan from Mission today. So Ryan, tell us a little bit about yourself and then a little bit about Mission Cloud.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Mission Cloud is one of AWS's premier partners. We've been in the ecosystem for over 7 years. I myself have been in the ecosystem longer than that. At Mission, we had been doing NLP for a really long time, and then the whole GenAI craze came about, and we were like, cool, we've got all these cool GenAI use cases, right? We did stuff back with somebody we don't like to talk to about dash 2 of their models and BERT and everything else, and so we've been helping customers over the last 18 plus months building out 60 plus solutions. It's been really awesome. We've done tons of cool stuff in Mission. As a premier partner, we have all 3 phases. We do cost ops and resell, then we do 24/7 support, and then we have professional services. So we build out things. So my team's in professional services where we're just building cool stuff for customers, and that's what we do all day long. I was talking to one of the people that work for me with a customer a little bit ago, and it was kind of funny. I'm like, I go make a bunch of promises that GenAI can do something, and they actually make it real. So.
Oh, awesome.
It's an amazing team.
Yeah, well, why don't you tell us a little bit today? You talked about some generative AI applications that your team is building, so why don't you talk to us about some of those GenAI applications? Are they NLP tools? Are they, business intelligence? What have you done?
Yeah, so Gen AI is really split into a lot of different pieces, right? So you have the Gen BI piece where you have a bunch of data and you have people wanting to ask questions to it, right? And you have different tools out there. We do a lot of QuickSight Q, which has the NLP built in, which is an awesome tool, but sometimes people want to ask chain of thought questions to it. And so you aren't really able to do that right now in QuickSight. It'll be there over the next year but people will build out tools, with Claude or other things. And as you're there, especially with Claude, you can ask it to write SQL queries, right? So it's really fun because you can sit there and tell it, hey, I want to pull this data and then I want it in a pie chart, right? And so you can have the model write the SQL query as well as like matplotlib commands so that it can then display it in like a Streamlit app, right? Because when you're doing internal stuff, it's really cool to just use Python and make things really simple. And then on the other side with GenAI, we're seeing tons of use cases. One of our major ones is all around IDP and summarization, right? This kind of falls into every class. You see it in the financial sector, in healthcare, in entertainment. Everyone's kind of looking at, hey, I've just got too many documents, right? Everyone's making more and more documents every day, and it's how do I take all of that information, condense it to a form that somebody can actually use and work with? And so that's been a really big thing for us is just building out cool IDP solutions that we make chatbots, but
I was going to say, is there one particular customer use case that you want to talk about that kind of shows how that you bring that GenAI promise to life?
Yeah, so there's this really cool customer we work with called Paynella that we have a public reference with that's coming out around reInvent. It's super cool.
Great.
They work with patients who need access to special medication.
Okay.
And so the Gen AI is helping them read and figure out, hey, what does this patient need? What help do they need? And then help them through the process of actually getting that medication.
Okay, so is it helping them get the medication, or is it helping them actually adhere to what they need to do to take it every day?
It's helping them get the medication, right?
Okay.
So all the processes you have to jump through, right?
Speeding up all of that.
Yeah, speeding up all the paperwork, right?
Okay,
Getting
nice.
you to get access to that actual medication because their specialty, they can often be really difficult to
acquire. Okay, so again, how generative AI is actually making these amazing outcomes for people, changing their life. So that's great. A lot of us we know pretty deeply as we've been watching the generative AI revolution over the last, 24 months about how data is so critical. So do you want to talk a little bit about data preparation and how you do that with customers?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting when you look at Gen AI, you've got a ton of data that goes into training the models, right? And so that's one area where you can help customers figure out what's my training data set, how am I going to retrain? then you also have, okay, now I've built something, what am I really doing with that? And so the Gen BI case that we talked about, that becomes really critical to work on your data, because if I have a database and there's a lot of lazy data engineers that might have just named it. Like,
there aren't any of those, are there?
Those do not exist.
Do not exist.
Just a few, right? Like site 1, 2, 3. And so when you come in and you're like, hey, tell me about my bank at this location, and that location's really site 2, the algorithm comes back and is like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? So there's definitely, when you're doing the Gen BI, hey, I've got to go back and look at my schemas, right? Did I do a good job with my schema? Do I have enough data there? Do I need to make new tables, right? So there's definitely a lot of data engineering on that aspect. And then when you look at the Gen AI side, it depends on what you're doing. So we've got customers that are doing content localization, and so it becomes, hey, I'm going to get videos that are coming in, and I'm going to dub those into another language. And so there's a whole pipeline that you have to set up that's like, okay, how am I going to process this video? You know, it's like, am I going to do it batch? Am I going to do it streaming? And so there's all kinds of setups you have to do. And then once you have it, you take a file, you have to break it up into a bunch of pieces, and so you have to treat all those pieces, because at the end, you have to put them all back together. So you really have a lot of
right,
data
but that use case right there that you just mentioned used to be a very labor-intensive manual process, right? And so these technologies are making that so much more streamlined and easy, right?
100%. And not just that, they were super costly, right?
Yeah, super costly, right?
You would have, it would be like $19 for the solution they had, and the one we built for them cost them about $1 per minute. So instead of $19 per minute, it's, you know.
Wow, that is amazing, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so before they were thinking, hey, we can only do some fraction of our library to one language, and now they're like, wow, we can do our whole library in multiple languages because of this. So it's pretty awesome.
No, that's amazing. And so you talked about kind of how companies are coming in and they're using Gen AI in a different way, or being able to speed up their processes. What are some of the pitfalls they should avoid when thinking about their data strategy? Because that's the most important thing. We have maybe have some lazy data engineers, but we also have people that don't maybe know how they're supposed to enter information or help with that process.
Yeah, I think one of the pitfalls is people think Gen AI can just do everything, right? They've just been convinced, hey, Gen AI will just do anything I want. I just throw some stuff at it and it works. And so some of the biggest use cases, let's just take like an HR use case, right? Where they want to create an HR bot to tell you about policies. And so if you don't keep a really clean FAQ page, basically that's your RAG backend, or put it in, you know, a vector store. If it's just out there on S3 in a bucket and somebody has just made 15 copies of that document, then the LLM doesn't know, like when it grabs the data, which one. So it could grab a different one every time, and you might get a different answer.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, I mean, it used to say when it would come to like just even regular advanced analytics or reporting, it'd be like garbage in, garbage out. I mean, if you don't have good data, you're not going to get good insights, right? Same thing.
Yeah, exactly. 100% garbage in, garbage out is absolutely applicable today, and in some ways it's even worse, because people think, hey, this can do anything and everything.
Yeah, no, it's really important. So one of the things that we didn't talk about at the beginning, but obviously this is all in partnership with Mission Cloud and AWS. So how has that transformation into the Gen AI space with AWS? How has that been? How has that worked? What are you doing? What are you using?
Yeah, the AWS partnership is great. You know, we're an all-in partner. We only do AWS work, and because we had such a large background of NLP work, we were actually the first SI partner to get Bedrock access. So we
nice.
Yeah, so it was pretty awesome. So we've been building on Bedrock since like last June on a bunch of customers. And we've really got close connections to the Bedrock team. So as they're building agents, we've been doing a couple of projects with Bedrock agents. So we've been integrated closely with their team, really working on the agentic system to make it work. So it's been, it's a really close partnership between the two sides. And so it's awesome because we run into something and we're like, hey, whoever on that team, we broke it again. Can you do this? Can you
that's the key thing that we love from both our customers, but mostly our partners as well, because they are the ones who are pushing the boundaries for our services and, telling us ways in which they are using the services that we did not expect, right? So, awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, we do quite a bit of pushing the envelope and breaking things.
That's good. It makes a better product for our customers if you're breaking it before it gets to them, right?
Yeah. And I think back to the pitfalls, something I often talk about on the pitfalls is people are so ingrained with Google that they've become really lazy when they go to try to prompt, right? Because in Google, it's like, I type, 1 or 2 words, and in the top 5 answers, it's going to basically be what I want, right? And so you still see that with prompting, where people are like trying to write the shortest possible prompt and think it's going to give you a good answer. And so that's the other piece, right? Is that it feels like it's a language almost, right? That your prompting is almost like writing Python code at the end of the day, where you really have to think through it. You have to, kind of storyboard it out of what I'm doing and go through all those pieces. And I don't think people are spending enough effort on that, right? They're really just sitting there, throwing stuff into the system and, in sense, crossing your fingers that it's something good.
Have you seen like any customers like abandoning sort of POCs because of this problem, because they just had expectations that didn't match up with either their data foundation or, their expectations on how to prompt?
I think what we've seen when they get to us is they've kind of they understand, hey, this technology could really do something.
Yeah.
And they realize their limitations of, I don't have the expertise to do this, that it's harder than I thought it was. And so then they're bringing in a partner like Mission to come in and actually build this into, something that's more production. They like see the value. They might have done a small POC, and then it's like, okay, now we
so
need
they
serious help.
tried it themselves, didn't necessarily work out, got some expertise in, and then could actually see how it would make, be useful for their enterprise outcomes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you gave us a really good use case, obviously, like, I don't quote me, saving the world, right? Like, how do we get medicine to people faster and really reduce that laborious process? What are some of your other favorite use cases that you've had with customers leveraging generative AI?
Yeah, I mean, we've done so much, it's crazy. So, like I said, content localization, super interesting. We do it in videos. We've done it some in like just people looking at marketing materials and all that. So it's really interesting because most of us have done a really bad job with the English language. And so one of the first steps is an English to English translation before you can even do anything else.
You have to filter all the slang out there. Yeah.
All the slang, all the idioms, everything, right? It's just all that has to go. And then, it's really a complex process to get to the end. Then IDP, right, we've seen really cool use cases, not just the one we talked about, but other healthcare companies. So often when somebody's released from the hospital, they may have to go to secondary care, right? Or they may need home health. And so there's companies out there that are doing that. And so we were working with one that was trying to figure out, okay, you gave me a big stack of documents. Can I take this patient? Because it's a laborious process, right? Like, hey, I've got all of this information. Can I manage their care?
So it's like matching up their current staffing with the patient's conditions and seeing if there's a match there.
But it's not just that, it's also equipment, right? Like, is this person ambulatory?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because if they're not ambulatory, does your facility, can you manage that person? Or they might be on oxygen and you don't have any more oxygen rooms, right? So it's really critical for them to understand, can I manage them? So it's staffing,
equipment, all those types of capabilities of the center, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. And then we were doing it with a PE firm where we were working with them to try to find the needle in the haystack, right? So any problem essentially where people are just trying to hire more and more bodies, you have to look at, can I do this with automation? And that's, the PE firm thing is, hey, one person can look at 100 companies, but can I then take and build a system that acts as an agent and then whittles that down to just the 100 companies and then
so it's
maybe
the 100
even smaller.
best options of companies to look at, really.
Right.
So.
And so you're really finding that needle in the haystack.
Yeah.
And then we were doing interesting things in the legal space where, like, class action lawsuits, right? Does this person fall within the class? And so a lot of times what people would do is they would take the documents, use something like TextTract and send it to the Philippines or other English-speaking nations that would then look at it and write Excel sheets. And so you had all this back and forth and human in the loop. And so we automated, those processes as well for some companies. So it's really, really interesting, all the IDP things you can do.
Yeah, and healthcare, legal, they are so document heavy, so that you can see so much opportunity in those spaces for that automation.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And then chatbots are you can make really basic chatbots or you can make super advanced chatbots. So we have a customer that manages stores and malls. And so much like your house, if, the bathroom, the toilet doesn't work, you have to call a plumber, costs you like $250 for the plumber to come out. And if he just had to jiggle the handle, it still costs you $250, right? And so at the mall, right, you've got, teenagers, you've got, college students running stores, managing stores. And so it becomes, they just want to call and get a problem fixed. And so we wrote this chatbot that was very specific, right? You really work through the prompt where it's like, okay, here's the things that a person, that has never really fixed anything.
That can try.
Has no
That's
tools,
amazing.
can try. So
I should have my daughter be my 12-year-old be your beta tester. Continue. Sorry.
I'm sure she, hopefully can do it. But it came back with things like on the toilet, like, is the handle stuck, right? And then it was like, turn the water on in the sink. Is there water in the bathroom?
Because so a little diagnosis.
Right. If there's no water in the bathroom, then that's the building's problem and not their problem. So
no, totally. Well, and even I think the win in that as well is I don't think, or I'm talking for myself. I don't want to call up someone, right? I want it to be fixed, and so then it gives
you can solve it yourself.
An opportunity to solve, so they don't have to call a real person.
Yeah, so it's pretty fun. So you can do all kinds of advanced things that if you think about it, you can do it. And we've done a ton of image generation stuff. So that's always fun. That's always one of my favorites. Is what all can I randomly try to create?
Yeah, you have a vision in your mind and then create an image out of that.
Yeah, so I think it was April, we were on one of the events with AWS in our customer mixbook talking about doing that. And one of the big things there was they're a printed book, right? Yep. And so it takes a long time. And so we were looking at, hey, you upload your pictures and then it creates all of the captions, right? So it was just a really fun product at the end of the day where it helps save time so that customers can make that.
Yeah, well, and quick plug, there is the AWS AI art installation also. You can go check that out. And they actually have a Vend AI thing where you can, again, make an image of anything in your mind, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, just AI for fun also. Saving the world, but also for some fun.
Well, and the captioning images, going back to there, it's more inclusive, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone will get to see the same colors and all the things, or maybe see what it is. And so it makes it more accessible for more people, which is amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, it was interesting because you had to think about how to deal with the temperature because you want a caption to be interesting, but not too interesting that it becomes offensive.
Yeah.
Or if it becomes a paragraph, that too.
Yeah, there's definitely shortening that you need because, there's the story elements, right, in your scrapbook, but then there's all the picture captions.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
So it was pretty fun.
Well, we're running out on time here, so I want to hand it over to you so you can talk to our audience and just share a little bit about what you want them to walk away from, if they're interested in anything they heard, where they can go, and anything exciting that's coming up that they can look forward to from Mission Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you see, at Mission, we've done 60 plus GenAI ops. I like to think of us as probably one of the best shops in the partner network. So if you're looking to do GenAI, we've probably done it. So happy to work with you and talk about it. Tons of use cases on our website that you can review, or other events we've done with AWS and our customers. Upcoming things, we do have an upcoming webinar on our IDP plus summarization solution, and that will be coming out on the marketplace pretty soon as well. So if you're really trying to do IDP, we can help you guys with that solution. And then, anything else, we're here for you guys, and if you're interested.
Yeah, I love the marketplace plug at the end. That's something I don't think we do a good enough job of here.
We didn't talk about it enough, but
so easy to get started. So yeah, that's definitely awesome. Well, thank you for tuning in. We're not done yet. We have a wrap up. We have a couple special guests. We're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing within the partner network and GenAI. So stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back. Thanks for hanging with us during the break. Again, my name is Danielle Greshak. I am the Worldwide Partner SA Director for ISVs, and I'm joined here with Marie.
Hey everyone, I'm Marie Carlton. I'm excited because we are here to wrap up and we have some exciting stuff to talk about. And we have Victor and Chris here with us to learn a little bit more about how to engage with our GenAI partners. So I'll have Victor jump in and tell us a little bit about himself.
Thanks Marie and Danielle. Good to see you here in reInvent. This is my fourth reInvent, and today I'm very excited to be talking about the GenAI Competency Partners. I'm the tech leader for this program. It's a worldwide program, and happy to see a lot of partners here with huge presence, lots of motions for them with customers, and of course, talking about all the innovations that they are bringing with us in GenAI.
Yeah, and Chris, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Chris Daly. This is my first reInvent with AWS.
Wow,
I've attended before.
We get to celebrate your first one here.
This is quite a ride. And I work alongside Victor. I'm the business owner of the Generative AI Competency. So to Victor's point, we are here helping to represent a lot of the great work our partners do in the generative AI space. It's so fun to connect with them in person here. I'm just building great connections for 2025.
Awesome. Yeah, and I did want to quickly say, I forgot to say this when I was introducing myself, we do have a chat. So we'd love to hear about your favorite moments from the stream. If you're joining us and you're also here at reInvent, we'd love to hear some of your favorite moments from reInvent thus far. So please use the chat. And then if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those as well. So definitely don't hesitate to chat with us. But yeah, so let's jump in, and this can be a question for both of you. So if for folks listening, what is the generative AI competency? I think we can guess, but tell us a little bit about it and why partners join and what type of partners join, et cetera.
Sure. I'll start and give it to you, Victor. In a nutshell, it is a customer-facing program for AWS customers to find generative AI specialists from our partner community. A lot of partners are in our APN, our AWS Partner Network, and we've just heard so much from customers that they need a little help navigating to those specialized partners. So we have a program that sort of technically validates the solutions that they're bringing to customers. We make sure that there's some commercial success there. The partners in great standing.
Customers, right?
Mm-hmm. And we just make it super easy for them to find those partners. So we've got a website devoted to all of the different solutions that our partners bring to our customers, and we help organize it and just make it as easy as possible for customers to come find those partners.
Yes, I sometimes summarize the competency in three phrases. Experience, because they know how to do all these projects delivery. Expertise, they have a deep level of knowledge about our technologies. And success. They are bringing success to the customers. The customers, sometimes they are looking for these three variables, and it takes longer to evaluate and to validate the partners that are doing this as a provider.
Yeah, and one of those hurdles, of course, is getting that from conception to production. So I'm assuming that's where these partners have really shown that success, right?
Absolutely, yes. They've built solutions and they've delivered projects that are already running on I say 200% on top of AWS, of course.
Okay, 200%.
And in addition to this, the important part is that they know how to operationalize generative AI.
Yeah, awesome.
So I'd love, and this is just because I know this, but I'd love for you to take us one level deeper, because the generative AI competency is not just a monolith. There's some deeper dives that we do with our partners there. So what are those specific categories, and how can partners get involved there?
Yes. You want to take that, Chris?
Sure. Well, so a couple different partner types are a part of the competency. So we have ISVs, or software vendors, and system integrators, professional services, consulting partners. So on the software side, we try to model the categories as much as we can off of the generative AI stack that we hear a lot about. Matt Garman talks about, Swami will talk more about tomorrow. So we've got the three levels of the generative AI stack. So we've got data and infrastructure partners at the bottom layer. In the middle layer, we've got our foundation model providers, Anthropic, Cohere, Stability, Mistral, foundation model operation partners. And then at the top level, partners that are integrating Amazon Bedrock, Amazon Q, SageMaker into their application, and there's a generative AI applications. And then on the consulting side, we expect those partners to sort of just be able to deliver generative AI applications, soup to nuts, to customers.
Yes, basically these partners know how to deliver end-to-end solutions already, and projects that they range from model selection, maybe assessing also the level of maturity of the customer, to see what is needed to collect the requirements and say this is an advanced partner, or maybe this partner it's already starting. They don't know exactly where to start, and the partner helps the customer on this journey till the end of setting up the model or the best technology that we have, because we are not talking at this moment only about models. We have Amazon Q, of course. Right. We have SageMaker, Bedrock, platforms that exist there for training and serving the models. And at the bottom, of course, the infrastructure that is needed to support all of these processes. But also, post-launch, it's how we continue these models learning more about the behaviors that are identified. Maybe there are frictions, there are maybe some misunderstandings that need to be corrected. So that's part of that operationalized into production that partners are doing already with our customers.
And then the other thing, you heard Matt Garman talk about it today during the keynote. 2023, 2024, definitely the year of generative AI, right? We've seen, I think, a lot of proof of concepts come to light. We've seen the power that these services can provide to customers, the innovation. And as these POCs, proof of concepts, move into production, now we've got a whole other host of partners that are needed to work with customers to get their data organized, migrate their data over into AWS to unlock and tap into this generative AI services. Security is a big component now as we productionize these workloads. So securing them, making sure that everything is just ready and safe for the customer for use. So.
Yeah, and you kind of led to the next question that I had. So obviously you two lead our generative AI competency or kind of build that structure, but it's for our customers, right? We use our partners, we say they're the best of the best, but it's for our customers. So has there been any examples that you're able to share about a partner, our generative AI or competency partners that have really helped some of our customers deliver or build what they're looking to build?
Anything coming to mind to you?
The first one, and I had the opportunity to work with this partner, is Kayland. For example, with Kayland, I had the opportunity to deliver a webinar with them in conjunction with one of their customers, Brainbox. And the customer was not only talking about the challenges that they got for solving a problem that they had with intelligent building and IoT that they were doing at that time. They were also highlighting the experience and all the expertise that they got from Kayland. It's one of the examples. The partner is still working with this customer. It wasn't just a one-time or one-shot project. They continue the relationship, which is really important. Ruba mentions all the time that these opportunities and projects are the result of building a long-term relationship with the customers. And this is one of the best examples that I can share with you.
Yeah, no, that's a great one.
Yeah, and then, we've got amazing foundation model providers in our competency, like I mentioned, Anthropic, Mistral, Stability, and their models are so powerful and so unique and have a range of capabilities. But then we also have the building block ISV, software providers like your vector databases, Weaviate or Pinecone, Zilliz, for example, that you need to really power these generative AI applications. And then for me, I love the example. There's a company known as Sia AI, and they do a lot in the media and entertainment space, advertising, and their solution helps marketers essentially in any region of the world produce advertisements without like going on a photo shoot into the Swiss Alps, for example. Like they can just use from synthetic data and create this sort of beautiful image in the Swiss Alps with, say, like a Jeep, in the foreground.
Yeah.
And so it's bringing down costs. It's just the level of creativity I've seen behind some of these ads are super cool.
Yeah, I actually, I heard of I won't name the customer, but I heard of someone recently using all of their past ads using generative AI, and then it produced their ad that we're seeing on TV today, which is awesome.
Yep.
The time savings, the cost savings, all of those pieces, and really it elevates that creativity of what we can do.
And very important with this partner in a responsible way, because all the content that this partner generates, it's helping the customers to trust that they are in any copyright infringement. So everything is under control in that aspect of responsible AI and compliance.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the partner is organizing a monetization program for content providers. For example, let's say that you created a piece of art that is used to train their models.
Right.
If the content that they generated is related to your piece of art, you get some monetization.
They track it back to the original source, so they're creating this monetization source for creators and making it and providing incentives to provide that data and the art, for this example, to train those models and have those outputs.
Cool. That's amazing. Yeah.
And we can talk about this all day, but what else?
Well, I was going to say.
No, well, I want us to talk about our highlights from reInvent, but before we do that, I just wanted to make sure that you two got to share everything with our audience here and with our partners and customers watching, what they should know about the GenAI competency and all those things, and make sure we didn't miss anything there.
Yeah, for like I said, we're really trying to make it accessible for our customers to find these partners. So if you go to the generative AI website on AWS, where you're browsing our products, our customers, our references, you'll now see a partners tab. You go to that site, and it unlocks all of the different offerings from our partners. It's categorized, so you can go click in, see some examples there. A lot of our partners as well are offering their generative AI solutions on AWS Marketplace now. So it's making it super easy to deploy, or if it's a consulting partner, get in touch with them, do a model evaluation, some POC production as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the partners are helping the customers commonly with zero cost to start assessing what they need for generative AI. It's like a workshop, could be, or discovery sessions where the partner works with the customer from a working backwards perspective that we usually use in Amazon to start doing that onboarding on the journey of generative AI. So if you are starting, or if you are just trying to assess at what level you are in generative AI, you can reach out to these partners to start working and discovering more on what you can do to unleash generative AI.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
So, the fun part, this is your first reInvent.
Yeah.
My guess is Danielle has the longest visits to reInvent. So I think we need to go down the line and share. I mean, it's only...
I don't know how many reInvents I've been to. I think it's like 8, maybe.
Okay.
7.
I think I'm 6 or 7.
Okay.
Yeah. So you definitely
we're maybe about the same.
But I want to hear, it's only Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it's only Tuesday.
There's so much to come.
Yeah.
But what has been your favorite things thus far, and maybe the thing you're looking most forward to in the rest of the week?
For sure. Definitely looking forward tomorrow to Ruba Borno's keynote. So learning more about what's happening in the partner world. There's some really exciting announcements there. Of course, Swami will give us the latest, right? I think Matt Garman touched on a little bit of the generative AI roadmap and what's coming, but Swami will be there. And then just going around this expo floor, there's such amazing energy. The interactivity with the booths now, there's so much creativity here. And I gotta say, I love that Datadog slide.
I think you might have just stole Victor's favorite thing.
I don't know what you're talking about, actually. Let me see it. Let me see it.
One.
I don't know if you can see it too closely.
You can see it too closely.
There you go.
Zooming in. Love it.
Why not?
Pure joy.
Oh, the slide, like the actual slide down the steps. Right. Oh, I've seen that, yeah. I am not, I am too old to do that because I won't get up.
I tried it. Something that I can also suggest, and I enjoy each time that I come here to reInvent, is to walk the
expo.
The expo.
Yeah.
To walk it, to meet with the partners, to ask them for their solutions, to share also what you are doing at some point, because they can understand how they can help you and how you can get also or benchmark what you are doing at this moment versus what these partners are doing in the industry.
And you can get some swag maybe too.
Absolutely. That, by the way,
Yeah.
that may be socks or maybe
any
other.
All right, how about you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, oh my gosh, I love reInvent. I mean, I wouldn't be managing the team that I manage if I didn't plug AWS Game Day. So
Yeah, that was
we've
super
had
fun.
2 game days thus far. Lots of people showed up. We also had an NFL game day yesterday, and there's more coming. There is a generative AI game day with Datadog on Thursday. So if you're here watching, 1 to 5, Mandalay Bay, that should be really fun and exciting. I would have to say, and I know I'm going to get a reaction for this, this is one of my highlights.
Yeah,
getting to host with Danielle.
Super cool.
Really fun and being able to do that. But yeah, I +1 on what I'm looking forward to the rest of the week is obviously meeting with partners, going around the expo hall, and really just what we get to launch. This is the best part. It's like our Super Bowl. We get to talk about all the exciting things coming. But
I mean, look, hosting GenAI Live with Marie has also been one of my highlights. I also would say, just in the keynote this morning, of course, we've been talking a lot about generative AI, but I think we heard a little bit about kind of some of the innovation we're doing again in data centers with sustainability, and that for me also is look, that's our kind of our bread and butter where we've always had the leg up, and I think continuing to innovate in our hardware, in the way we manage data centers, to bring this technology to bear, that I am super excited about. So, and of course, more to come with Swami's keynote and whatnot. So really looking forward to hearing that. And then I think, of course, the replay party with Weezer. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, how Weezer, this is so amazing. It's always been a DJ.
That.
Did you not hear this?
They know their crowd. They know their crowd. Yeah.
So looking forward to that. And Werner's keynote too always has a lot of really good stuff, and a good T-shirt to show his band preferences, right? Or his DJ preferences.
Yeah, no, and I was going to say, I think we all talked, we love partners, obviously we work in the partner network, but I think, Matt said yesterday in his keynote that our partners are co-innovators. And,
totally.
And I think that's just such a theme of reInvent this week and for years, right? We need our partners to reach every single customer and meet them where they're at. And that goes back to the generative AI competency is how are we going to reach every single customer that we have that needs our help.
And Marie and I got the opportunity to talk to 4 really amazing partners with Mission Cloud, with Elastic, with Pinecone, and with MongoDB, who are doing amazing things in this space. And of course, we had the other hosts earlier today talking about a lot of different great partner solutions. So really fun discussion.
So if you did not get enough of this today, we also have, it's not just GenAI Live, there's other shows as well.
Oh, yes.
So every other Tuesday, though, for GenAI Live from 8 to 9 a.m. Pacific here on the AWS YouTube channel in 2025. So enjoy your holidays, come back in 2025, and you'll get to hear from more partners, more folks internally, and just hear what we're doing in the partner network for generative AI and how we're meeting our customers where we're at and how we're really just helping our partners and having our partners help us get to where we need to go. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you all here for joining us. This was extremely fun, and I'm excited for the rest of the week. And we hope that you enjoyed it as well. And we will see you next time. Take care.
Thanks.